Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is the EMEA Open Division. We're in round 4. It's a nice early stream to get us started. I'm excited. I'm your host, Ultraism, joined by Ocean to bring us some of the color commentary. Ocean, I know you're excited to be up, but a little bit early for you. Are you ready for some good Overwatch?
Of course, right? It is a little bit early, but it's always early when it comes time around to be EMEA Open Division. We got some pretty good games today. Over on the other stream, you'll get to see Half Pace. That's going to be an interesting team. Some really, really good experience, tier 3 players playing over there. But here, we are focusing on some of the big guns playing in the tournament earlier on. Danish Kebab. That's the team we're really going to be focusing on in our first match.
Oh yeah, Danish Kebab versus Region EU. Danish Kebab coming in as your 3rd seed means these guys are really setting themselves up to go all the way. Of course, if you guys don't know the way that this works, the winners of this are the ones who are going to be able to go through to that Overwatch Contenders Trials tournament. There's obviously a little bit of cash up for grabs here, a total of $2,000 up for grabs for these tournaments. Still a little bit of way to play through. It's still 32 teams in from our 128 that started this out, and it's going to be difficult, I think. We were talking about it before the stream that Regen, a good team, definitely have some strengths to themselves. But when you're going this early against such a strong team like Danish Kebabs, you're setting yourselves up for a difficult road to the finals.
So, I mean, Regen, I think everyone was surprised the last Open Division when they got top 6. They were expected to do a lot worse. But they had some big names on the roster, and Adnar and Apples, right? Those two players were their support line. They're not here this time around, so they don't really have those two big names anymore. They don't have Wicked or main tank either, or playing hard. So it's kind of a complete rebuild in a sense. They've got some little cores in the roster that I quite like, but nothing that tells me that this team is going to even get top 16 at this rate.
Ooh, you know, it's difficult when you're bringing in that historical ability that you're going, yeah, we've done this before. And so you've set yourself a bar that you really want to beat at this stage, and they're going to have to work hard to be able to come through. If we look at the total of the Regen lineup, on your 2 DPS roles, you got Milio and Olaf going to be coming through. They're going to have a lot of work to do, and considering the changes that have been made to hit scans, especially in the last couple of patches, their life might be a little bit harder than what they would like. On your 2 tank roles, we've got Harry and Depsy definitely looking to take that space and push into a formidable lineup from Danish Kebab. And then your supports, like you say, the new players coming into this roster, Helmer and Karad.
So then, you got the 2 Sakura tank line. You got Harry and Depsy. Haven't seen much of Harry before. I've seen Depsy trial for a couple of teams and never really get selected, but Depsy's always been around that sort of picture of potential off tanks for a team to have a look at. I want to focus on the DPS line though. I think everyone's sort of seen Helmer Drake play. They're going to be playing mid support today. But Melio and Olav, I know, is a pretty capable Tracer player, so I would like to see that. And I would actually like to see a rush comp from this team, right? Because Helmer's a pretty good Lucio player. I would say that's their best mid support. So that should suit them quite well.
Well, that's the problem is when you're going with a rush comp or, dive comp, you're looking for a team with a hell of a lot of synergy. The team has to be able to play together. Otherwise, if you've just got some miscommunication, you don't get that speed boost in at the right time. You get a team who overcommits to a point where when one player goes, okay, we're maybe going a little bit too far, let's get back. If you leave half of your team behind, overextended, you're just setting yourself to get picked off one by one. And so the fact that this team has had so much roster shuffles lately means that they might not want to go too aggressive, may want to just fight out, against Danish Kebab, a team that we are expecting to be the favorites here. You don't want to give them any extra opportunity and put yourself in a dangerous position. You got to let them do a little bit of damage. Or, if you're lucky, if you are confident in that ability, if they've been scrimming well together, then they could take the fight to their opponents. Of course, when it comes to Danish Kebab, the lineup that we've got, Chav, has been pretty solid after the last couple of while. On your 2 DPS lines, you got Drac and Prime Fire. Those two are going to be able to put in a lot of damage and really punish anyone from Regen who's able to step out. Both of those known for being able to get key picks at the right time. On your tank lineup, you got Henning and Ariel, and then of course Kronos and Ding coming through as your 2 supports.
Yeah, so Disperse and Buck are actually playing an ult to go into their DPS line, and I really like their tank line. I think Henning, you know, really came back into the picture last Contenders Trials, and Ariel has been dominant in Tier 3 all year.
That's going to be interesting. Our first map is Busan, and so we're going to be jumping into that right now, guys, ladies and gentlemen. We're going straight to the mecha base, and we see these teams coming out with a little bit of aggression. The Doomfist from Olaf going to be picking up in the beginning of this, doing some work for now. And so, of course, first to 3 means that these teams have a little bit of time, but a control point is such a good point to be able to set yourself up and really get the idea of how your team matches up against your opponents.
Stream is by my. I'm at 44% on Mega Base. I don't know which one of ours is actually live.
Yep.
Right, Danish Kebab are currently using that photon barrier to get themselves a little bit of space. Depsy quickly is to dodge and weave out of the way, and they're actually going to kill as well. So Regen and you using their brawl to get into the fight really well. However, that's not going to help them. Emily gets stunned by the counter pin, and Regen and you lose both their Doomfist and their Reinhardt.
Oh, geez, we're jumping straight into the middle of this action. Yeah, their Danish Kebab looked really strong in the beginning, going for that sort of very team-based composition with the Mei coming out there and then using that Lucio, the Kronos, to be able to get into position. But Regen has done such a good job of coming around, taking this back in. And so both teams looking quite even so far, being able to pick up this. It is going to be Danish Kebab, of course, keeping control of this point for now. And so that's really nice. You know, when you start building up to that 70%, you're getting towards one fight territory, and this Mei wall to start of the fight is going to be great from Danish Kebab. They're going to be able to throw this in, and with the Blizzard waiting in the back line and the sound barrier, they're going to be able to put in lots of aggression and keep themselves alive for a long time. Still, Olaf going to be going up into the air with that Doomfist, but not even going to come down before the rest of the team has already fallen around them. Danish Kebab looking dominating here as we get up to the 90%.
I think Regen and you will still have another fight. The problem is they're going to be walking right into a Blizzard, and that fight is going to slow down. As soon as they get to the point, it's going to be an optimal Blizzard timing for, I think, Disperse is probably playing that Mei, so yeah, there we go.
Straight into it, and you can see Regen has to actually scatter apart, trying to just get to the point, and that means that they're going to be under a lot of pressure straight away. They've also got to worry about that Baptiste amplification matrix, and it's Danish Kebab already in this first round being able to take it. It seemed like Regen only really got one good fight on their side.
Yeah, so we saw both teams kind of move over to that Brawl mirror. I kind of expect that from this series. I would like to see Regen play more of a rush comp. They walked out on the Sigma Wrecking Ball composition. I just don't think that suits the players that they have, and I don't want them to play that. I mean, like, Olaf is a very good tracer. I think that might be something they can run there. But I would have preferred them on Rush. I think Helmer is best at Lucio, in my personal opinion, and Depsy's a pretty good deal player. I think Melio can play Sombra. I would have liked to see a Sombra Tracer Rush comp from them. Danish Kebab, I think that Brawl suits them. I think Ariel is a very capable D.Va player. I think both of their DPS players are extremely flexible. And they keep running for the Symmetra variant instead of the McCree, which I can't really decide yet if that's a Rush composition or a Brawl composition. I still think it's Brawl, but we'll see how Draken plays it.
Oh yeah, this area denial that Danish Kebab is setting themselves up for with the Mei and the Symmetra means that Regen really is going to be struggling to get into the backline. And when you're running something like this Ball Sigma comp, then the ball really just can end up being a little bit ineffective when you got so much CC from the Mei, that constant threat there. And even when you're not being CC'd up, you've got to worry about this ability of the Symmetra to dictate the place, and that's exactly what Danish Kebab is doing. They've managed to pick up the point at the beginning of this fight, and now it's up to Danish Kebab to just track down these kills wherever they want, stand quite comfortably, and with the Sigma dropping down into the low ground, it's just the tanks that are left fighting against the entire Danish Kebab side, and you can see how well that goes. Henning manages to get the final kill there on Depsy, and Depsy left pretty much high and dry while the rest of the team was already dead. Still no real regaining of composure here from Regen EU, and they got to do it quickly. They cannot afford to just keep poking from this long distance.
Pick here because it allows you to isolate targets like the Sigmas, targets like the Zenyatta, and that's exactly what Danish Kebab are doing so well this round.
And we see Olaf has actually gone there onto the Tracer. You're talking about the power of that hero, but goes down very early into this fight. Still, Danish Kebab not really looking too unhealthy in any of these fights. Henning goes down very low, but still manages to stay alive, even managing to get that kill on the Ashe with Fire Strike. And still, Danish Kebab just keeping their composure, staying so close to each other that no matter where the fight is coming from, where the danger is coming from, being able to hold it out for now and starts to track down kills. It seems like Regen not really wanting to group up and take one unified approach.
Regen are kind of stuck in a trap here because Danish Kebab, captured first. Usually you want to counter-engage with this Wrecking Ball and then just kind of spam from a distance, but they can't really do that right now because Danish Kebab are at Craig percentage.
And look at this aggression coming out there. Primafire going to be able to come forward. Still has that Blizzard that they drop into this fight, and when you've now got the Earth Shatter following it up, that's a lot of ultimates, in fact, used by Danish Kebab. Probably a little bit more than they would have wanted in this fight. They definitely were able to pinch it out from that, but with 10% left on the board, I don't know if Regen's even going to be able to come through. They've got both of their support ultimates, and of course the Bob to be able to contest the point, but they're going to have to do it quickly. The ball gets knocked down straight away. Emily not going to be in this fight, and as we tick down into overtime, Draken even going onto that Widowmaker, going to be able to look for this, and Danish Kebab take this first map, Basan, without real contention from Regen.
Yeah, so Regen EU, we kind of expect them to lose this series, right? But let's not forget that this is an organization that's been in Tier 3 Overwatch for an extremely long time. They never, ever, ever want to go into a game and kind of get dominated like they did there. Yes, Danish Kebab, an excellent team. I expect this team to probably be in this open division in Europe. I think I've really highly. Let's focus on Regen and these poke compositions that they're trying to play with this Sigma Wrecking Ball. Yes, yeah. I get it. It's really hard to counter engage when your opponents, they've got the point. They've got the control point that can just kind of sit around their gaining percentage. But I just don't feel like they have never really had any goals. Their composition is a poke composition. They were never really poking. They were always isolated. It just didn't seem that they were very good at it.
Well, that's the problem, is when you're relying on your Ashe to maybe get a key pick at the beginning of the fight to open something up, who are you really trying to pick up? I mean, the Symmetra is pretty much going to play at the back there, just making sure to stay around the turrets. You've got the Reinhardt shield to block most of the damage coming in. You've got Emily in the back line trying to make something work with the Wrecking Ball, but we saw how quickly Emily ended up falling out, either just being focused down by the team or completely separated off by the Mei wall. You've got a Ryan shield, you've got a Mei wall, you've got these turrets to just control the play, control the entire area. And so Regen not picking up the picks that they needed and not really contesting the point at any stage, you got to expect them to be trying to get something different. Maybe as of course we're going to be going on to our escort map. Hopefully this is an opportunity where they go, right, we got one designated place. It doesn't matter who takes the first fight as much, that control that we saw from Danish Kebab. They were able to take the first point and then just extend that the entire way. I mean, when you get a 0 to 100 difference, it's a pretty good reflection that one of the teams really understands what their composition is trying to do and executing it perfectly.
So let's just talk about that Danish Kebab composition before we kind of go into the map selection. It is Symmetra Mei instead of the all-brawl compositions where you saw Mei and McCree. I've actually just kind of decided, no, I still think it's brawl comp. I just think you have extra utility against Wrecking Ball compositions, right? Where that teleporter just makes you a little bit more mobile mid-fight and you can isolate targets a little bit better. I mean, Mei McCree, I think, is definitely a little bit more stable. But that extra mobility of the Symmetra teleporter is actually quite nice. And I think it still is a brawl composition because of how it plays. There's still players on different angles. You still have to be a little bit more methodical with your approaches. But I still think it's a brawl comp, and I still think Danish Kebab played it really well.
Oh, yeah. And I love the way that they were using the Symmetra teleporter. I mean, so many people just go, oh, the teleporter is just to get us to the point a little bit faster. But they were actually using it in the mid-fight, not just going to try and stick around where the turrets currently are. They were able to then go, okay, we've got 1 or 2 picks. Let's now chase down the rest of them. And because of that Sim teleporter, you now don't need to worry about everyone trying to get that at the same time. Ryan typically moves a lot slower than a D.Va. But when you can teleport the entire team onto your enemies so quickly, as long as your communication's there, you can put so much pressure so quickly into a back line, and Ashe is not going to survive very long when you got 6 heroes from the enemy team rushing at you through a teleporter and jumping up behind you.
Region EU have elected to see us off to Route 66. I'm actually happy with this pick, because this tells me they're going to go for the Brawl Mirror. Maybe Havana could have demonstrated that pick better, but the fact that Junkertown wasn't selected tells me that they don't want to play Sigma Wrecking Ball too much anymore. Please, because I don't like the matchup against the Sim May Brawl composition against Wrecking Ball Sig, because I feel like the Sigma's way too easily isolated, the Zenyatta can be isolated easily. It was isolated easily in the last round. It shouldn't be isolated that easily. The support line should be playing a little bit deeper or a little more securely. Just with having that protection either from a Tracer able to come back and peel, or a D.Va able to come back and peel instead of a Sigma. That shouldn't have been so easy in the last round for Danish Kebab. But it was. Regen EU, though, looking at on their attack, they will stick to that Wrecking Ball Sigma. Looks like they will still, or say Wrecking Ball D.Va this time around, so they will have that extra peel resource. So they still want to play this Wrecking Ball. And that could have an advantage here, because Danish Kebab look to play double shield. They're going to be nice and compact. That means some pretty quick ultimate charge. I'd just forget everything I've just said, because they're going on to the Orisa.
Man, Danish Kebab is set up with such a strong fortification here between the double shield there. You got the Sigma who's able to just adapt to where everyone else is coming behind, the stability that Orisa provides. And when you got something like a Brigitte in the back line that's going to be able to help out and just pull everyone back together, it means that how do you run into that? You've got Prime Fire on the Hanzo who's going to be able to chew through anyone who tries to get into the back line. And so Regen just going to try and stabilize it out. We see Sealer coming in the side there, just getting some nice damage. Gets taken out though by Prime Fire. Very aggressive position from this Hanzo to open us up, and that's going to be a great pick to start us off. And this double, very quick pick potential that's come out from Danish Kebab is certainly paying off there. Dipsy going to be also left high and dry, and Danish Kebab just fends off quite easily, it seemed, this fight from Regen, not being able to get a single pick. Especially considering they're running a mirror of that DPS lineup. You'd expect either Sealer or Olaf to be able to get some sort of side, but with the number of barriers that are coming through, it's going to be hard for them to find some sort of opening.
Expect Regen to use DPS to be getting a lot more damage done, but because they have the Mercy, but that's just not the case at all. I feel like Danish Kebab's DPS are outclassing here.
And I mean, with this Baptiste amplification matrix, you're already giving your pick DPSs even more opportunity to work here. And you see Danish Kebab, they're not scared. They're running straight into the enemy line. They've managed to get a double kill with the Hanzo Dragon Strike there. And Prime Fire going to be able to get so much work done here. Gets the triple kill with that one. And so far, Danish, and even getting the last headshot onto Sealer there on the Ash, means that Danish Kebab just in full confidence right now.
Yeah, DPS difference is a little bit of an understatement right now. Both these teams on the double shield compositions, I would like to see something to help this DPS difference. So maybe Depsy goes and takes an off angle, makes things a little bit more difficult for the Danish Kebab DPS. I would like to see that from the off take on Regen EU. I think that's a good adaptation.
And look at this, even Orisa Henning being able to stand out on their own there, separated from the team by that Dragon Strike. Now we see the bob into the back line. That's going to be huge coming out from Draken. Going to try something there, and a massive lift up comes out. Gravitic Slam going to be able to take out two people and set up the rest of Danish Kebab to run forward. Now, Mercy, where are you going? There's no hope for you to escape from that. Huge combo plays coming out from Danish Kebab to just extend this lead even more.
Take off angles. We actually saw the other Sigma, Ariel, demonstrating the timing of it perfectly and how to do it. Took this high ground with their Baptiste at the right time of the team fight. Gets a perfect gravitic flicks. We need to see that more from Depsy, because I feel like that's why these DPS angles are so tight for Regen EU. They can't get anything going.
Yeah, there's no way around these shields. They can't commit to the high ground. There's so much chew. And at this stage, they're just getting picked apart. There's a kill box. I don't think Regen's managed to get a single kill so far in these fights.
I don't think so either. Maybe one. But this is pretty dominant from Danish Kebab. I don't like the decision from Regen EU to come and play the mirror. We know that Danish Kebab is the better team on paper. We know that in practice they're the better team as well. So why are we playing a mirror that actually favors Danish Kebab as well? I don't understand that at all. I feel like they should be going for a brawl comp. I think that suits them a lot more. Or a rush comp, something. This is just not Regen EU's game.
And now we see a first real attempt from coming out from Regen EU. They try and start it off with the Gravitic Flux, but not managing to get really anything out of it. They've managed to get some picks though. Their DPS line coming out really nicely, and they've managed to separate off Henning. So Danish Kebab starting to finally lose some people on their side, and this is the first real progression of the payload that we're going to get to see from Regen EU. They've had to take all the way to overtime to do it though, and so can they be able to hold this out? They've managed to stabilize with these 2 tanks on the high ground, and so Danish Kebab, are they going to be able to recontest? They've done a good job so far, but is one fight going to be enough here for Regen to start something?
I mean, they've got the Supercharger, they've got the Dragon Strike, they've got the tools to win this fight, but can they use those tools?
Oh, and there goes the Dragon Strike straight away, shutting off that angle there. Danish Kebab wasting no time into this as we go. We see the Bob there just to contest the payload. It's a great start for them right now, and they're able to follow it up quite quickly. Bob does go down, but Ariel manages to take out the burst damage from the Hanzo. Supercharger doing some work so far from Emily, but Emily's still trying to chew through so many barriers and so much damage mitigation. We see again the Gravitic Flux going to go out. Emily going to be caught up in that, and also the DPS, the Brigitte from Helma going to go down. Danish Kebab looks so dominating, even managing a full hold here on Route 66.
And why we're playing this mirror, I just don't think it makes sense. I feel like you were on the Wrecking Ball comp to start with. That's obviously something you're comfortable with. Yes, I said previously, I don't like Regen and Wrecking Ball comps. I don't think it suits them. Yeah, sure, they probably know more than me. They've been practicing with each other. But I look at this roster on paper and say, they could make a pretty good rush that might be able to challenge Danish Kebab. And usually when you see teams challenge a team at a higher level than them, the rush comp is a pretty good option. You can catch players off guard pretty easily. It's also really good at tilting players as well, who maybe know that they're of a higher caliber. I think going into a double shell mirror against Danish Kebab, something that they'll be well practiced in, when you're probably not as good as them on paper or in practice, I think it's a bit silly.
I mean, if you look at the DPS difference, you talked about it earlier, was the fact that Draken and Primefire are able to get such consistent picks and be able to take out. I mean, we did see Sealer versus Draken there trying to do that Ash duel, and it seemed like Draken just had 3 hits before Sealer was able to find 1. And that sort of difference between these two, especially when you've got the backup of the double shield to work through, means your DPS are able to take such aggressive positions that Danish Kebab was controlling space beautifully.
Positions. Regen EU's DPS were so tight. They didn't really have anywhere to work with. They didn't really have any angles they could take or wanted to take. It was a rough round for them. I think the one team fight their DPS had space, they won, and that was off of a Gravitic Flux. So maybe Depsy needs to play a little bit more aggressive here or have better timing on their off angles.
And now we see a good start so far from Regen EU, being able to take out Draken trying with that Widowmaker to get some position. But again, Danish Kebab goes through with such aggression. They've isolated off this high ground and are starting to push forward. He even managed to get that 3-4 kills in a matter of seconds coming out there. And so Danish Kebab lose the early kill. But where's the rest of Regen EU going to be coming through with this one? It seemed like as the go went from Danish Kebab, they went through, and now coming through with the Bastion just to add insult to injury.
Draken missed the jump as well, so Draken's not going to be able to get set up on this high ground. That forces them to set up on the objective. Oh, okay, they still have time to get set up on the high ground, and this is going to be a shock to Regen. I doubt they will have seen the change, so as soon as they turn this corner, they're going to have a nasty surprise.
Oh, and that makes you hesitate. I must admit, the Bastion just changes how you're going to do it. And you see Regen, they've split themselves up. They're trying to push out from off angles, but the damage coming through from that turret form, able to do so much. Sealer going to be going down. No real hope. And there's Danish Kebab again, moving through as a unit, being able to push 3 people onto anyone who's poking out from an off angle. And again, Danish Kebab taking this one pretty much as fast as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think Regen, you got what they deserved there. I think that was silly. I think that was a silly map from them. I feel like if we go to Route 66 and they play like some sort of brawl mirror, that has some rush aspects and they can catch players off guard, especially when Ariel's had such a good game, especially when they were playing Sigma on the defense, trying to catch Ariel off guard and maybe put them off their game. I think that would have been a nice strategy. I just don't think Regen had a valid game plan. They had a game plan, but was it a good one?
Yeah, a game plan has to have some sort of idea behind it, and considering now they kind of stuck to their guns. I didn't see any sort of flex coming out. I didn't see sort of change going, okay, these are the threats that we're really struggling to deal with. How do we adapt to that? And so far, I haven't really seen any sort of good thought patterns coming out from Regen EU. And while they're probably all very good, mechanically good heroes, if you don't have the space to work with, if you can't just give something to your DPS to allow them to get the picks, you're just constantly going to be collapsed upon. And with the synergy that's been coming out from Danish Kebab so far, they identify a target who's off on their own. You see the split coming up constantly from Regen, going off on different angles, trying to maybe work something out. When you're putting two people on their own, Danish Kebab's going to recognize that and go, right, we're going to send all 6 after those 2 and then win the 6v4 afterwards every time.
Team fight, right? On the offense for Danish Kebab, we know that Regen EU has a lot of poke value, right? So it should be quite hard to close the distance. It wasn't hard to close the distance at all, right? Danish Kebab were instantly on to Depsy, instantly on to Helmer, instantly. They didn't even have to question it. So, like, there was no hope to kind of disrupt anything. There was no nothing. There was no threat at all to the players walking up to that high ground. I think the rotation was slow from Helmer and Depsy, although, to be fair, in their defenses, that they should never be allowed to be walked on like that, especially when they are so immobile as targets themselves. I just think it was a really bad map from Regen EU. There's no other way to put it. Let's see what they do for the next one.
Well, we're gonna have some time now for Regen to just gather themselves. We're gonna go to a quick 5-minute break. Let's see if they can just sit and think and go, right, how were we picked apart so quickly? What else do we need to try? And they need to come back with a reverse sweep. They've only got one map left in hand. If they lose this, they are out of this. And Danish Kebab keeps on that rolling streak going all the way through to our round of 16, guys. We'll be back just after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the open division here. We've got some Overwatch action for you here. So far, Danish Kebabs showing an incredibly dominating performance here against quite an inflexible Regen EU squad who've been trying some works, trying some mirrors, and kind of not showing up to the party just yet. Ocean, you have not been a fan of their tactics so far, or is it just that Danish Kebab has got such good synergy now that they're being able to roll through things and execute it just so much better?
So things, right? I did say earlier in the broadcast, I think Danish Kebab will finish top 2. I think they've got a very good head coach. I think they've got a very good structure. I think the players are all great. They have everything they need to go and set themselves to contenders trials. I think they will do it. I think the players have a lot of a desire. But Regen EU, they've not been good today. And I expected a little bit more. They've got little pieces of their roster that have a lot of synergy. Harry and Depsy are both the ex-tank line of Sakura, who were never a great team, but they were together and they have players who are very, very capable of playing Overwatch. Melio is an ex-sub Golden Board DPS player. Helmer has been around for a long time and played with Olaf before. But there's little parts of this roster, who have played together before, and just little parts of this roster who have a little bit of potential, and none of it's been showcased.
When it came to Danish Kebabs, they've had a pretty easy run through the bracket so far. I mean, they had a bye in the first round, then were against the 67th seed and then the 35th seed. So I was thinking that maybe when they come in against the 14th seed, they would be a little bit more of a contention. I certainly didn't expect a 2-0 on the control maps from 0 to 100 almost on the second one. And then a full hold on Route 66. That is a dominating performance where, I mean, for the first 3 or 4 team fights, it looked like Regen wasn't going to get a kill at all. And then coming through here, Regen has, of course, with a slightly different roster, been able to pick up a top 6 finish here in this open division before. And so you really expect this team with a little bit of history and a little bit of success in the past to be able to come through with a stronger showing. Hopefully they're going to be able to swap something up and be able to look a little bit like they can find some sort of crack in the Danish Kebab armor.
Yeah, hopefully we're gonna head to Kings Row for our next map, and this makes me hopeful, right? Because I don't want to see a mirror. I don't want to see a mirror match between these two teams. However, Danish Kebab, when they're playing Brawl compositions, are playing the Symmetra variant. I expect Regen EU, if they do play Brawl, to play the Cree or a Sombra variant. And that's not a direct mirror. It's a mirror in competitions with Brawl, but it's not direct hero mirror. And as soon as I say that, both teams are gonna walk out on me. Unfortunately.
Oh man, that's an exact mirror. Of course, Regen still has the option to be able to swap it out if they need to. But when you're going into this, can Olaf be able to get some sort of more influential May walls up there, create some space, just use that aggression from Danish Kebab, who have not been shy at charging forward at some stage? Maybe Danish Kebab going to overextend at some stage, and then they can isolate off 1 or 2 players. If you can take out Henning or Ariel near the beginning of the fight, or shut off Draken when they're trying to get out of this, shut off a nice immortality field from Ding. There's a chance for Regen, but it's gonna have to be up to Regen to really create something out of nothing. And I like this option of pathing right now. They're going up into the side, just trying to get something, jumping over the top. So a very quick aggression comes out, and there goes the May wall. That's countered out by a different May wall, and it seems like Regen tried to make something happen. They tried to force something into the beginning, but it just fell straight into the trap of Danish Kebab just as quickly as any fight we've seen from them so far.
Team fight from Regen EU, they played proactively. They tried to put Danish Kebab on the back foot. It was actually just a really good play from Disperse on May. I think Disperse is going to be the May player for this team. It was just a really good May wall. It was a really good reactive May wall from the defense. I thought Regen EU's approach was pretty good.
And they're going to try it again, still with the exact same rinse and repeat. Here comes the May wall, and it has separated off a couple of options there, but the May wall out the other side separates off, and this time it's going to be Regen EU. Sailor coming through with a double McCree kill in the beginning of this fight, opens it up, and Danish Kebab actually looking in at a lot of trouble here. So Regen had a game plan, and just because it didn't work the first time doesn't mean that it's flawed, and so it is going to be a first point capture coming out from Regen. This is the greatest sign of life that we've seen from this team so far.
Another proactive team fight this time. They make an adaptation. They haven't done any sort of adaptations in this series so far. They send Melio off on the offline goal at the time that they make that aggressive May wall and speed boost, and Melio just gets 2 kills. gets a huge benefit out of that off angle, and I want to see more of this proactive playstyle from Regen EU, because when you're playing proactively, your opponents are playing reactively and are on the back foot.
Now we see Danish Kebab just really wanting to contest this archway, and that's a great May wall to come out from Danish Kebab. Great start, but it has been isolated off and crushed through by that payload. Gives Regen a bit of an opportunity to come through, and they're going to keep using it. The High Noon attempt comes out from Draken, but not being able to find anything out of it so far means that Regen really has a good opportunity here. The fight into the back line from Aerial goes out, not going to decide to use that self-destruct, because so far, Regen being able to keep this payload moving quite comfortably.
Break for Regen was absolutely crucial, and let's focus on Regen because they've got a May Blizzard for this next team fight. That is a pretty good ultimate to potentially win a team fight, and they've got a self-destruct to create space. And why is that so important? May Blizzard is so good in slower pace team fights, or when the fight just slows down. Self-destruct is really good at slowing the team fight down, so let's see if they can coordinate those ultimates.
Danish Kebab, on the other hand, has very little to work with. They're coming up to both the sound barrier, but now we see the Blizzard thrown up proactively again from Regen, and they've used the self-destruct into the beginning of this fight. Helma trying desperately to keep Danish Kebab alive, and they've still lost their main tank. That's going to be a big difference between the two of them. Helma going to pay with their life. The back line here for Regen EU, trying, but the payload still pushes forward. Danish Kebab on their last legs trying to contest this out. They've still got a couple of people around. Here comes the Amplification Matrix and the Immortality Field for Regen EU, but still, they're holding around. They managed to isolate off Aerial. Aerial's going to be demeched quite quickly. High Noon tries to come out again. Draken not being able to get anything out of this one. And Danish Kebab falling one by one into this team fight means that Regen actually going to look to be able to take this out. It's just the May left, and it's cleaned up quite quickly. Regen actually making an incredibly quick time so far.
Since the start of this series, that Helmer's best hero is Lucio. I feel pretty good about that right now. I really do. I feel like they look so much better this map there. They're playing proactively. They look a lot more confident. Yes, Danish Kebab, they're better individually, but are they better as a team right now? Absolutely not.
Doesn't seem like it. We have seen the Baptiste Amplification Matrix coming out from Danish Kebab trying to do something. Dempsey's actually going to go off the edge there, not going to be able to come back onto the high ground. And so Danish Kebab have their first real opportunity to slow down the momentum of this payload. And you see Regen just realizing they've lost this fight back out. And it seems like Danish are going to be able to come back. They are going to have an Earth Shadow for the next fight, but they got to worry that Emily's got one as well.
Important team fight of the entire series, right? Danish Kebab, we know they're the better team on paper. We know they're the better team. Every single individual matching them up against their counterpart. Danish Kebab are the better team. But can they get the coordination right now that they're not getting snowballed against?
And there goes the Earth Shadow to start off the fight. This one coming out from Regen, just being able to get off slightly better. The one from Henning went the wrong way. And the Draken Deadeye finally pays off though for Danish Kebab. Manages to level out the fight here a little bit more and isolated the rest of Danish Kebab. Going to be able to use that Deadeye to be able to now push forward. And a great hold from Danish Kebab, even with Emily getting such a good Earth Shadow in the beginning.
Might be a little bit more, you know, subjective of what we actually might see, you know, comparatively of these two teams, right? Because Danish Kebab, yes, they're the better team, and they're the better players. And now that the snowball is stopped for Regen EU, can Danish Kebab start to, you know, show their dominance again?
Self-destruct thrown early in the fight here, and both teams have an amplification matrix as well. Great Diva catch there means that they're not going to be able to get anything out of that. Still, Danish Kebab with this sound barrier come through, and it's still Danish Kebab. Regen looks so strong in the beginning, but since then they've kind of fallen apart. That's 3 team fights in a row, and so Danish Kebab starting to be able to utilize ultimate economy and be able to win the team fights out quite cleanly, while Regen is just throwing them away. Still a very quick regroup from them, wanting to get back into this fight as fast as possible. Oh, dropping the Deadeye straight in the beginning of this fight. Draken going to be trying to get something out of it. Does actually manage to get around the May wall, and that's going to be the Baptiste falling straight away here for Regen. And that, without that Immortality Field, it's going to be the rest of Danish Kebab always looking to rush forward so quickly and be able to get a little bit more out of any sort of advantage they get in a fight.
Regen EU, though, they got a set win condition. I talked about how Blizzard is a great win condition, and how once the fight slows down, that's when the ultimate is the best. Deadeye and Self-Destruct are the perfect ultimates to do that. They've got the Deadeye online, so they're probably going to use the Deadeye first, create a little bit of space, slow the team fight down. As soon as they get closer to Danish Kebab, and then the Blizzard is ready to go. Oh no!
Oh! Taken out straight away in the beginning of this. The Deadeye was there exactly as you predicted, but doesn't come to anything, and it's still going to be Danish Kebab coming through. There was the minutest opportunity for Regen when Danish Kebab didn't have those ultimates, but they didn't execute that beginning of the team fight so cleanly that they lose it out, and now they've given all the ultimate charge that Danish Kebab is going to want. Just a minute left on the board means Danish Kebab really can hold this for as long as they want as we go into a pause.
Oh no. Oh, that was the opportunity, right? You know,
Yeah.
You finally got the win condition online. You've got the ability to win the team fight with that win condition. I didn't really see any way that Danish Kebab would have been able to respond to that Blizzard if set up and done correctly, which looked like they were setting it up pretty well. It was just that last second response from Ding, who just backed up, sent the Ant Matrix. So I probably knew that they're going to engage with Deadeye, right? It was pretty obvious that they were going to engage with Deadeye and try and slow the team fight down. But to be able to deal with it like that, just set up an Ant Matrix to get the kill, extremely well played. But you also have to ask the question of how did they let that happen, right? You've got a full Reinhardt shield, probably. You've got most of your defense matrix left because of the pathing you've taken. That death shouldn't really happen, but all credit to Ding.
Yeah. Danish Kebab seem to just be able to read that so perfectly. Regen, with their pathing, has been creative. They've tried a couple of opportunities, but they seem to be telegraphing it so much. So we're going, all right, Danish Kebab sitting there going, all right, we know what you're doing. You're coming on the high ground. You got a McCree, probably got a Deadeye. We're just going to focus. And as soon as they peek out, we see that counterplay. And we talk about Regen trying to pick up the pace because right now, Danish Kebab is able to execute so cleanly and so quickly. As soon as they know what it is, they've been able to read the team fights before they even happen, and their reaction has been flawless so far on these last couple of team fights. When Regen was playing proactively at the beginning, they really were able to do a lot of work, and now they're just being read left, right, and center.
The Kings, because Kings Row as a map is very snowbally. We actually saw Regen and you get a great snowball going. They were able to play proactively as we were talking about, and that's a great look for them. I want them to continue doing that the rest of this open division and maybe further on. But King's Rose map is very snowbally, so is no surprise that once the Regen EU picked up one fight, they picked up a couple of team fight wins. But once Danish Kebab on the defense settle in, then their snowball starts going, their ultimate cycle gets better and better. Regen EU, they had one opportunity, they lost that opportunity, both their DPS ultimates gone. 56 seconds left. Danish Kebab with the better ult cycle.
Yeah.
I don't think Regen EU are going to win another fight, but I'm going to give credit to them. They made improvements. They didn't play a silly mirror. They played a mirror that made sense, right? They played something that makes sense for their roster. Helmer's on the best hero, in my personal opinion. Melio gets to play McCree, which I believe is their best hero. This suits them a lot more. They picked up some adaptations. Their proactive playstyle was really nice to watch at the start. Yes, they're snowball ended, and yes, Danish Kebab are probably going to win this map. They're the better team, but they made some improvements, and they need to use those improvements in further games.
Oh, yeah. Especially when you compare this now to those first two maps, which was 100% favored towards Danish Kebab. It's nice to see that Regen has been able to at least win a couple of fights, and quite cleanly as well at that, being able to get through some ultimates. Both teams are coming in with about 3 ultimates left each, and so Regen might have an opportunity if they can execute it properly, if they can come in there, their 2 support ults are up, and so we could maybe see Regen coming through with one more team fight, but as long as Danish Kebab don't waste their ultimates, they don't throw them away and get absolutely nothing out of that, even if they just hold them and bait out those ultimates from Regen's going to be able to get a little bit of progression on the payload, but they effectively need to win 2 team fights quite cleanly to be able to close out this map, and so a nice bit of aggression coming out, a nice bit of progression on the payload, certainly a defensible option, a defensible distance that Regen has managed to get so far, but I doubt that they're going to be able to close out this payload.
Improvements of Regen, we'll maybe see them later in the tournament in the losers bracket, see how they do. They've got a little bit more potential now that we can have a look at. What I want to actually now focus on for the rest of the series, maybe even the rest of the day, is Danish Kebab. I think they're going to be a top 2 team. They looked a little bit unsettled when they were getting snowball, but the rest of the series, I think they've been flawless. I think Ariel is a terrific player. I think Ariel was my MVP on the first winners finals of the year for Open Division. So, I think Ariel is a great player. Played really well for 4D as well in the last Open Division, which won. So Ariel is actually won both open divisions so far. I think Danish Kebab's a great roster. I think they will finish top 2. I just want to focus on them, the rest of it. What can they do? Can they prove themselves to potentially maybe get into contenders later on as well? This roster has a lot of talent.
Oh yeah, that of course is what we're playing for at this stage, is that tickets to Overwatch Contenders Trials, and it's going to be an option, but look where Primefire is setting up behind everyone, sitting in that corner, drops down the Blizzard and catches everyone from Regen there as they drop down, trying to make something happen, and with a beautiful use of that ultimate. What a good positioning. And again, Danish Kebab just reading this in the beginning and now trickling out these last 2 players here means that Danish Kebab has everything in control here. Just such a good heads-up play, and still has 2 ultimates left in the bag with that amplification matrix coming on in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, they're good. Yeah, that's 3 ultimates. Regen, really no chance unless Emily, aka Hari, gets a massive Earth Shatter.
It's going to have to work here. The Maywall goes up to just push back Danish Kebab. The counter Maywall comes out, and the amplification matrix through the center of it stops Henning, getting a good bit of boost onto that fire strike. But still, this one dragging out a little bit more. Not the quick, clean team fights that we've been seeing from so far. Ariel comes out with a double kill, even manages to get the punch as Baby Diva, probably the smallest character in the game. But when you're hitting it for the last little bit, Danish Kebab able to just stabilize so beautifully on that last point. Just realize that snowball was a problem and gather themselves together, hold it out there, and with that quick time of Regen, they couldn't have given themselves a better opportunity to push the end and still not managing to find it.
Right. The team we're focusing on right now, Regen. Well done to them. They've improved in this series, but I think this will be over after this map. But we're focusing on a bigger narrative here. We're focusing on a bigger story. The entirety of this OD, it might be in front of us, right? Because Danish Kebab, they could be the dominant team. They've been the dominant team on Route 66. They were the dominant team on Busan. But here they hit a little stumbling block and got snowballed a bit. Can they recover? They've already recovered from it, but can they then go back after recovery to go and just storm around, play dominant, show they're the better team, show they're the better individual pieces? That's what I want to know here and now. Are these the potential winners of this open division we're looking at? Can they show us that now, in this round, in this series?
Now you got to ask, Regen has stuck to the exact same team comp. They're going, we found some opportunities. We see a little bit of a swap up coming out from Danish Kebab. Draken going to be going on to that Hanzo instead of the McCree. Regen, do you believe that holding on to the same team comp is the right call here?
Because it's the competition you played best with today. It was a mirror that you were comfortable with. Danish Kebab, they've decided to go for a different adaptation with the Hanzo. It's just a little bit more distance spam to maybe put players under pressure. It's pretty much the same matchup again. It's just a little bit more spam from Danish Kebab.
A little bit of hesitation coming out from Danish Kebab, just trying to figure out what your opponents have and what your strategy is going to be walking into this. Just trying to get a little bit of poke here or there. Ding already quite far up to the ultimate. There goes the Mei War up, and Emily going to be charging way out of the fight here. Not going to be able to use that Ryan shield for any protection of the team. And Draken going to actually swap onto that Symmetra, going to be able to teleport some players behind the side of Regen, and it's worked so beautifully. Primefire going to be able to pick apart the back line there. Still, Draken going to go down at the end of the fight, but Danish Kebab so happy with how that first fight went. Such patience. It was beautiful to see.
Switch from the Symmetra over to the Symmetra. They had a couple of shots at the horn, so they realized that that poke advantage wasn't really going to help them. So they used the Symmetra teleporter, get some players to the point, and then Emily missing the pin and kind of getting caught out was really weird. It actually made the team fight really messy. I actually think if Regen and you didn't make that mistake, it would have been a cleaner team fight for Danish Kebab, because they even saw Ariel look at Emily and go, hang on, is that my main? I can't tell.
And still, while Regen are able to get up the first little pick in this fight, we're going to be able to see Primefire going to be able to come back so quickly into this. And still, Danish Kebab charging forward quite aggressively now. Henning's going to go down at the beginning of those fights, gets saved up for just a second. Draken also going to go down. Here comes the McCree ultimates and just forces the self-destructs to come out there. Still, Regen looking pretty happy with the beginning of this fight. Are going to be caught out by the Blizzard at the end of it, but they've done a good job to stall out this payload, and they are actually going to be able to secure up this archway.
I don't can't. 2 players left, and Ding's on the off angle, making things difficult. Cronus has got the rest of the team back into the fight. Danish Kebab will take this one pretty easily.
Yeah, Regen stalled it out for just a second there. They were able to get a couple of picks, but eventually with that quick reinforcement coming out from Danish Kebab, they were able to take this so quickly. And look at the sneaky teleporter play coming in here. They've realized that Regen is on the right-hand side there and are actually going to try and get behind them. Nothing coming out of it just yet. Have managed to build up Draken some ultimates, and this is going to be a big self-destruct into the backline. Doesn't manage to find up anyone, but creates some space for Regen to try and charge forward. But they're charging forward into the big resources coming out. Cronus dropping that sound barrier at the beginning of the fight means Danish Kebab stays healthy for a little bit. Still, Regen being able to come out with their own sound barrier to be able to keep the team alive for a little bit longer. It's going to only just delay the inevitable, though, as Danish Kebab sticking around so healthy and picking apart. And this is the problem about paying into a May is someone who excels at being able to just pick off people coming in, and the heads-up play to shut off that McCree from the left-hand side. No ultimate, no Deadeye going to be able to change anything here, but still a big contention coming out from Regen, trying desperately to hold it before it gets to that second point. Still Danish Kebab, now just the last couple of meters left in their challenge.
Really good team fight for Regen, but it was set up by Danish Kebab because like they had the hard engage, and once the team fight slowed down after the hard engage, it was a pretty easy Blizzard timing for Olaf. That's the best timing to get value out of the Blizzard ultimate, and it was well set up by Danish Kebab for Regen.
And you talk about that hard engage now, just catching out Regen's front line there behind the May wall, dropping the Blizzard on top of them, secures them a couple of kills. Danish Kebab looking very happy. Henning being even so aggressive to charge away from the team while the Lucio and Diva charge into the back line. Regen trying to get something out here and still being able to control the space so beautifully. Danish Kebab comes through with a 3-0 victory, looking dominant throughout this. Just a few moments of hesitation caused by Regen at the end of the day. Still, Carrot actually going to be able to get the play of the game here. Just good use of this amplification matrix and that immortality field at the end of it, being able to keep the team alive. And that just seemed to be the story for Danish Kebab, being able to just withstand anything that Regen was able to throw at them for long enough that they kept people alive. And even though they lost 1 or 2 picks, the rest of the team was able to do the work.
You have a contradicting narrative for those last 2 fights. You know, Danish Kebab, they set up Regen and use Blizzard, but still win the team fight. Then they set up their own Blizzard perfectly. Hard engage, team fight extremely fast, then it slows down. Once that pace of the team fight slows down, bang, perfect team fight Blizzard. It's the timing. The timing is always going to be perfect in that sort of situation. And they win the series off of that. 3-0, pretty dominant. Is it dominant enough for me to back up my statement of getting top 2? Guaranteed? I'll go with yeah. I think this team's really strong.
Oh, I have to back you on that one, I must admit. It's just they looked so strong from the beginning. There were a couple of team fights where maybe they got caught out a little bit, or maybe the May Wall trapped one person out in the middle of nowhere. But other than that, really just coming through. Even the team fights, like you say, that they were hard engaged upon, where they were caught out in a position that they may not have wanted to be able to. They kept enough people alive that they went, right, we'll sacrifice 1 or 2 players and still win this team fight. Be able to let your opponents use all their resources and use that, something like a Baptiste immortality field. That's where the strength really shines, is you keep enough people alive, you waste everything from your opponents, and then you collapse upon them. And what a good play from Danish Kebab. They're going to be taking on the winners of One World versus Unbelievable. That's your 11th seed and your 6th seed. And so when it comes to Danish Kebab, I don't know if there's anyone left. Of course, there are still some great teams left in this tournament. You've got to watch out for people like Fifth Dimension or O1 Esports being able to come back into that, of course, from the other side of the brackets. But for now, this is a team that you've got to worry about. And what would you say to a team that has to face them in the next round with the clean execution and the pace that Danish Kebab were able to execute with?
Were quite weak to the proactive playstyle earlier on in King's Road. They adapted pretty well, to be fair to them, so maybe they're not. But I think coming into the match with a range of compositions that you can play, being as flexible as Danish Kebab is a difficult thing to do. But I think you've got to do it, and I think you've got to play it proactively against them, put them on the back foot, and see where that snowball takes you. If you get a strong snowball like on a map like King's Road, maybe instead of Regen getting 2 points, you get all 3 and put them on the back foot a little bit more. I feel like you've got to play hyper aggressive against them. You've got to be versatile, you've got to be clean, you've got to be comfortable. But it's going to be difficult. This is a very, very strong team for a Tier 3 tournament. I think they'll be in the contenders trials. I would say contenders potentially for this roster. It's got a very high ceiling. I believe they're coached by Animated, who's extremely talented as well. I like this team a lot. But I am intrigued to see them play against the one-trick teams, like O1. I feel like that could be a bit messy for them. The reason I say that is this team will be so well drilled into these normal matchups. Yeah, they probably will have scrimed one-trick teams and be prepared for them, absolutely. But they will be so well drilled into these matchups that you'll be used to. You saw them in the double shield matchup, perfect. You saw them in the brawl matchup as soon as they got some momentum, perfect, right? In the one-trick matchup, I haven't seen them yet, and it might be a little bit tricky.
Definitely an option for other teams to be able to come through and take it off them. And if that was the level of Overwatch we got to see here just in our first match here in round 4, I cannot wait to see what the rest of this tournament has in store for us. Guys, I'm sure you want to see what's going to come later as well. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break. We're going to be bringing you more Overwatch action. Go check out the second stream as well if they're still carrying on right now. I think they've just finished as well with some also dominating performances. And so as we get more towards the end, we're just going to be distilling the talent down to a slightly better and slightly higher level of Overwatch. I cannot wait to see it. I'm sure you guys will too. We'll see you just after this.
truth was lies. I wanna rewind. Isn't it obvious how we're gonna make this right? 'Cause we had that love, we had that poison, we had that high for a day. Sometimes it all slips away and you lose yourself and you feel like you're falling into fire. Ooh, sometimes
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Overwatch Open Division. This is the EMEA region where we're getting to see teams play it out to try and make it into Overwatch Contenders Trials. I'm Ultrism, and joining me is Ocean here for our second game here, Frog versus O2 Esports in round number 5. How are you feeling about this match?
Pretty good. You know, we had a really interesting series last time. We got to see one of the giants that we expect in Danish Kebab. We're going to get to see another one. O2 Esports, we're going to call them, right? A little bit obviously applying on O1 Esports. This is essentially your old players who avoided, who played in last Contenders Trials. They've got a couple of new players that we'll get to see throughout today, most notably Isaac, who's known to play hitscan DPS, is known for being like a good comp warlord, like in-game comp warlord. In Europe, he used to play Insanity, off-tank for Insanity, so this player is extremely flexible and is going to play hitscan today.
Oh, and when you're going against someone like that, of course, this team is currently seeded second in our tournament, so even higher than Danish Kebab that we got to see in the previous one. Are we expecting to see these guys just roll this match? Frog, quite a relatively new team, obviously pulling a lot of players from Firetail Krypton, just the Firetail org in general, being able to come into this one. Do we see O2 Esports being able to take this quite cleanly, or do we expect to see a little bit of a shake-up here?
I think it'll be clean. I mean, I think the only reason it won't be clean is if O2 decide to, play around a little bit, mess around with their food. And honestly, it could get messy if they play around with their food a bit, because there is a player that I quite highly rate. On the other side of things, on the Frog roster, it's Avoria. They were on the last regen roster who got top 6 in Open Division. They played an extremely good series. They're really underrated. They're a really hard grinder, really passionate player on the hit scan. So I think Avoria is a player that could cause O2 Esports some trouble if O2 start to mess around with their food a bit.
Oh, that's the problem, is when we start to get to these higher ranks, you really have to actually start giving a little bit of credit to your opponents, regardless of whether you've seen them or not, or what their historical backing is. The fact that they've gotten to this stage means that they are being able to play some great Overwatch. Of course, O2 has had a pretty decent run so far, and we did see there that Frog has had some great moments in their previous games so far. And so when you've got especially someone like your big hitscan DPS being able to pop off, if you don't actually keep track of that player, you might actually find that 2 or 3 of your people of your team are dead before you even realize and can counteract it.
Yeah, I mean, this is such an interesting matchup. I actually really hope we get to see O2 Esports take on Danish Kebab later on, because you got that one trick playstyle versus a very, very strong, stable Danish Kebab team. It's coached by Animated, who is a really, really good head coach in Europe. Really do highly rate them. O2, a little bit on the crazier side, a little bit of wackier players, wackier personalities on the team, but a good team nonetheless. I expect O2 to take it, but I do think that we do need to watch out for Avoria, and I think other teams who are interested in picking up a hitscan player want to have a look at Avoria here today.
Yeah, no, that's one of the best things about Contenders at the Open Division here, is that a lot of players who are excellent in their own right, or just solo queued to very high levels, are able to find some great teams or even be scouted out. I mean, Regen picked them up last year for good reasons, and the fact that they've come in now could really make the Frog side a little bit more formidable. And so if we look at the Frog team in general, you've of course got Avoria that we were talking about leading the hit scan role there, and then backed up by Nize on the flex DPS, gives the team a little bit of just cohesion, a little bit of more options to play with, and maybe they've been able to scout out O2 Esports and the rosters. You talk about the one-trick capabilities of O2. Maybe this is a team that's come in and read through it a little bit more and comes up with something. Of course, on the tank line, you're going to be taking Regen and Gas, going to be looking to get that space for the team, and then backed up by the support duo of Grease and Mayo for the side of Frog.
Yeah, Grease, I've heard a little bit about before. Never watched them play. Don't know much about them from my personal experience. Just a name that's been thrown around the scene a little bit. Apparently, they're pretty all right. So that's a player that you want on the main support role. A little bit of consistency. Will they be able to set the tempo against a wonkier team? I highly doubt it, but they can stay alive. I'll be pretty impressed with them today.
Yeah, we often talk about main tank difference, but main support difference, especially with Baptiste being in the meta so heavily, and that immortality field can change a fight so much. If you can just withstand the onslaught, like we saw Danish Kebab being able to do last time, if you can just last through the first couple of abilities being thrown at your team and get that immortality field up, it can really change the fight around a lot. So having a very strong player, and I love it when people are just starting, you start hearing echoes and legends about players coming through in the back line. It gives you a lot to look forward to in this side. On the other side, O2 Esports, a little bit more well-known though, of course. Isaac and PvPX going to be coming through as your two DPS players there. Isaac has been in the O2 Esports for a while now, and then PvP joined by the teammates from, oh yeah, I'm special on that flex tank, and Tractor Kid, someone that I've got the chance to cast both of these two before. Coming through as your two tanks. It's going to be interesting to see how those two are able to leverage that opportunity, and are they going to play that very aggressive play style, take it to a team that might not have the same sort of experience in it, and then backed up by Hampy and Abs on those support duo.
I think O2, safe to say, the stronger roster, the stronger team, they probably will win this series. As I said before, it's about individuals on the side of Frog. But for me, again, we've kind of got this building storyline throughout Stream A today of who's going to win this Open Division, who's going to be the contenders to go into contenders trials, funnily enough. And O2 Esports, of course, they were there last year as the roster of Oh Yeah. They've been in contenders before, a lot of these players. We have to keep an eye on them, and we just saw Danish Kebab have a massive performance in the last game, so realistically, their battle to get into contenders trials, it starts now.
It really is, and that's what we're going to be looking for, especially considering we're thinking that O2 Esports probably going to be taking this as we go on to Oasis for our first map. Of course, has a lot of opportunity. O2 Esports really wants to take this solidly because you've got to be looking long term. Are you going to be able to take on what's looking like a very formidable Danish Kebab side there? You really want to get that motivation behind you. If you're going to struggle against a team like Frog, it doesn't bode very well for the rest of your tournament and whether you can take it. Of course, we're going to be taking it through to the city center at the beginning here. One of the most beautiful maps, and such an influential high ground control that needs to come out from both of these sides.
So this is probably the worst case scenario for Frog, right? Because we go to city center. It's a very good point for Wrecking Ball Zarya compositions, right? It just is, right? And you're going to be able to play Tractor Kid 69. Okay, ball on the Wrecking Ball hero. Lots of open space to work around with, but it will actually direct my attention all the way over to Frog. Looks like they're going to be running a standard rush composition. I don't know if Evoria is going to play Tracer yet with this, or maybe Reaper. But this competition, typically very good at isolating players. If you could maybe isolate the Honor or I'm Special, then maybe you could do something with this rush composition. Looks like Evoria is going to go for the Tracer instead of the Reaper. I think I like that a little bit more, because if you're playing the Reaper, you're going to be wanting to get up close and personal. You leave yourself open to getting pile drive than getting that Wrecking Ball some neat ultimate charge.
Very interesting composition coming out from O2 Esports right now, taking that Torbjorn off the beginning, and then the Wrecking Ball and Chain, as I like to call it, between the Wrecking Ball and the Roadhog, going to offer them a lot of disruption potential. You know, the Wrecking Ball starts knocking people around, starting to take people off that high ground, and then something like the Roadhog hook that can basically just instantly delete a player means that Frog going to be really hard pressed to keep their coordination together, keep their mentality as a team, and try and hold it out. Of course, backed out there. You've got people displacing you, and you really don't want to be displaced when you're going into a Torbjorn or something like that. Still, Frog going to be coming in very nice and aggressively at the beginning of this fight, really diving hard into the backline, takes out the turret and the immortality field. The beginning opens up a little bit of an opportunity, and so far, it looks like Frog going to be taking control of the point. Very happy to let O2 Esports just come in at a slower pace, and this starts ticking up right now. We see Esports trying to make something happen. We see Isaac taking out the Moira on the other side, so Frog going to be under a lot of pressure straight away, backed up by that big anti-heal grenade, and the hook comes through. Avoria going to be taken down by that. I'm Special picking up a double kill in the beginning of this, and then another flashbang from Isaac helps secure it. So Esports looking very strong from the beginning, just pacing it to their perfection.
To see Isaac, because if you don't know, I own an organization called Incendia Esports. Isaac used to play on the Incendia roster as an off-tank. And Isaac is known as sort of like a comp grinder, so I feel like a team like O2 Esports, who have a unique play style, will actually suit him really well.
Wow, the ultimate's coming out straight away. The hack going onto O2 Esports going in the beginning of this, and Isaac's just going to back it out though, helping with that high noon to secure some space. And it looks like Frog now going to be caught in a dangerous position. Still Isaac not managing to get the hits there onto the Tracer. Still Tracer not really doing anything. Avoria struggling to find purchase in the backline here. Just so much control of area. The nice pulse bomb though from Avoria starts it off very well from Frog. This could be an opportunity for them. Isaac going to be going down, and that's a lot of the control and damage, and you can see the aggression coming out from Frog afterwards. They have to worry about that fantastic goo coming out from the Torbjorn, though the Molten Core being able to shut off a bit of space. And so Frog swaps it up, tries to go around the side. They're going to be trying to charge in now with the Lucio sound barrier and trying to get into the backline. Avoria hunting down the Ana in the backline. Cool Boy not long for this world, and a good attempt from Frog to start this off. They need to worry about it. It's Gas going to be pulled into the backline. Does have that self-destruct if they want to drop it on point. In fact, going to be leaving it there to just create some space. A good dodge though from Special, keeps him on the payload, keeps him on the point at least, and Tractor Kid going to go down. Esports looking like they're going to be taking a lot of damage, and Frog manages to actually turn this point around for now. They've picked up most of the percentage, but they still haven't managed to secure it just yet. This Lucio from Abs doing a lot of work to trickle it out, and builds up 84% in basically the second fight.
A bit of trolling at the start of the team fight. Obviously Isaac it's stuck with the pulse bomb. He just kind of doesn't really look to get any other value. And then Special, of course, out of position at the start of the team fight. They still get a lot of percentage out of it, but 84%, that's not quite one fight territory for OT Esports. So Frog, they have an opening, they have an EMP as well, so watch out for that EMP. This could become a really nice snowball for them.
That EMP, of course, is a very big ultimate, one of the most influential ones to set up a team fight, and especially when you're going into a team like this that's so reliant on their abilities, you're going to be looking for Sog King to be able to try and make something work with that. Hasn't needed to use it just yet. Avoria just trying to harass the backline. Now we see the opportunity, just looking for this EMP into the backline. It doesn't really want to drop it now, as O2 Esports just going to be taking control of this so beautifully.
It's so easy to kind of set up an EMP when you're kind of defending. You would have thought they would just go straight for an EMP team fight. They just don't even get it set up at all.
But look at this aggressive position here coming out from Soj King, wanting to just hold it into the backline, scouts out everything. This is going to be their make or break, but gets taken out at the beginning of the fight. That is horrible if you're aside from Frog. You have no chance now. Still, one kill from the Diva Bomb is not going to be enough to open up the chance for Frog. And they try to use the Sombra. The whole point of running that Sombra is to get that EMP off, and still no luck with it. They're not even going to be able to use it now in this next fight. Oof.
Ball for Frog. So they've got two fights. They have the EMP for these two fights. They want to ideally set up for the first one and get a nice ult cycle going. Build up that EMP. Again, for maybe get another EMP team fight. They don't get it done the first time around, so they're okay, reset, let's go again. Sojiki goes to set up that EMP in the backline. It gets stunned out of it by the flashbang of Isaac. Oh, worst case scenario for Frog. However, I will have to say that I do like the fact that they've got an identity, they've got a game plan going into this. They do want to play these rush comps, and it can be effective if they can isolate the targets. Have they been able to isolate the targets? Not really, but they might be able to do that later in the series.
I mean, who do you even start isolating from esports? It's certainly not going to be Special, who's been doing such a good job of running that front line and putting such an aggressive position. Doesn't find the hook at the beginning of this fight, but just cycling through these abilities. You've got Tractor Kid in the background trying to do some work there, and you can see O2 Esports, the hook onto the Diva is going to set this up beautifully for the side of O2 Esports. Still, Winston tries to follow it up, but with this Torbjorn turret doing so much work here, it means that O2 Esports is able to just keep going and hold it for when they want to push forward. They've got that counter initiation through the wazoo, in fact, from O2 Esports to be able to stop anyone from Frog finding their backline. And what does Frog do?
Go on to the backline, maybe Cool Boy or Alice, but that's so difficult to do because you've got to path through Special and Tractor Kid. However, that's one of those threats dealt with already.
And it's a great swap to the Reaper that allows them to put out so much damage so quickly. There's a great chance for Frog to come back in now. They're still trying to look forward. They teleport onto the high ground, tries to find the McCree, but you've gone straight into a flashbang. A great play so far, and the two of them dueling it out on the high ground. Avoria going to be coming out on top of that, but doesn't have a lot of health left to work with. Effectively out of the fight, has to try and retreat to the team. Soge King also not going to be able to come back with much. Hacks up the Wrecking Ball to stop that going, but you still have to worry about the fact that PvP has got that Torbjorn turret up for long enough to be able to put in some damage. We do see Frog managing to turn possession of this point, but now they need to worry about all the ultimates coming out from O2 Esports. We've managed to put them together through that first team fight. They've dropped the mines at the beginning of this, and look at this aggression coming out from Tractor Kid. Goes into the back line, even with the Sombra, does get hacked up, and so maybe overextends just a little bit too far. Soge King has managed to get up this EMP, but there's no one left alive for Frog to really try and make anything work here.
Tractor Kid, yeah. You may say overextended. I think he did. Or they did. Overextend? Absolutely they did. However, the most important part of that team fight was going to be the EMP, and Soge King, distracted by Tractor Kid, is unable to use that EMP. So that's obviously a lot of value from the Wrecking Ball there, and now Frog, they've got to commit to another setup. And the way O2 are set up is, how do you deal with that McCree on the high ground?
And now we see this, a desperate attempt from Frog. They're going to be dropping that sound barrier at the beginning of the fight, trying and using that to rush into the beginning of this. And the flanking Isaac comes through to shut down that incoming Reaper. Not able to get just quite the kill just yet. And so Frog's still going to be trying to stay alive. They didn't manage to get anything out of the EMP either. Rajan and Maya are going to be the only ones with their ultimates coming into this. They need to worry about that whole hog. And the whole hog used to now just push Frog backwards. Evoria is going to be in the backline. In fact, does manage to take out Special, stuck in that whole hog animation. And so Evoria has to worry about going down too quickly. Good prioritization coming out from Frog, though. It's just sequentially dealing with threats as they pop up, and they've managed to turn it around. Still, Evoria going to have that Death Blossom for the next fight.
The setup from OT Esports for that sound barrier engagement was really, really good, and they just kind of threw it away after they won the initial engagement of the team point. But now, they've got the animations to bring themselves back into play.
That's a great way to start this. Still, there's a lot of people on the back line of the O2 Esports that have been going down, and Evoria does an amazing amount of work with that Death Blossom to win out the fight. And so even though Esports got a good start to this fight, they're not going to be able to get up this percentage. And with one fight territory for them, they would have really liked to make something happen there.
And with that EMP, you can build up other ultimates like Death Blossom that just won that previous team fight for you. And they found Tractor Kid as well, so they might be able to isolate that Wrecking Ball.
This EMP, like you say, going to start it out, and combined with this wonderful sound barrier coming out from Frog, Grease doing a great job of getting that up so quickly into these fights, means that Frog going to be staying alive. They're now trying to isolate. Special, caught in a corner, is being collapsed upon by the team, and so Frog sequentially dealing with person after person. Yeah, it's a great start for them so far. They still have the EMP if they want to throw it. They're going to drop it out now, securing the kill on Tractor Kid. Tractor Kid not going to be able to stall out this point for any amount of time. The percentage still ticking up for Frog, and so it looks like O2 Esports may not even be able to get back to the point. In fact, they don't, and that's a much better showing from Frog, using that EMP to their advantage and using it to win the team fights that counts.
The DPS line of Frog, because I think that's clearly the story of that round in particular. I've really thought Evoria had a great round. I really did. I thought that duel with Isaac on the top right was extremely important to that team fight. That Death Blossom came extremely clutch when they didn't really have anything else to work with. But Evoria had a really strong round, and Soge King had a pretty poor round on City Center when it came to the Sombra, but that was much better, wasn't it, right? We got some EMP team fight wins, we isolated some players. I did get a bit of a giggle when they hacked up Tractor Kid and they fell in the hole. It was quite funny. So, I think it was a big, much needed improvement from the DPS line of Frog.
And it seems like Frog just have a better target prioritization. They realize what each of their roles is a little bit more. Soge King just even sticking around just to deal with Tractor Kid in the background, stop that aggression. And I like this flanking opportunities coming out here from Frog. They're just staying away from the team fight, trying to find an angle where someone caught out in the open. O2 Esports having gone into this, the nice teleport onto the high ground from Avoria is going to catch people by surprise, but they are able to stick alive through it. And when you're alone like that as a Reaper, that is not a position you want to be in. O2 Esports going to be able to do a lot of work here. Soge King having to put that translocator back a little bit, but doesn't even get the chance to get back to it, as O2 Esports just sticking together with that Baptiste splash healing, with that immortality field, and with the damage to back it up. O2 Esports going to be taking first control of the points. Oh, and this late trickle onto Mayo.
Might be able to kill Isaac if they're not careful, because of Warriors being able to back them up. And yeah, so they're going to have to back up. They're not going to get a late staggered kill that they might have wanted, but they will get a little, like maybe 1 or 2%, a little bit of an advantage. And what they will do with focus on a Soge King, 70% to that EMP and Coalescence already online to get them a stronger engage. They'll probably have EMP in the next 20 seconds or so.
They need to be worried about over-engaging too aggressively. We do see PvP going to be coming up with that Molten Core soon, which could shut it down. Tractor Kid going to get hacked up, and this is going to cause consternation. Still, Frog trying to try and fight this out. The Coalescence trying desperately to keep the rest of the team alive. Now PvP has got that Molten Core, going to secure the side room, give Esports a little bit of room to work with, and get so much work there, but still, it's combined that with the area control that is the Hammond Mines, means that we see O2 Esports still again picking apart Frog as they try to engage with the Coalescence.
Yeah, invest the EMP as well, so they won't have that tool, that critical tool that they might need for that next team. But there will also be other tools to work with. They'll have Warriors, Death Blossom, that won a critical fight in the previous round. But how do you even get Death Blossom set up here, especially when there's a turret kind of blocking your path? Special of a defense matrix. It's going to be extremely difficult to even have a Reaper up to this high ground to get value.
And we've seen O2 Esports just having such awareness of where that Reaper is at all times. They realize that they're going for the high ground, turns around so quickly, and with Tractor Kid being able to be so mobile, being able to disrupt the rest of them, even if Avoria manages to get into position, you've just got very little follow-up by the rest of them. And so the nice starts to kill of Tractor Kid at the beginning, still the main tank from Frog also going to be taken out at the beginning of this, and Frog really wants to take this fight. They've got the defense matrix around Avoria, trying to keep them alive, and even through all of that, O2 Esports just comes through clutch there. It's not enough to keep them alive though. It just seems this consistent pressure coming out from Frog, being able to do a lot. Soge King gonna have to try and TP out there, and still somehow O2 Esports, having lost so many in the beginning of that fight there, still managed to hold on to possession here. Enough people staying alive to be able to contest this for long enough, and even Tractor Kid having got up another set of bombs, going to be able to just control this point. It seems like between they always managing to combo it together with that Molten Core from PvP, means that Frog just has nowhere to move.
These one-trick compositions, it kind of just feels like the fight is never over. There's still one way they can win it. They can isolate a player with a pile drive and then throw a McCree at it, right? Like, there's no predicting how they play in O2 Esports. They benefited really well from their playstyle in that previous fight. However, it's back to focusing on the EMP. Come on, Soge King, what have you got for us?
Well, there it is, the start of the fight, and it's going to catch a couple of them. Only a couple, though, as I'm Special and PvP going to lose their lives at the beginning of this, or at least lose their abilities. The rest of O2 Esports not looking too healthy, but like you said, it's never over for this side, just being able to stay alive. Now we see a little bit more combination and cohesion coming out from Frog. They're doing very well. Avoria manages to survive on a little bit, but still, O2 Esports wanting to stick around. You've got both of the sports left, being able to guard up PvP here, who got caught up. And look at PvP, already nearly up to that next Molten Core and being able to turn around this pressure. Tractor Kid's been able to reinforce this fight, and it seems like Avoria not being able to just clean up the last little bit, and in fact going to be falling very, very low. Grease takes a little bit of body blocking there to try and keep the Reaper alive and to get that Death Blossom off, but not going to be able to do it. Still, O2 Esports never calling quits in any of these fights, and Frog not managing to find the area that they need. And I don't know, did it just come to that Sombra EMP not getting enough consistently?
I mean, sort of, but I think that last team fight was winnable. I think Grease was still around the point that Sombra maybe could have touched as well, and it was still winnable. Avoria just got 2 kills. So, Frog, I mean, I'm willing to call that a C9 personally. I think we may as well get it on the counter, but I do want to talk about this series because we saw the other big team on stream that we were talking about earlier, Danish Kebab. They looked really, really, really good. They looked really convincing. And Regen EU and this Frog team are probably a similar level. I would say Frog are a little bit higher. And OT Esports, they look like they're struggling. They really don't look like the team I expect them to be. I don't see that version of OT Esports competing for the Contenders Trials or even competing in Contenders Trials to get into Contenders. I don't think they're at that level at the moment.
Yeah, Frog is currently seeded 10th, Regen was seeded 14th, and so there's a slight difference between them, but not enough that you should expect a team like Frog to be able to take an entire map there, or at least an entire control point off there. OT Esports not being able to clean up consistently all the time. Sometimes they won the fight with only 2 or 3 people left at the end of that, and so maybe not the cleanest fights that they would have wanted, and it means that Frog has these opportunities, and that's all you're really wanting as a team. Even if you're coming in as the lowest seed, you just know that you need opportunities, and if you can take as many of those as you can now, especially when we start going through to our hybrid maps, something like that, or our escort maps, every one of those opportunities is a little bit more progression on the payload or that capture of that first point. You just need one team fight to capture that control point, and Frog showing that they can take the team fights that they need to off O2 Esports.
Concerning for OT Esports, right, is that's Control. Control is the most naturally chaotic game mode in the entirety of Overwatch, right? You're playing a chaotic composition. That benefits you tremendously. We're going into different game modes that you might not be favored in. And this has given me vibes of what we saw last night, where there was a team who, they came out of nowhere to come and beat Drifters, and they were kind of led by one player. According to a couple people, I thought Hammer apparently had a really, really good game, apparently. And they were kind of led by a player that's been in the scene a while and is a strong player, and people know that they're a strong player and they could potentially progress. Avoria is giving me the Haber vibe of last night when Drifters went out in North America. It was a huge shock. We could see a similar shock in this matchup if OT Esports don't take this a little bit more seriously.
Yeah, we talked about them wanting to try things out. The Torbjorn was definitely doing a lot of work, and this is where the one-trick ability of O2 Esports realizes their strength is, if you can make the team fights more chaotic, something like a wrecking ball knocking through people, hitting people with the pile drivers, it creates a lot of space for a Torbjorn turret to just wreak havoc, consistently putting in that damage. And while Frog is able to get a couple of picks there, we did see Avoria doing amazing amount of works on that Reaper, but the rest of the side of O2 Esports just falling sometimes in a little bit more dangerous positions, and so you can see them still going with quite an interesting composition. It looks like they're going to be coming out with the Ash and Junkrats on your double DPS, and then comboed with those very mobile tanks, the very self-sufficient tanks of the Wrecking Ball and the Diva.
Yeah, I'm very surprised, actually. We're going to Havana, a map where there is a lot of long sight lines, a lot of available poke. And I'm really surprised that they didn't take the option here to sub in Minimi, who is a really strong Orisa player. I would have thought that would have made a lot more sense to me. So I'm surprised that Minimi's not in the lineup for this map, but obviously OT Esports will be practicing with Tractor Kid in the lineup for Havana, so we'll see how much value this Wrecking Ball gets.
Oh, we're going to see now the Junkrat trap doesn't pay off at the beginning. A nice attempt by PvP. Just really, you can see OT Esports wanting to create a little bit more chaos in the backline. And Frog going for a very mobile comp now. Again, this very rush style, dive style composition that you're expecting. And it's going to be difficult to get into position and get that good, clean engage on these long sight lines that you're talking about. Especially when you've got people like Abs sitting there with that immortality field if you go too hard and don't get anything out of it super quickly. And Tractor Kid just going to be looking to harass on the ground, control it on the ground, and backed up there by I'm Special. The two of them are able to just really be around but not overly commit and let the rest of esports just sit there and do work from a distance. And I'm Special going to get hacked up and chewed down very quickly. A nice re-engage from Frog means that they are able to get a little bit more on top of esports than they would have liked, and so Frog going to be able to move this payload a little bit more, still keeping a couple of people on the ground. We do see Rajon going onto the high ground. Tracks again going to be able to take out Maya in the backline, though the Diva unfortunately not going to be able to get out of this one alive. And so esports losing a little bit but still always able to peel for each other and get out means that they're still looking pretty comfortable for now.
Line Frog going for Honor Perdita instead, trying to make their backline a little bit more stable. I think the reason they're opting away from Lucio Moira, even though it's a pretty strong option, is because it's quite hard just to pav up to that high ground, even with Lucio Moira with the speed boost.
And this Riptire comes through, is finding the back line, but does get taken down at the beginning of this. That could have been a nice start, but again, PvP just being able to create a little bit of scouting with that, if not any kills. Does see where the side of Frog is going to be coming from, and Surge King into the back line gets up a nice hack, but doesn't manage to get anything more out of it. And so still, Frog looking for any place that they might be able to get in and cause some havoc, and Rajon doing a good job to get up to that high ground with the Primal Rage. Means that he can start upsetting some people here in the wrong positions, and esports looks like they're starting to be caught out in different angles. Still, they were all winning their individual duels. Surge King has managed to get this EMP up, but it's at the end of the fight. Maybe not wanting to drop this in at the beginning here, and esports being able to just stay alive even when they're isolated from each other is a great sign from them that they know that their mechanical limits and how far they can push it.
Cool. So lucky for Rajon, but PvPX is a bit of a problem for the side of Frog. Like, they just have not been able to path correctly to get away from that spam. PvP's just had another Riptire builds up. And now I'm thinking, is the Lucio the right call? Is the Lucio the right call to try and path faster and into better spaces to get away from that Junkrat spam? I think it might be the call. But I understand why the Lucio pick is a little bit of a reluctance right now for Frog.
And I like this combination of the Junkrat being able to chew through anyone who comes to the high ground. Now we are going to see that Riptire you were talking about just needs to find someone on the back line, jumps through, doesn't actually manage to get anyone. But again, just look at that stalling potential, just buys the team 10 seconds and then is able to carry on spamming. Knows exactly where the side of Frog is at the beginning of these fights. And while Frog is starting to drop everything, they've put the nano boost into the Diva at the beginning of this fight, but or at least onto the Winston at the beginning of the fight. But the Winston's not able to find anyone. Rajon just not able to isolate off any targets, and so while Frog is poking, prodding, trying any different angle that they possibly can, esports able to reinforce each other with the mobility of this team. They're able to just get back to any position, help out anyone who's in trouble, and so far Frog really struggling to get anything out of any of these team fights regardless of their pathing opportunities.
It's a problem, they don't have their main tank. How are they even going to engage on this EMP? The talk was going to be about the EMP, but how do they even engage onto the back line that they're probably going to hack up?
Oh, and you see the try there, the MP gets thrown out, it takes out PvP and I'm special, but there's still no follow-up. The rest of the team just isn't there. Monkey jumps onto the high ground now to try and do something. Brigitte left on the low ground trying to deal with a wrecking ball, and when you got that duel going the wrong way, what is Frog even supposed to do? That's one of the smallest distances I've ever seen someone push on Havana.
Pretty poor run from Frog, but I honestly want to give credit to esports here. If they can continue to do that, then maybe I will say that they are that contenders trials of the team. Maybe take back that statement that I made earlier. I thought OT Esports setup was really, really good. I thought they made it really hard for Frog to path up to that high ground, because obviously if they're trying to path up to the high ground, they're not running the Lucio. They're probably going to get isolated by the Wrecking Ball, which they did a lot of times. The backline kind of got focused either by the Wrecking Ball or I'm special. Or while they're pathing, mid-pathing, they all get caught out by the Power Drive, and that's free spam for Isaac and PvPX. So, I still have to keep going back to that support line switch, because the support line switch made sense to be more sustainable, but were they really getting the value to being more sustainable? Because the Ana Maya was dying a lot. They were unable to power up the PvPX. I feel like they had to at some point in that round go, this isn't working. Yes, there was a good thought process behind it, but we need to change it up. And they never did that. I think Frog might be kicking themselves a little bit.
Yeah, that's the thing, is you're going, we have all these mobile characters. The whole point of having such a mobile lineup is that you're able to get to your opponents, close that distance so quickly, and be able to shut it out. And it just seemed like Frog was never really in it. They were constantly being battered around by the Wrecking Ball, and PvP now it's just starting to really put a little bit of advantage in here. And look how far Frog is pushed up forwards. They've gone all the way, and now they have to worry about a Bastion just cleaving through anyone who's caught out. And while you got a Diva chasing at you, how much are you really going to be able to do? And they're putting all their resources now, Frog is, into trying to take out PvP. The rest of O2 Esports now going to have a chance to get out of this spawn. Now take out Frog, who's pushed up so far into the front lines that Frog gonna try and get back for this next fight. They're stalling it out for just a little bit, but PvP gonna be set up on this payload behind an Orisa shield. Just gonna be able to walk this. The pirate ship, is Frog even gonna be able to get back in time?
They will. I feel like that's why they had to take that spawn cap so they could get 2 team fights in. They were forced into that by their per attack. And yeah, of course you do see the spawn camp on Havana quite often, but how do you even walk into this fashion? You've got to get your Diva or your Sombra into that backline.
And the hack comes out, but still, with that support of the Baptiste Immortality field, you're not getting any kills. Oh, they get the nano boost now onto the Bastion. Just going to sit there with that damage reduction, and still we see Frog trying to throw everything they can just to take out the Bastion. There's still 5 other people here on the blue side that's going to be able to do work here. Still, Frog somehow managed to come out ahead on that one. Just great target prioritization, just realizing what the real threat was. They couldn't just throw someone onto that payload, and with 2.5 meters left, they didn't leave themselves a lot of space, and O2 Esports doesn't want to relent just yet. We see the hack coming out from Soj King. It's a great opportunity, but where is the follow-up? Where is the damage coming out that needs to be able to be there to chew through the O2 Esports side? Soj King trying to take out that supercharger, does eventually get it, but pays with their life. Tractor Kid sticking around, and now we see the duplicate comes out onto the Reinhardt. That's a great opportunity for O2 Esports to just keep this possession here. Rajon has got an Earth Shatter, gonna have to find a very big one at the beginning of this fight. Has managed to get through the duplicates at least, but Special just sitting very comfortably behind this barrier here. Means that there's no real line for Rajon to try and get that Earth Shadow off onto something, and Isaac now cleaving through. We see O2 Esports just with a dominating performance comes through with a relentless pressure.
Once that attack was set from Frog, they were always going to win that map. I mean, it's a pretty impossible task for Frog to hold that on their defense. I thought Frog did alright. I thought they had some pretty good fights where they used their win conditions really well. They isolated the Bastion extremely well. It just wasn't ever going to be enough to have a defensive hold as strong as what O2 Esports had. And I feel bad for them because I feel like Frog, they've got really good game plans. Execution has been fine on most parts. But just that one round of City Center was pretty poor, and that one round of their attack was pretty poor as well. So I think it's mostly just a thing of always getting it right. Can they always get it right?
And that's what they're going to need to be able to do here as we go to Eichenwald, our hybrid map, is can they get it right? And it just seems like O2 Esports has such a clear game plan on what they want to be doing. Sorry, we're going to be going through to Kings Row. Apologies for that. We're going to be going through to Kings Row, a very well-known map, but O2 Esports has been winning this just because they understand what their team is supposed to be doing. They're playing around it. They're going, okay, we got a Junkrat for a specific reason. We're going to spam it out so that there's no clear pathing opportunities for them to get on top of us. They've got a Bastion, and they know that they need to protect the Bastion, and the Bastion is going to be there to clear through a big area. We're going to put the Baptiste right next to them so that no matter how they engage onto us, there's really no opportunities. And Frog just coming out with these game plans going, right, we need to go. We need to quickly get to a target and isolate them and kill them and win out the team fight from there. There really are just no opportunities that O2 Esports is letting them collapse upon.
Really, really glad you kind of went on to that point of, they know what their win condition is. They know if they keep that Junkrat alive, they're going to be in a really good spot, right? They keep their Junkrat alive, they know they're spamming is the win condition, they know that they can stop any sort of paneling. It looks like we're seeing a little bit of a different approach, just a basic dive
Okay, that didn't work out the first round. We saw PvP trying to do that in the first round, and didn't really get away with the trap. Was scouted out in the beginning. And that's a nice way to start it off, already building up to that. And still, look how deep PvP is sitting in this map, just throwing those spam into the center. And we have seen Frog trying with some interesting pathing opportunities to try get in here, and so far they're just looking to run through main choke. They've swapped themselves again with this very mobile lineup. It's interesting to see Soj King swapping off that Sombra into this round, trying for the Echo to do something there, but it looks like they're falling to the same traps that they've been trying for the whole time. Where are they supposed to run? Where are they supposed to go when you got this much damage just raining in upon you all the time?
Well, Tractor Kid nice, so they have a little bit more opportunity. They won't get pile drived as they try to approach the big damage dealers, the big hitters, the spammers on the side of O2 Esports, but Tractor Kid's already back.
And even there, we see Frog trying to come in. They've managed to get through the choke, but where do you go from there? You've now got a Junkrat controlling up that hotel. You've got people from the rest of it, Tractor Kid being able to come back. Special holds the main area, is able to create a nice safe zone, and Look at this aggression coming out there from Special, just sitting behind and not even trying to shoot or anything like that. O2 Esports just covers every angle, and Frog doesn't have a clear path to even get to the point, let alone start contesting it.
And this is opportunity, they have to take it.
Oh, and we see PvP has got the Riptide, runs it just around the corner, manages to try and get into the back line, does manage to demech the Diva, and still Esports just harassing and corralling back the side of Frog into the back line there. Being able to, every time Frog takes a step forward, the damage and the burst comes out from Esports to be able to do work there. Still, Esports looking under a bit of pressure here. Frog finally managed to get a little bit closer, a little bit more forward. Tractor Kid gets nano boosted up, puts out those mines to stop Frog going forwards. And again, now Tractor Kid going to go down at the beginning of this crease, manages to find that Avoria not going to be getting the picks that they need to try and create some sort of space. And Frog, yet again, is pushed back towards their own spawn.
Their one conditions extremely well, but actually be really interested to see just a self-thought of where PvP is playing constantly. Because usually when you see Junkrat one-trick teams, they're usually hyper-aggressive. They're in the face of the opposition. This time PvP's just been spamming from a distance and looks extremely comfortable.
Oh, is going to go down at the beginning of this. This is Frog's best opportunity so far. Both their DPS managing to get on the score line there, as we do see Frogs finally getting onto the point. They're trying to tick it up. They've got the first click, and with that Diva Bomb into the back line, they're going to be able to get a little bit more space. Even still, Soch King managing to carry on, opening up that bank account and just sitting higher in the air. Special kind of isolated in this corner now. How long are they going to be able to sit and just put in damage here? It's sitting Frog. They're just ignoring Special, just realizing their priority is that point, and so just letting them sit behind the shield. It's not doing any damage and eventually takes them out after they've won the fight.
Interesting. Couple of, I mean, it was like half a minute. Special was just sitting in that corner, right? And they were actually shielding their supercharger right at the start of the team fight. And that's how the supercharger didn't die to the self-destruct. And then they just stayed there the rest of the team fight. They didn't really care after that. They'd saved their supercharger. That's all they cared about.
Oh, PvP going to be using this Riptide. Hasn't got any big ones just yet. Now tries to drop it in. Just manages to go inside the monkey bubble. Gets up the 2 tanks there and got to be adding a lot. And then even manages to take out the Echo in there. That's a great start here for Esports to try and stabilize here. The payload has pushed through the archway, but the rest of Frog kept caught on the other side.
Opportunity for Frog, because look at their ultimates, right? They got both support ultimates, they got Dragon Strike to get them some space in the team fight. The problem is just popping around this amplification matrix.
You see, Esports just flex again. They're constantly able to run away from this, and the Dragon Strike tries to cut off that avenue of retreat and does some work. Rajon going to be just sitting out versus Tractor Kid here. The two of them just dueling it out. Seems like Tractor Kid just trying to get a little bit more ult charge at the end of this fight and keeping the monkey busy. The rest of Frog going to be able to do the work here in the back line and finally take control of this payload. A nice fight for them to be able to use those ultimates. But now Esports going to be coming back with ultimates of their own, most notably that duplicate.
Frog have been taking the opportunities in the last 2 team fights pretty well. They're going to have a duplicate for this next team fight. Both teams are going to duplicate. So let's watch the echoes this team fight. Let's watch out for that duel. Isaac versus Soch King. What have you got for us?
Well, Monkey going to be coming out for the side of O2 Esports as the duplicate comes on to the back line there. Rajon going to be using his Primal Rage to just try and stall this out a little bit. Tractor Kid in quite a dangerous position. Gets cleaved out by that finishing beam, and a great sleep onto the Echo means that the Monkey not going to be able to replicate, not going to be able to do anything like that. And it's a good opportunity now for Frog to keep pushing forwards. PvP is going to be able to take out Mayo in the back line, but the rest of Esports now looks for their opportunity to walk forwards. Isaac going to have to try and reinforce late into this team fight, and still Special, one of the gutsiest players here on the team, is able to just step forward, and the Hanzo caught in a very bad position. Avoria thought the rest of the team were coming around the other angle, and Esports manages to stabilize that out.
Tried to duplicate the Orisa, but couldn't because of the Orisa shield that was in play from Special. I'm not sure if that was intentional from Special to try and block the duplicate, or if it was just a bit of mad luck that's just one of a team fight.
Isaac watches the tire fly through in the air. Is the tire going to be taken out? Yes, to cleave through. But again, it pushes Frog back. Frog's just always just struggling to get into position. They've got an opportunity now. They've got a lot of ultimates. You've also got Soch King, who's still sitting on this duplicate. Going to be trying. Actually goes up and gets into the Wrecking Ball. We also see the Dragon Strike coming through the back line, trying to make some work. Geez, Gas also going to be throwing their self-destruct into the back line, tries to get a bit more space for Frog to be able to take control of this payload. As the timer ticks down, it is going to be going into overtime. Frog trying to get at least the second point here as we go for this. This is what we saw in the previous match there with the Danish Kebab. They were made... We saw Regen managing to get past the second point, but that was all she wrote. And the flying monkey into the air does manage to take out Echo. It means that Frog going to be losing all their people so quickly, they're not even going to be able to take the second point.
So yeah, but they use their ultimates really well in a sense of when I watch one-trick teams, that's usually ultimates. I'm going for plays, I'm going for kills. I was saying that with PX, it's usually the in-your-face Junkrat play. It's all chaotic. This is a different style of one-trick play. This is new. And this might be why it's not, you know, it's not as convincing as we would expect, right? We would expect O2 to kind of dominate the series a little bit more. But they're sometimes doing things that their composition isn't meant to do. Because it's meant to be crazy and chaotic, but they're actually playing in a pretty standard way. They're playing for Junkrat spam. Sometimes you would play spam comps or poke comps and play for Junkrat spam as well. I really like this new style of play. I think if they keep going on this OT sports, it might take some time, but then they will maybe be a better team because of it. If they keep to the crazy, chaotic style of Overwatch and just do everything crazily, I think there's a certain ceiling that hits. I don't think you can go past a certain ceiling, and that ceiling right now is probably top 4 and European contenders, right? With any sort of crazy, chaotic one-trick style. If they play a one-trick style like this, we've never seen this before, right? We've never seen it before. But it's nice and calculated one-trick style. What's the ceiling of that? Do we know? We don't. So I think I like this a little bit more. It might just take a little bit of time to build up, though.
This is the first time we're actually seeing O2 Esports go for the Reinhardt in any of these matches. And what a way to do it. You can imagine teleporter onto the top of the statue. Going to be putting the Reinhardt and the Bastion up there. Reinhardt gets knocked down though. That's going to create an opportunity for PvP. Just decides to teleport back. Gets up that healing again. Goes back up and now going to start cleaving through in the backline. Just such heads-up play between the two of them. Trying to get something, not being able to get anything out of it just yet. Tracked Kid, though, ever present in the front line, is able to start causing consternation there. And we see Isaac now pushing forward. 6 on this Metro. That beam is up to level 3. Means that you are starting to chew through people and even wants to take the aggressive onto the high ground. Decides to bait out the teleporter. Maybe wanting to back up their Wrecking Ball, getting up there. And still O2 Esports just having such a clear game plan and adapting it to every sort of situation. They weren't able to get any value out of the top of the statue. Right, that's not a problem. Tracks the Kid, go cause some chaos there. And we're just going to follow up as we need it.
Tractor Kid 69. Play Reinhardt. Let's see how Ball does on this hero.
I mean, this is an interesting position for a Reinhardt to be a little bit further away from the team than you would like. Maybe wanting to set up for an interesting flank there, but gets chewed down at the beginning of this. Still, you've got an Orisa on the payload looking for this. The Orisa, though, needs to be careful. Here comes the Dragon Strike through the center of the archway. Do they hear it? Are they able to get out in time? Not managing to pick up anyone, though, so a little bit of unluck there for Avoria. Sojkin going to be rezzed up, and still, we see PvP back on this Junkrat being able to really get some work. And Tractor Kid just seems to be like the bait in the beginning of these team fights. Just runs into the open, holds up that shield and buys time for the rest of the team to push forward. Still, Frog doing a decent job of being able to get in some picks here. We do see Sojkin manages to get up that duplicate onto the Orisa. Going to be trying to get up that supercharger quite quickly. Uses that extra bit of life and throws it away, but looks around aimlessly. There's no one left. There's no one rest of my team. I'm sitting here alone. And eventually feeds it off to O2 Esports to keep that payload going.
Yeah, and there's a massive problem here for Frog. Now look at their ultimates. They've got nothing. Maybe a Valkyrie in the next fight to help them in. But O2 Esports, they've got better damage amplification ultimates than that. They've got a supercharger. They shield that well. They'll be in a really good spot and a nano boost to try and finish it off. I'm guessing it's going to go to Isaac or the Junkrat, right? Or Tractor Kid's just going to pin off the map with the nano.
Value takes out Greece, who was the closest to their ultimate. Means Greece not going to be into this fight. Going to just be a very suicidal lemming in the beginning of this fight. And Surge King having gone onto this Pharaoh now, trying to stay out of the air. But is there going to be someone left alive to try and contest this payload? Avoria going to be going down. I'm Special and Isaac doing so much work, cleaving through it and just adding so much control of positioning here between the Orisa and the Symmetra. Means that O2 Esports just going to push it over. No one from Frog even going to be able to get back in time. And that means O2 Esports, we worried that they weren't going to be able to take this definitively enough. Take a 3-0 victory, just consistently putting in the plays that they need to take it off Frog.
Me for O2 is, are they going to keep the calculated one-trick style? I hope they do. I think that it might have a higher ceiling than your crazy chaotic one-trick style that we usually see from these one-trick teams. I think it's got a higher ceiling. I want them to continue to do so. Yes, they might have hit little bumps along the way. They hit some bumps in this series. A couple of times they hit bumps in this series, and a couple of times it looked like Frog, they might be able to cause an upset. And hence why I made the suggestion that they might be able to do what Hammer and Co did last night against Drifters. They didn't. OT held on to the win. They looked pretty consistent. I think they need to keep this playstyle. I want them to actually enhance this, and I think if they do, they'll be a pretty good bet to get into contenders trials and even challenge for contenders.
Oh, it's going to be exciting to see how they're going to go in the future. And their next round is going to be against the winner of Danish Kebab versus One World. Danish Kebab, definitely the one we're expecting to come through that. And so that is going to be an interesting game for those two teams. Going to be a very difficult road still as we get to the highest level of teams coming into the rest of this. But still, the uniqueness of their play style, the fact that they are not afraid to bring out the Bastion, not as a troll pick, but as an influential, just little key component and then play around it. I will always rather watch a team who has a different strategy that they know and they've built around and have an executed plan of attack than a team who's just playing a meta composition but doesn't quite understand the strengths of it and then does it half-heartedly.
Before I kind of talk about O2 a little bit more and the narrative that's now kind of set for the rest of this open division because of the games we've had today, I want to talk about this Frog roster because I think higher up OD teams, you know, a hitscan player or a flex CPS player, I thought Soj King and Avoria gave a good account of themselves today. I think Greece did struggle, in my opinion. I was expecting a little bit more out of Greece from what I've heard. I thought they were fine on Lucio, but I think on Brig and Lucio, they weren't great. I think they could have played a little bit better. I think Tank One played okay. It was a difficult matchup for them. You know, you're not going to get your standard tank versus tank duel against OTE Sports, but the DPS line give a really, really, really good account of themselves, Soj King and Avoria. So if you're a higher tier team, maybe have a look at them, maybe give them a trial and see how it goes.
Definitely a nice place for them. Managed to come through. Avoria doing very well, especially on that Reaper. We did see sometimes that little bit of struggle coming out where Soj King not managing to get off the EMPs as consistently as they would have wanted, maybe half as often as they had them up. And so that didn't really have that impact in the team fights. When we look at an EMP, it's one of those ultimates that you go, if you get off a good EMP, your team should be able to win that team fight pretty cleanly. And just no real big ones there. Instead, they just had to lose to the consistent area of effect denial that esports was able to do, creating a little bit of chaos using tractor killers, the bait in the front line, being able to roll through as that wrecking ball, and even as a Reinhardt just trying to create a little bit of space and then just let the DPS of Isaac and PvP do work in the background. We've seen, PvP there, the three most played heroes for them was Torbjorn, Junkrat, and Bastion. Not many people are very used to playing into that, so maybe Frog has a little bit of learning to do, but still managed to adapt. And like you say, the DPS lineup certainly got their target prioritization at the end of that.
Focus on the bigger picture for this OT, but before we kind of send it off, OT Sports, I hope they continue to play the calculated one-trick style. I don't think they will, though. I think they'll go back to that more chaotic one-trick style that we're all very, very used to. Will that hit a ceiling that I think it will around top 4 at the end of the top 4 contenders? I think that's the highest you can get with a crazy chaotic one-trick style. I mean, maybe. But OT Sports, they gave a good account of themselves. They adapted well over the course of this series. I want them to continue the calculated style, even though I don't think they will. They might play Danish Kebab next week, early on in next week, Danish Kebab, I thought they were phenomenal tonight. Apart from the little slip up where they kind of got snowballed for a bit on King's Row, which is expected on a map like King's Row, I thought Danish Kebab were flawless. That matchup is going to be immense.
Well, that's going to be the big one, isn't it? I mean, Danish Kebab, one of the strongest parts of their lineup was that they were able to identify and isolate targets and then be able to collapse upon them as a team, meaning that they could keep everyone alive. It wasn't just throw people and try to win jewels. They were able to support it, back it up there. You got a tank to soak the damage and the DPS to finish off the opponents. If we see O2 Esports relying on that chaos, they may actually end up getting themselves isolated. Maybe Tractor Kid is just going to be ignored by a team like Danish Kebab, and they're going to instead dive onto PvP in the back line onto someone like Isaac, who had pretty much free reign here today. And if you start having your people who are normally used to having a lot of space get pressured very heavily by a team like Danish Kebab, it could break apart this O2 Esports, and that's where you talk about the skill ceiling that this team may actually peter out at, is the fact that you're relying on a team to not be able to pick apart and find the weaknesses because you're creating so much chaos that the team has no time to think about it. Danish Kebab just seem to have a little bit more composure around them and could utilize that to really just keep themselves very grounded and methodical in their approach to picking apart O2 Esports. It's going to be interesting to see how that mentality of Danish Kebab is able to deal with this chaos that was the benchmark of O2 Esports.
Composure describes that. That's actually excellent. I think that's the perfect word to describe what Frog don't have compared to Danish Kebab. I think Danish Kebab, they look really composed, they're really in control of their game. Frog never really looked in control of the series. They look like they might, create a couple of surprises, a couple of shocks. Oh, I'm so excited for that game next week. I hope we get to cast that.
Oh yeah, if you guys are interested in keeping up with that action, make sure to join us next week Saturday. It is going to be all the action that you're going to get from us here. I'll quickly jump over to the B stream if there's still some action there. I'm sure you guys want more Overwatch, but the most important Overwatch, the most exciting Overwatch is still yet to come. Next weekend, we're going to be going through our last couple of rounds, and then of course, Sunday next week is the grand finals. I got to ask, player of the game, player of the day for you there, Ocean?
It's probably Ariel. I thought Ariel was immense again tonight. I'm a big fan of them as an off-tank. I feel like they could go really, really far. If they just enhance a couple of little things, I think we'll be seeing Ariel pretty high up in contenders soon enough. But in the second series, I think I really like PvP. Yeah. I thought they played really, really well. It wasn't your typical chaotic Junkrat style. It was very well calculated. They were staying quite deep. They were keeping themselves safe. I like PvP today.
Yeah, I agree. It seemed like the entire team of O2 Esports was just centered around PvP's play. Just keep the Junkrat safe, keep them in the long area. Isaac managing to get the off angles, and then just there was so much attention drawn to PvP that just so influential, and then managing to stay alive and be such a good support. You look at that Junkrat on Havana, and the fact that everyone from them tried to jump on, from Frog tried to jump on PvP. PvP was just using those concussion mines, knock them back, support my supports around me. You normally think about the tank players doing most of the peel, but PvP was just there going, right, you can't walk out of a doorway, and if you do, then you can't really close that distance towards me in the first place. And then, of course, throwing out the Bastion hero. They're such a cheeky player and such an effective player, an influential player in it. I agree with both of those, definitely. If you guys want to keep up with them, of course, go follow all the social medias of all the teams that have been playing. And then, of course, Monkey Bubble Reflash at Reflash Production on Twitter to keep up to date and keep up with all the action so that you can join in next week. Look forward to seeing you guys then. From myself, Altruism, and Ocean, it has been a pleasure bringing you this action today. We look forward to seeing you next time. Cheers.
truth was lies. I wanna rewind. Isn't it obvious how we're gonna make this right? 'Cause we had that love, we had that poison, we had that high for a day. Sometimes it all slips away and you lose yourself and you feel like you're falling into fire. Ooh, sometimes
Good morning, Overwatch fans in North America, and good evening to the fans in EMEA. My name is Williams IV, and welcome back to Open Division. We're in the lower bracket round 7 between Altiora, Sequoia, and Useless. How are you doing, Acronator?
I'm feeling pretty good. Like you said, we're in the 7th round of the losers bracket, so while we are a decent amount of the way through that climb, they still have a decent amount of the way to go. Losers finals, for instance, is round 12, so both of these teams trying to claw their way up to that contenders trial spot. Obviously, if they can hit second place, win losers finals at the very least. Going into this particular game, as he said, LTR Esports versus Useless. I believe the first map is going to be Lijiang Tower, so I'll be interested to see how that one goes. A lot of versatility that can be displayed in that map, so we get to start to see how these teams like to play and what their comfort picks might be.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to the FARs and the boops and everything else that's gonna, the chaos that this is on this map. But it's usually for control. This is kind of like the map you start off with. You kind of like you practice on. This is the map you want. You know, I think it's like kind of the preferred map for most of the tier 3 teams in Overwatch. But either way, we saw Altiora Sequoia earlier today, I believe, and like they're in the losers bracket, so obviously they lost their match. But you know, Useless on the other hand, we have not seen on the broadcast yet, so I'm not sure what they're gonna come out with. But for them to make it this far, it's obviously kind of like they're getting their match to win. And again, this is losers, ladies and gentlemen, so it's win or go home. It's all the way. So you know, you talk about that contender trial spot. That's 5 rounds away here. You guys gotta keep some mental fortitude if you're this far in the losers.
Oh yeah, definitely. It sounds like we're going to be getting into the map in just a few moments. Like you said, we don't know too much about these teams. I know Useless, I believe I've casted them before in GGEU. LTO Esports, I've heard them around here and there. They seem to have some presence in Tier 3 tournaments, so I'm sure they'd love to make a big name for themselves, a big splash here in Open Division.
Absolutely. And they, as you mentioned, you know, they're fighting for this spot to get into contenders trials. And like I said, they have a long way to go. If you get first place or second place, or again, winning losers finals will get you that contender trial spots. Both these teams are fighting really hard, and we are going to jump right into Lijiang Tower here. Again, this is the first of 3 matchup here in the losers round of the bracket, and man, I think I see some interesting comps come out already just at the start of Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, definitely. Now, keep in mind they're still in spawn, so they can make some last-minute adjustments. Looks like they will. But Altio are teasing the Wrecking Ball composition. We've been seeing that in the Overwatch League, for example, a lot from the APAC teams, the Asian Pacific. Useless opting with this more stereotypical Brawl composition, a Symmetra teleporter, not actually directly onto point. They're actually going straight back, so we're going to see a full swap from Useless. They're just giving up first capture of the point in order to win this compositional matchup.
Absolutely, it's just like we've seen Symmetra plays so often, but it seems they just checking out the last second. Meanwhile, we're gonna see Altiora Sequoia like on with heal on that Echo, just taking up space and trying to keep Useless off the point. And it looks like this fight is going to get started here. Now Useless is just gonna try to walk on this point to capture it back from Altiora, and just right off the bat, like some early kills coming in from Luke and Tactical and Hugh as well. They're just gonna swipe mostly Useless off this point here and just say, nope, sorry guys, we're gonna capture this first point and take a percentage.
I really like that early rotation from Altiora. They had early control of the point just because Useless went back to swap onto this 6-man rush composition, as it's being called, but LTR stayed in this little courtyard that they're currently in to make sure that they could catch Useless out in any rotation, make sure they could get that early damage, especially because TK on this Wrecking Ball is going to have a hard time once they get on points. They want the fights to happen in this open courtyard where their main tank can just roll in however he pleases.
Okay, well, so the other fight is going to break out here right in front of the point, and again, Useless is just trying to just use brute strength and just take some space here, but it's not working out. I mean, there is a kill being traded out for a tank, but it's still, they're going to capture the point anyway. I mean, I'm not sure what Tori is thinking. Is they're going to let them get on? No, they're not. They're going to actually try to get back here. Yes, they kill them off again. So now I'm just thinking at this point that Altiora is just toying with Useless at this point. You know, like they just let them touch the point and then said, nope, we're still in dominant here. They're 43%. They got a couple more fights to finish this out.
Yeah, definitely got like 3 or 4 more fights at least before Useless are really into dire territory, but LTR are still doing a great job. They're losing members left and right in these fights back and forth, but they're able to clutch it out when necessary, and they're gonna have some ultimates now. I'd expect Kyo's duplicate to come out rather soon. Yep, there we go. A lot of Diva Bombs in play.
Absolutely, like you can see two divas. I see two divas. Anyway, like again, another fight's gonna break out here, and this time Useless is gonna come out on top. They get 3 kills off the bat here. That's just a couple more, and maybe they're gonna get a point flip off of this. But don't count out Altiora. They will have a full bank of ultimates coming into this next fight. So maybe they just got an early pick, and Altiora decided to retreat and try again with 6 plimmers.
The Zenyatta on Altiora got focused down rather early into that engagement, which is why you saw Yukino toss out their EMP. Really no answer to that once the Transcendence was out of the fight, so that really just had to be on Altiora to keep their flex support alive and actually do something with it. But otherwise, really great engagement from Useless. They have so many ultimates to work with still.
Absolutely, it's gonna be an ultimate fiesta, as my friend Tangerine would say, and kind of this next fight here. But oh my God, the bomb, and it gets 2. That was almost personal at that point. It gets 2 more kills, and now let's see if we can Artiora can get another point flip back. Okay, the power race is gonna come out now. Yeah, Useless is invested into this fight. They do not want to lose this point here, but they may lose it anyway. It's just like it seems Altiora is just gonna be on top here, but the power race doesn't get any value off of it, and then 1 more kill comes inside for Altiora, and it looks all but over. But there's still some people on this point contesting here. The Tracer on the flank gets just taken down, and Altiora looks like they're going to come on top and flip this point back. It's going to be 77%, and now I think we're approaching Final Fight territory. They can get this last cleanup kill, and yes, they do.
Suyoku there, the Zenyatta on Altiora, really wanted a bit of revenge for getting caught out, not being able to answer back at Yukino's EMP from the previous fight. They were bloodthirsty in that previous fight. They got like, what, 2 kills and 2 assists at the very least coming into this next fight. This is potentially last fight for Altiora. They want to hold on to this, and they potentially have... Yep, okay, well, they have the momentum for sure.
Yeah, they do. The overtime is going to start ticking away here. There is someone at the point here. We're not sure who it's the Diva, but the Diva is going to get launched right into the middle of the point here, and it's going to clear members off. I mean, Useless is making a valiant stand here, but it's not going to work out. Altiora is going to go up 1-0.
Really great usage of the minefield from Decay at the very end to make sure that no one from Useless could go into the doorways off to the side. Those are very common for people to run in and just stall the point out forever, so great usage from there. However, control points, I would be shocked to see Wrecking Ball play. It has happened in the past, usually not to great effect. Reinhardt is very common here. It looks like both these teams teasing the double shield variant of the Reinhardt Brawl, so they have the Sigma as well. It's going to be a little bit less brawly as you might have with like a Zarya or a Diva, right? They're going to want to play a bit further back and let their Symmetras charge up to microwave status, and then just kind of mow people down from like the mid-range-ish. They don't want to get quite in the faces of everyone else.
All right, so this time the Symmetra play comes out, and they're going to move everybody forward here. Now they're just going to fight right in the high ground here in front of this point here. The Immortality field is coming out as well, just to try to keep some of their members alive. And Useless, on the other hand, is going to come up on top, and he's going to clear this first set of kills off and win this first fight. Now they're going to capture this first point here, but Altiora looks to regroup and come back, and they will probably get this point back if I had to guess.
You know, I said those teams with the Sigma wanted to play a little bit further back, but Useless didn't want to take that advice. As you can see from Tactical's ult charge already has his shatter right in the faces of Altiora. Once again, too, I don't think Altiora was expecting that.
Absolutely not. And so here we go again. Altiora is going to try to make their attack here. They're like I said, they're down a shatter, and that we're just looking for that shatter for the engagement tool. And yep, there it goes. And they're going to get the 2 or 3 off of it. And of course, the Junkrat's going to fall right behind that. And yeah, 2 more kills come in, and that is going to be good for Useless. This might be a retreat for an Altiora if they have it, and that it is. They figure they're going to try again with a better ult economy this time around. That Symmetra was trying to be a hero, but not that much. 25% on the side of Useless, and it's climbing up higher.
Yeah, about 30%. I'd expect on this upcoming fight probably Muse looking for an early Riptire. That's usually one of the easier ways to just stop a rotation early. Altiora, on the other hand, they gotta stop bleeding members in the rotation. As they say that, they're still doing it.
Yeah, so they still are.
Really rough to...
It's like... Your team should have reset like a while back, and it's like it is better with 6, so we're going to try this again. And this time, it looks like the Symmetra is going to come out and try to play a little bit forward here. Are they playing back? I'm not sure where the other side of that teleporter is, but okay. Now it looks like the LTR is going to go on the high ground here and try to take out members of Useless here. And it's looking like a stalemate right now. They're just still on top here. and Useless will have the advantage of the ult timing, but it all depends on how you use it. And yes, they does. All the engagement tools comes out. The ground time Gravitic Flux only gets 1 on the other hand. I mean, you get a kill 2 for 2 trade. The support ultimate is also invested into this fight, and Suyoko is also trying to save for their team, but is not doing much. The tactical is still there and still standing strong on top of this point, and they're going to have to back up. Maybe they're going to back up Dragon. No, they're going to have to. This, it's almost desperation time at this point. It is 83%. The Symmetra ultimate also comes out as well, and more kills coming from Altiora. It looks like no, and also Useless just had their ultimate economy right at the top, and they're going to see if they can get more kills. It's still 1 more down. There's still 1 more member from Useless still here, not being useless at all. It's just the Lucio, that pesky Lucio to clear 1 more time off. The hour time is ticking away, but now Altiora, Useless has done their job. They're at 99%, so now Altiora has to stand strong. They cannot lose this any fight, otherwise they're going to be down or it's going to be tied 1-1.
Altior needs to have a perfect defense from here on out, but the one saving grace is that Aether didn't have to use their Gravitic Flux. Now they are going to be able to put on the pressure into this early re-engagement from Useless.
Yeah, their early re-engagement comes in, and Altior is just going to clear members off. They know they have to play like. I mean, they're playing a little bit forward here. It's just, there is the other side of that teleporter from Symmetra, but my goodness. Yeah, Altior is playing a little bit forward here, but they know they have to. They have to keep Useless as close to spawn as they possibly can here. Otherwise, they're going to lose this fight really quickly. They're 35%, and they're doing well so far, but again, they showed a lot of dominance in the past control point, so it looks like they're just trying to do more of the same here. And it gets like, oh, now they're going to try to flank behind them with a teleporter as Useless tries to sneak onto this point, but it's not going to do well. 2 more kills comes out, and also Useless pulls out the Gravitic Flux of their own and gets 2 kills. Now they're going to flip it back, and it's looking like if Useless can get a couple more cleanup kills, yes they will. And overtime sticking away, there's no one here from Altiora, and that is going to be 1-1 for Useless.
Really close series thus far, both teams seeming to have different strengths, if you will. Altiora definitely looks a lot more comfortable on the more... not niche compositions, but the less standard compositions. Altiora looks really comfortable on the Wrecking Ball comp, which they can go back to now, by the way, whereas Useless seems to really like the Brawl. As for this final round of Lijiang Gardens, it's going to be a little bit difficult, I think, for Useless if they're more comfortable on the Brawl, because this is very much like a dive/Wrecking Ball-centric map. Both teams teasing it right now. I'd expect the Symmetra from Muse to swap off to something like a Tracer after they TP their team out, just to get everyone moving to the point a little bit faster. As for Altiora, looks more or less standard. Again, I think these, complete mirror compositions.
Absolutely. So now what we're looking for in the first point, now we're getting in on the third. The fight's going to break out right in front of this point here. And it's just this is all for the marbles, ladies and gentlemen. This is the rubber match. This is the last map for this control for Lijiang Tower. And it looks like the Roblox lover is going to switch over to the D.Va and get on top of this point here, but it's going to get taken out pretty early. Now the baby D.Va form is going to take him down as well. Altiora looks like they're going to come out on top here. They take down 1 tick on the side of Useless, and 2 more kills comes out. And there's the boop kill that we didn't get on the observer feed, but that's okay. Altiora is going to capture this first point and get the percentage climbing.
Yeah, like I said just prior to this round starting, Altiora seems to be a little bit more comfortable with like the dive Wrecking Ball-esque comps, so Useless are going to have to clean up their dive a little bit more if they want to win these fights. Oh no.
Oh no, you hate to see it. Another kill coming in from Lucio. The Lucio sound box is just getting on top here. Another kill comes in as a fall off, or well, I don't think it was a boop. I think like Apotheosis just dropped off. But either way, Useless is gonna have to reset yet again. 29% climbing on the side of Altiora, and it looks like they're just gonna come on top here if they can keep this up.
Especially with Altiora having so many ultimates, it doesn't even look like they need to use that many. They just use the D.Va Bomb. They basically won the fight already.
Absolutely. 1 support ultimate and a D.Va Bomb comes out, and it's going to clear some players off this point. I mean, the kills are just coming in from Altiora. They are not playing around, ladies and gentlemen. It's like, it is time to step up and play. Useless is going to have to reset 1 more time. They have no ults. Well, they're going to have a couple ultimates coming into the next fight, but it's looking a little bit dreamier. Now, the EMP gets all 5 members of this attack phase, and they're going to have to reset again. It's looking just all a bit. Of course, the counter EMP gets it right back, and the Primal Rage is going to come out as well from Altiora to try to save this fight in place, but maybe all for naught here. I mean, just like the counter EMP, look, just the trades are going back and forth. The Primal Rage is looking to get a little bit of value. The Tactical is just chasing down these kills, and he's going to get the D.Va, and maybe it might all not be for naught. The rest of their team is not far behind, and also the D.Va Bomb is going to come out from Muse as well, as they're still looking for targets, but getting it in the point, ladies and gentlemen. Here, this 80% climbing here. Now they're on the point here. They maybe get the flip, but it's now they're in a situation that LTR was in the last fight. They're gonna have to defend really well. But no, it looks like LTR is not gonna give up in this fight. They're gonna jump right back in, and it's just I'm not sure they're gonna get the value off of it, but it just like you get taken down by the ultimates on the side of Useless. I'm not sure about that move, but they definitely had time and percentage to give. So they're at 96%, and now Useless, like I said, is back in the same position the LTR was on the last control point.
Yeah, and both teams, looking at the ultimates, they don't have too much to work with there, but LTR definitely got a little bit hyper-aggressive towards the beginning of that engagement. I guess it went on for so long that it feels like forever ago. And now we have Useless being hyper-aggressive again.
Absolutely, like trying to take a page from Altair's book, but the EMP comes back out again. It gets 4 members of Useless, and now is this the go button for Altair? I'm not sure, but they're gonna just jump in as well. Looking like Decay is gonna try to get this ult charge right on top of this point. Gets hacked for their troubles and gets taken down right away. Okay, the kills are a little bit even. There's 2 for 2, but now it looks like, and there's no support inside of Useless, so it's all raw. And here we go. The Diva Bomb's right in the middle here. It gets nothing off it, but it doesn't matter. It creates space for Altair to get on top of this point, and it's still this chaos and madness is going on. The Diva Bomb, the Tracer Bomb whiffs as well, and now it's just, oh my goodness, and it goes down. And so now Altiora, it looks like they're gonna get this point back, and Useless is nowhere to be found. They got to do something quick here. They got to do some kind of desperation. He jumps off the side, 99%. There's no one here. Okay, there is somebody that's touching the point. It is the Sombra, but it's not gonna do much. I mean, what is this Diva doing? Get on top of the point. There you go. There we go. It's last minute desperation coming out for Useless. Oh no! And it gets booped off again by the missiles. Okay, I think that's a new world record, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, overtime is ticking away. It looks like Useless is just fighting for their lives here. They're trying to take as much value off of the Primal Rage is coming out and getting not a lot of value, but then just the kills are not coming in for Useless. There's no follow-up whatsoever. A couple more boot kills comes in from Altiora. Yes, that is what you want to see, and the tactical goes out, and overtime's going to tick away, and Altiora is going to go 1-up in this first match.
This is a first of 3, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. That was just the first map of potentially 2 more to come after, if not more, if Useless has anything to say about it. I don't even know what this could possibly... Maybe the double boop at the very end?
Yes, it has to be.
Yeah,
it has to be. It has to be. What else could it be? Like I said, you love to see it. You love to see it from Altiora. The 2 boops comes off, and there it goes. Yep. And of all the maps to do it on, it's on Lijiang Tower. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. So, just like that, Altiora is up 1-0, and, they got 2 more to go if they want to continue their losers bracket run.
Yeah, so far, like I said at the very beginning of Lijiang, it gives us a good idea of what these teams seem comfortable with, and right now it seems like Altiora are very much like the dive compositions, a little bit of the wrecking ball here and there, whereas Useless seem to really enjoy the brawl composition, so depending on the map choices, they definitely could get away with that, but they're gonna have to kind of step it up and play a little bit of anti-dive, I guess, if they want to clap back to Altiora, because there are plenty of maps in the pool, especially on Escort, which I believe is the next map type, that you can get away with both at the same time. So it's really gonna be on Useless to step up and answer back and stop Altiora from taking their win conditions.
Absolutely. We did see some signs of life coming in from Useless in that match. It's not like they were just like, getting completely dominated. I mean, it didn't look like that early on, at least in the first control point, but Useless did step up, and they did show that they have a little bit of heart here to try to take this back. So this is going to be an interesting one, Icronator. It's going to be very, I think it's going to be very back and forth and very even as time goes on. But we'll see what's going to be in our next thing in the Escort map. And again, we've seen a lot of King's Row, I think in this map. Maybe Blizzard World, maybe I don't know. I mean, I would love to see one of both of those, but we'll see how it plays, especially if they're going to play this dive composition.
Yeah, definitely. Is the next map type Escort, right? It is. I'm not crazy.
I don't think you are.
Escort,
I mean, that's a standard map type rotation, so you should be Escort.
Yeah. So it changes depending on the tournament, so sometimes I just go a little bit crazy trying to remember. Either way, if we're looking at Escorts, I could definitely see something like Useless wanting to avoid, say, like Watchpoint Gibraltar, where that's just an extremely dive-heavy map, as opposed to something like, say, Rialto or Dorado, where you can kind of get away with the brawl composition the entire way through. In terms of specific compositions, right? They seem to like the brawl, obviously. You're going to get less Symmetra outside of Lijiang Tower. That's just kind of like the staple of Lijiang.
Yeah.
You could definitely play more of like the Mei McCree, get a little bit more standard, especially with the McCree. If everyone's bunkered up, you can try and like flashbang the dive, try and prevent them from getting in. Otherwise, we could see like a lot more of the Tracer Sombra that also works with the brawl, try and prevent the dive with hacks or the EMP. The sky's the limit, dare I say, for Useless. It's just kind of they have to slow down a little bit, worry about their own win conditions, and just kind of take it one step at a time, right? Because when Altior was allowed to take control of the tempo of the game, that's when they seemed to step ahead a little bit further, when they got to move as fast as they wanted to.
Absolutely. I mean, like the Sombra efficiency on both of these teams was extremely like I've not seen that many efficient like 4 to 5 play hero EMPs in a match that often. It's just like it's like always looking in the background, right? Like and I think also in one of those fights, like they got the EMP like mid fight and just let it rip and got most of those players off. And so man, it's still like I said, I think this is gonna be fun this afternoon. The fact that it's just this close and just this interesting, just off the bat of control. Usually kind of the sets the tempo and the pace of what kind of the next set of the maps are going to be in this matchup here. So we're still waiting on our escort map pick here. I'm not sure like how this goes, but we're still waiting for that. So what do you think Useless can do here to kind of like improve upon kind of their chances here in taking down Altiora in this next map?
Well, outside of playing a little bit slower, like forcing the tempo down a bit. Well, actually, with the context now that we're going to Havana for the next map, so that is actually, ironically, a map where you can get away with simultaneously brawl and dive. It does look like the sides are going to be swapping, so I believe that would be Altiora defending first.
Yeah,
if my memory serves, which isn't too shocking. Usually, the team that wins likes to defend first, so they can set the win condition, get a good defense if possible. In terms of like what Useless can do, they can try and play more like snipers, try and poke Altior out so that while they're trying to set up with a dive, they just force them out in rotation, maybe get a few picks here and there. I'm not sure if they have anyone in particular on Useless that's like proficient at the long-range hit scan, like the Widow, the Ashe, maybe a bit of McCree, but it's definitely worth a shot. Anything to pump in damage before Altior gets a chance to dive in like they want.
Yeah, I think that pun was intentional. It's definitely worth a shot. I mean, it's worth any shot, right? But either way, yeah. I mean, this is a definitely long corridors. This is my memories of Havana, and just that last point, right? You just you set up widow camps. You literally have a fortress to work with, right? So you can just set up camp and try to see if you can pick off long range players and stuff like that. So we also might see some pirate ship. We might see the Orisa. We might see kind of the double shield comp coming out as well. But either way, I mean, like I always wonder if you have a widow that can shoot. I mean, you can definitely it's a sniper's playground here for Havana. But so we'll see if we can get into this map pretty quickly here. But I mean, again, it looks good. It looks good for Useless if they're going to stick with Havana. It's just going to be it looks like it's going to be a good map to benefit some of the compositions they've shown us already on Lijiang.
Yeah, definitely, especially on their defense. Obviously, Useless is going to be attacking first, but when it does come to their defense, the first point spawn hold is rather common, so especially works really well into the Mei McCree brawl, because you could just hold for, at the very least a minute. Anything past 45 seconds, and I personally like to call it valuable, because you're guaranteed to get another fight off at that point in first point, just because there's so many different twists and turns and a good distance to move the cart just to capture that first point. So there's not really any downside to it, outside of if you're not comfortable and you're just feeding ult charge at that point, holding that close. But it definitely seems like Useless, that'll be more in their playbook, so to speak. As for Altiora, I'm not really sure. They really struggled on the brawl, but at the same time, maybe that's just, a Lijiang thing. Maybe they didn't scrim it. Actually, they're teasing the double shield right now, which double shield, double sniper. Personally, one of my favorite compositions, mostly because of the snipers, not so much the double shield, but that's neither here nor there. Useless as well, teasing almost a mirror composition, a little bit different from the supports, but those could also change. They're still in spawn. But I'd love to see basically 4 snipers dueling it out. That would be quite fun.
Yeah, it's the sniper's duel you're all waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. So, once again, Altiora Sequoia is up 1-0 in this matchup here versus Useless. We are in Havana, and yes, as you mentioned, Useless will be attacking first here. Now, again, we'll see if they commit to the double sniper here, and we're going to see if we can get this duel going off. And Keo is not taking a high ground position. They're just going to stand right in the alleyway and say, "Come and get me, ladies and gentlemen." Okay, I think they do have a shield in front of them. Okay, and no, they're not committed to it at all. Yuki Nishita is just going to switch over to the McCree this time. As it was like, I don't want nothing from this Widow, even though they haven't picked off anybody yet. But this cart is moving, and Useless is on the attack.
Not too shocking to see the McCree swap. It's very difficult to fight into a defending Widowmaker in this case. Yep, there you go.
There you go. This, as I say, so, yep. It's Keo is going to be efficient here and gets the first kill off and is looking for more heads. Oh, it just almost takes off the head of the Baptiste there. But we're gonna switch over to Luckstar now, and just go right up front. I love the both these snipers are just playing close quarters battle here, but the immortality field is going to keep their team alive into the corner here. And Luckstar is just, oh my god, still standing out there uncontested. Yuki Nishita, on the other hand, is going to go on the flank and get a kill off onto the sandbox here onto the Brigitte. So now they're just going to keep rolling forward, but that's, peekaboo. Here's the rest of the Altiora to try to defend, and they're just going to try to take more players down. 2 more kills comes in, and it's looking all but like a reset for Useless.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to give a big amount of credit to Luckstar thus far in this defense. Their Sonic Arrows have been extremely valuable. Almost every single time they're catching Useless out on their rotations, making it very difficult, and Keo shooting heads is also going to make it difficult to do anything for very extended periods of time.
It just gives me bad memories of quick play. My goodness, Keo is looking like a proficient sniper here. It's getting just clicking heads where available, and they know exactly where they are. Like, the infra side is going to come out from the Widowmaker. So Useless is marked for death here. They know exactly where they are, and this flank is not going to work that well. And if Useless can stand stronger, or at least get one player down, the Window is invested as well to get to ramp up some more damage. But also the Graphilic Flux is going to take some of these members down and get 2 more. And the Deadeye comes out as well. It's just a trade for trade battle, but Altiora has the numbers to push forward here, and they're just going to keep taking members of Useless down, and as one last support, they're going to stagger out the Baptiste. You hate to see it, but the card is moving forward here. Like, I guess they're going to try to just for last minute plays, but no, now they intelligently back up the spawn. This is just going to be another reset. 1:30 on the clock here, and the defense for Altiora is looking really, really good so far.
Yukino swapping off of the McCree back onto the Widow, so I guess they're deciding that there's no other way to deal with Keo than to just out-snipe them. That might be difficult depending on their performance going forward, but thus far it's not been easy.
It's not been easy at all. So Decay is going to drop the bongos and just get more kills off. But Decay gets an early pick onto the Sigma, so that's 1 tank down for the side of Useless. And once again, they're looking like they have no answers here. And it just Sonic Arrows is picking up people on the flank, and the Brigade is just trying to rotate back around. But as you mentioned, one player, one hero on the side of Altiora is locking them down, and that is Keo. And Useless does not have any answers here. Dare I say they're a little bit useless in their attack, but either way, it's going to they have one last push here to make a difference. 45 seconds left on the clock, and I heard that there's playing Plex go off, and the Window is invested on the side of Altiora. It's almost playing with their food at this point.
Well, yeah, having a little bit of a flank here from Useless and Muse in particular, but I'm not sure if it's gonna yield any results quite yet.
Not at all, but again, the numbers are coming in though a little bit. There's a couple kills, signs of life coming in. This cart is moving forward, but they got 20 seconds here, and Yuki Nishita is just in the back of the flank. Oh my god, you hate to see it. He shot in the back, and now the duel you're looking for. But Keo looks like it's gonna come out top, and they're gonna try to clear him off. And Keo close quarters gets him up, but now he finally goes down with 6 seconds left of the clock here, and it looks like Useless wins the fight and is going to get this first capture point, but it took a lot out of them. Time bank is going to be non-existent, and they get to Altiora's. They're going to recontest for this last second here and see if they can get some more value off. They're going to throw, all they're looking to do is stall for time. They're in overtime at this point right now, and oh my goodness, and the Dragon comes out from Luckstar. They were holding on to that for a very, very long time, and Ether to see if they can get these last 2 kills, try to clear them off. It's going to be, they're trying to get a perfect defense here, no points, not even a full hold, but just try to get this in here, and Keo is still... just you're seeing header. Okay, the wrecking ball comes out as well from Useless. Just that last minute desperation play. If they can get down this Keo's putting on so much work, just standing uncontested, close quarters battle as a sniper. I mean, it's still there. Oh my God, this is so close to the point here, and it looks like if they can get this last kill off. Of the Tracer, I should say, get the last call. Okay, now the Lucio gets invested as well. Like, they're all in trying to just to stall them out. And it looks like they can get this last kill off, and yes, they do. And now they get another 2 minutes and 30 seconds left for the clock, but it's not looking good for Useless at this point if they're at this low of a time make and near second point Bravo.
Yeah, second point on Havana is a massive time sink. That's actually the case with a lot of escort maps in general. So it's going to be very difficult for them to push through outside of overtime unless they have a completely stellar offense here. They're going to have to be careful, though. Keo is already scouting out Muse on the Tracer. You can see it on the observer feed. And it's definitely limiting Muse's capability to flank around.
Oh my goodness, and so Muse is going to try to flank around, try to get some value off of it, but it's not looking too good. He's going to have to back up here. At least they're stepping on top of the car here. Meanwhile, the fight is breaking out in the high ground here, and Useless is just going to meet Altiora right in the front here. Okay, the drums is also is available for tactical, but they're just trying to stay strong here and keep the damage going. Yuki Nochita, on the other hand, takes out the rival sniper in Keo, and look at the pulse fly gets 3 on top of the high ground. I guess they were just waiting to weaken them enough to do so, and Muse is just standing there with just uncontested, and this card can move forward. Man, what a play though. It seems like everything was going well for Altiora up until that pulse bomb takes them out.
Yeah, it was definitely going back and forth. I really like this DPS duo from Useless right now. It took them a while to find their groove, but once they did, the Widow Tracer is actually doing a lot of work. Muse is having a tough time, or rather the DPS and Altiora are having a tough time dealing with Muse.
Yeah, they are. I mean, like it's definitely again 2 more kills comes in. Now Keo got the revenge of the sniper. I think this is going to be personal for the rest of the map. I mean, the snipers just keep taking each other out. But either way, this card is moving forward here. 2 minutes and 13 seconds left on the clock here, and they got through the second phase of Streets with a time bank to go. But again, they have to barrel forward here. It's not looking good, but they can complete. But it's not looking good for the side of Useless if that little slow time bank. 2 minutes to go.
Oh. A little bit late there on the sight lines from Yukino, and it doesn't really matter when they're taken out almost immediately. This is going to be a little bit of a soft disengage, mind you. Useless's spawn is right there, so they can only disengage so far, but Keo is still hunting.
Yeah, still hunting. It is almost a shooting gallery for Keo. Oh my goodness. Whoa, that was, again, it's just a little bit personal there. But either way, Useless is going to go back to spawn here. 1 minute and 30 on the clock. Oh my god. Okay, now, see, I'm thinking that that's going to be the target. That's going to be the target for Yuki Nochita. Is just going to try to take out the wood on the other side for Keo and try to push this card forward. But also, the Dragons is online for Luckstar. I'm looking for that to be an engagement tool, and maybe not. Not when you have Muse on the flank on the back ground trying to take them out here. Meanwhile, also the Graphitic Flex is also up for Ether, and they're just going to keep going here. Altiora is invested into this fight, and they take 2 members down, but Useless is trying to hide here, but I don't know if they can hide for long here. It's just not going to work out. Again, another reset is going to come in. They're going to take down a Sigma, and there they do, and we have another reset. But now it's a little bit dire territory here for Useless, right? I think they're doing good so far, trying to counter this Widow play from Keo, but not much with 45 seconds left to go.
Yeah, usually first point Havana is the biggest way to stall out if you're the defense, and those effects have rippled all the way through now third point. We're basically in one-fight territory, and when you look at what Useless has in the ultimates compared to what the defense has, it's not looking great, but that's a good start.
And another trade kill coming in between the Widows. So Keo's going to take out Yuki, and Yuki's going to take out Keo. But now, Useless is down 1 member of their team, and they're facing on the Graphitic Flex. Going to get the ball. He sets them up for Keo. It's just like the Graphitic Flex raises them in the air and stills them out, and Keo just takes them down. Another shooting gallery, another reset comes in, but now it is overtime. Is going to take away here, and there's 1 more player on the top of this card, but not much else is going on here. That's going to be it. It's going to tick right down. Okay, the wrecking ball comes out as a desperation time as well, but overtime is ticking away, and it's just going to throw bodies into this point to see if they can keep their dreams alive. They're not getting any follow-up kills. Oh, wait a minute. As I say that, 2 more come in. 3 more come in. Okay, so they take that on support, so maybe they're going to move this card forward, but now Altiora will have a chance to contest at the last second. Overtime is still ticking away. No one can leave this card. They're going to have to push it as far as they possibly can.
They have to deal with this Widowmaker. That has to be their top priority. Are you kidding me? Both DPS now gone from useless. I don't know how they're gonna push this forward. Cobra has to pull something out of God knows where, because he's the only source of damage they have. Never mind, he's gone too.
Yeah, he's gone, and the Dragons just come out for Spa, just trying to touch. There's somebody still on top of this card here. Wait,
Oh, no
from
way.
all the way back, Muse from all the way back gets a kill, and again, Useless is still trying here, but he stepped outside the cart, and now that is where the cart will stop. 78.94 meters for Useless, and 2 points on the board, and now Altiora has a win condition. They can just push the cart a little bit further, and they'll be out 2-0 in this matchup.
Definitely a better push at the very end there made it a little bit more defendable. Not as good as it could be, obviously, not taking into account that they could have captured the whole map, but at the very least, if you could have gotten it past that choke point, that gives you a little bit more of an area to squeeze Altiora on their attack. But, like I said at the very beginning, if Useless want to run their brawl composition that they showed comfort on in Lijiang, that they won around on in Lijiang, this would be the time, right? If they wanted to run that Mei McCree brawl, just run it down main. First hold, it looks like they're doing just that. Muse potentially swapping over to the Mei, still deciding, yep, there we go, exactly as predicted, and they're more than likely just gonna run straight at Altiora and hold them as close to their spawn doors as possible for at least like 45 seconds to a minute. Obviously, if they could get a little bit further, that'd be more ideal, but they just have to take it one fight at a time and force out as many resources and as much time from Altiora as possible, because they're if Altiora can find a few picks early on, that's obviously going to go in their favor. They have a massive spawn advantage right now. But the upside to this is that Useless is going to have guaranteed another fight, as long as they don't disengage and like get staggered and whatnot, but that's unlikely.
Unlikely whatsoever. So here we go. Altiora will be on the attack. All they have to do, the winning condition is on the board. They just need to push the car a little bit further, and they're going to come out with Keo, and they're going to come with the Pharmacy as well. The confidence from Altiora. But as you mentioned, they have to, like Useless has to at least defend as well as they were being defended against by Altiora if they're going to have any chance of like getting a point off this map. And it's the close hold looks like it's working, but Keo on the other hand is just taking advantage from this damage from Farah coming on in the background and just sniping off players left and right. What do you do in the face of this Widow that can shoot? You just have to just take it one kill at a time. And Yuki is also gonna get 2 more kills. Takes down the Farah, and the Window is still alive, and it's just gonna keep moving forward here. And they're gonna try. They're gonna just fight them at spawn, maybe. Maybe? Oh, okay. Okay, now the kills are coming in from Altiora. Okay, the party's over, ladies and gentlemen. Now the car's gonna move forward here.
Yeah, but like I said, if you can get at least 45 seconds to a minute, it's worth it. They got a little bit over a minute before the cart really started to move, so that was a really good defense from Useless. Again, they have a guaranteed another fight before first point has to be given up. And I mean, when you look at the resources, they didn't really build up to too many ultimates, so they're going to have some mid-fight. They're going to have the High Noon, as well as the Blizzard coming online rather soon. Cobra's going to build to the A Matrix really soon, so those are some rather strong engagement tools.
Okay, and they get anti, like all the members get anti on this flank on the high ground, and now Luckstar has that rocket barrage and definitely can put in some work. And so the ultimate edge is inside of Altiora, but they're not going to fire any of it. And I think Yuki use the Deadeye and get no value off of it as well. There's the rocket barrage. Oh, he gets right in the face. There we go. That's how you counter the rocket barrage. You just get right into their face, but then the Demon Bomb's also going to be in their face. And just outside of the revive gets no value off of it, and the Useless is going to get more kills off and stop this cart right here. So they get some value for the 2 ultimates that they used in that fight, but Altiora is going to reset and try again.
The big ultimate I'm looking at in this next fight is Muse's Blizzard. Blizzard by itself is one of those ultimates that can just win fights flat out. So if they use it correctly, this can be a really strong defense for even longer.
Absolutely. The Griffith Flux is going to come out. Altiora is now investing the ultimates in this fight after a long time. And, Muse on the mate is still trying to... and also the Earthshadow comes out as well. But 3 more kills comes in, and it's looking a little bit... Oh, I was going to say a little bit grim for Altiora, or for Useless, I should say. And this card is going to keep moving forward here, and it's a little bit of a... it's not an official team wipe, but Useless is going to have to reset and try again. This might be your first capture for Altiora in Point Alpha.
More than likely, Useless have to decide whether they want to try and stall first point for a little bit longer or get even better positioning to defend second point. Looks like they want to contest, though.
They do, and it's gonna on the look at this. Keo, it doesn't matter whether they play away to Autumn McCree, the tracking is insane, and the kills are just gonna come in. The contest is not gonna work here this last second, so just gonna farm a little bit of ult charge, try again, and now Altiora has captured point alpha.
Yeah, it's gonna be first point captured. Muse on a little bit of a spiritual journey with Decay, but Decay is having none of it afterwards. And again, like I said, because they decided to take that contest, they're gonna have less good positioning to hold second point on this defense. Useless is, so they're gonna have to kind of rush to get up to where they want to be. Actually, it looked like they're flanking around the left side.
That's a little bit interesting.
Okay.
And Muse is just tickling the wrecking
Oh,
ball
scouting.
in the back line. Oh dear Lord. There we go. Okay, so now it's gonna just jump out in the high ground. They get spotted out. The rocket barrage from Luckstar gets one, and now we're just gonna go follow it up and try to see if we can get some of these pesky flankers out as well. The Mines field is also available for Decay, but it doesn't even matter. They get all the kills that they were looking for, including Keo taking out support for Cobra, and now his card's still moving for it, and Useless is going to have to reset again. Now this time, it's not looking too good for Useless if they keep getting a reset like this. This card is barely forward and going to get to point Bravo.
Yeah, they're probably only going to have about one more fight for second points, and I mean, when you look at their ult economy, they really only have the Diva Bomb, which, I mean, Roblox Lover probably isn't going to want to invest that right away, or maybe they do, actually.
The Graphitic Flux tries to sneakily get all those plugs, but it doesn't matter. Luxar's going to follow up right behind it. The Transcendence is also invested into this fight, just to keep their members alive. And of course, that last pesky Sombra gets taken down as well. And now it's looking like it was one last fight, but it was not successful for Useless. Dare I say they're useless yet again. And now Altiora is now looking at finishing this map and taking this last point.
A little bit over 3 minutes, Keo swapping back to Old Reliable, as well as Yukino kind of preempting that. Luckstar's probably going to have a tough time on this Pharah from here on out, just with all the hit scans in play. Probably going to have to swap off to something after they use their barrage, is my guess. Or maybe just play hyper passive and let Keo do most of the aggressive stuff. Yeah, there you see Luckstar getting pressured down.
Getting a little bit of pressure. You know, not completely under pressure, but just a little bit of pressure. Either way, Yuki, look at that shot though. He tried to be a hero for the team. Meanwhile, the Pharmacy combo is still in the air for Altiora. It has been uncontested for the most part, and Muse is trying to do something about it with their hit scan with Tracer, but it's not looking too good. And this cart is still barreling for it. I'm not sure if there's any intention on the cart right now. I'm just trying to take out the outside, and I know Keo's lurking around, just looking for that. And there's the rocket barrage. That's the heads up play you're looking for. It gets 2 more kills inside of it, Useless, but it's looking a little bit too late here, and the cart is stopped right there, but it's not looking too good for Useless. They're still trying to defend here, but it's the onslaught of Altiora. Keo just sniping down Muse. That pesky Tracer gets taken down finally, and it's still a little bit of a stalemate. The cart is stalled, but not for long. Members of Altiora are here, and they're just gonna play forward here. They are not afraid. They're gonna still try to take the players down, and they still Yuki is still trying to be a hero for that team. It's still not working out, and it's one more kill does come in front of side LTR, and this card is still stalled a little bit right up front. And okay, 2 more kills. Though that was also personal from Muse, and the revival comes in right away from the support. 1 more kill comes in as well from Muse, and it just takes down the sniper. And it's still a little bit of a stalemate here. This card is like less than like a meter from finishing this out. Transcendence is going to pop right on top of the point as well, and we are still in the stalemate, Acronator.
Yeah, they're just fighting it out, but, I mean, when you look at it, Altiora, they could just play a little bit further back, right? They have Luckstar, they have Keo that can just poke from a distance. They're finding these kills, as I say that Keo is the one to fall, but it's getting really dicey here. Useless doing a really great job of defending for the time being, using the Bongo to stall out and secure this fight. But that means they're not going to have too many resources coming into the final fight. Apotheosis will have the Bat Matrix, and that's probably going to be their saving grace, if anything. But Altiora is going to have, the Gravitic Flux. They're going to have the Duplicate if the fight drags on for a really long time. So this is honestly anyone's game at this point. It might quite legitimately come down to who wins the sniper duel and where that damage can go thereafter.
All right, so final seconds are ticking away. It is 20 seconds left on the clock here. If Useless is going to be more than useful in this fight here, they're going to have to pull out all the stops. 12 seconds left on the clock. Then Useless is showing a lot of heart here. They are trying to take down some early kills, and Yuki has finally getting back on this point to get the kills that they need. And the Sigma is coming out fourth. Okay, now they're gonna pop the emphasize. So now they know where their team is, and they can just take down the Sigma. Is the only player close to this point. The wrecking ball goes down. There we go.
Oh.
There's the pulse bomb that's personal. It gets down the Sigma as well. Both take lines are down from Altiora. It's looking a little bit like Useless is gonna pull this out. There's one last player, and it does. And yes, they do, and they pull it off. Wow, Useless is going to tie the series up 1-1 off of the greatest defense hold that I've seen in a while on Havana. Congratulations to Useless for just showing a lot of heart and clutch plays here to finish this out.
Muse definitely doing quite a lot of work there, especially on third point. Oh, here's the pulse bomb. Yep, okay. We didn't catch it the first time, but at least the game has our backs there. Beautiful plays. Played a really nice split tracer from the rest of his team, regardless of whether it was the Brawl or the double shield later on. And that really allowed for a lot of pressure to be taken off of the front line of Useless and try to like force down this tracer who was just being like a thorn in their side. It split a lot of Altiora's attention, especially from the backline. You saw the Zen just getting harassed nonstop whenever they were alive, that is, and it allowed for Useless to just stall out for as long as possible, and then it got down to one fight. Everything was about even in terms of resources, and then it was just good play. You know, they focused down Decay, the Wrecking Ball, and it pretty much game, set, match from there. We're all tied up. This is looking like a great series.
Yeah, it's gonna be a great series. This might go to map 5 if the trends continue whatsoever. I mean, this is nuts. This is nuts. Like you were thinking for Sequoia, it was all but over for them, right? It was just all they had to do was push the car a little bit further. Like it's just this close to finishing it out. And Useless, on the other hand, showing that heart that we saw on Lijiang Tower, just clutching it out at the last second. And they had to play aggressive though. Like if they didn't get those key picks off the tank line in that last fight, it just would have been all over. It's all they needed to, all Sequoia needed to do was roll forward and get back onto this point here, but they did not. And so now Useless has tied everything up, man. And now what do you think, right? Like, what do you think now? It's just like, if you see, just seeing kind of like some teams, and I have this theory, I think it's across all esports, you know, some teams like to play from behind, some teams like to live for that bottom of the ninth, last second moment here. And I think Useless is going to be that team for me. It's just like, okay, look, you're going to wait until the last second to clutch up. And they did that also in their attack as well, you know, just in that first point, just like, okay, they decide this is the time to play and this is the time to get their shots and get warmed up or fired up.
Yeah, definitely. Useless have been keeping it really close thus far. But we're going to be taking a really short break while we get everything set up for the next map. Undetermined hybrid map coming up after the break.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So we are tied up 1-1 in this matchup between Sequoia. Now they don't want to be called Altiora; they want to be called Sequoia. That's totally fine. I can live with that. Versus Useless. It is tied up. It has been an excellent match so far. And guess what? We're going to one of my favorite hybrid maps in Overwatch in Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Hollywood. How do you feel about this, Akonate, as a map pick?
I think this is a really good map pick for Sequoia because they really didn't want to play Brawl against Useless on like King's Row, for example. I was expecting Hollywood or Eichenwald or something along those lines where you can get away with more of those Brawl or a dive rather or niche compositions. So Hollywood, you can play more of the double shield if you really want to. You can play some of the dive, especially on second point and third point. I think this is going to play a little bit more into what seemed to be Sequoia's comfort zone in Lijiang Tower in the 2 rounds that they won, whereas Useless is going to have a tough time if they want to run this Brawl, but they did show a lot of proficiency in the double shield, so they might even just want to play more of that for their Hollywood.
Absolutely. So again, I'm just excited. I have to not let my bias show here because it is my favorite map in Overwatch outside of Blizzard World as well. I mean, like it's another hybrid map. I guess that's my bias, right? I like hybrid maps, but Hollywood on the other hand, though, man, I always like to see how teams roll out on the first point here before we get into the streets phase of Hollywood, because that's where I feel like your metal is tested, right? It's close quarters battle. It's you have certain comps. I've seen so many different interesting comps, especially if for teams that try to use the double shield on the high ground and you have to fight through that first choke point. It's the same. It's kind of the same thing on Eichenwald as well. Kind of that first choke is where the tempo is set for the rest of the map here, and then of course you get into the streets phase, and then just all these long corridors. You can use your snipers. You can use Widow to try to get some value off of it as well. But either way, and I also love the intro music as well. That's just me. I love everything about this map. So yes, my bias is showing. I love Hollywood, and I'm so glad to see it in professional competition here for Open Division.
I think that's fair. You know, most of the time we just see King's Row, maybe the occasional Eichenwald. We don't give Hollywood enough love. So maybe it's because it's an underutilized map, but I think it's fair to say that it's really nice when you actually get to see it. As we get into the map in just a moment here, we'll get an idea of what these teams want to run. Of course, Useless on the defense first, so we'll have a first clue of what they want to run, and then going into the brief pause, unpause. Okay, a little bit of a debate, but it's fine. We're getting into it as long as the teams are good. We don't want any disconnects. None of that.
Yeah, none of that here. Long have we waited. Now we debated. Here we go. Whiskey Jack Saloon. The bright and shining on the streets phase, but we're not going to be looking at that first. We're going to be looking at the studio lot in front here, and it looks like, yep, the ash is coming out, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you love to see it. You love to see it. Okay, all right. Professional caster mode on. All right, now let's talk about analysis here. So yeah, we're seeing the Ash, we're seeing the Echo, and the Winston also coming out the side of Useless. Yeah, they're on the right here. So it looks like also that Altiora will be attacking first, and a little bit of a mirror comp here, but there's the extra sniper on the side of Useless, and so they're committed to this long range hit scan, and we'll see what they can do on their attack. Altiora and Useless are tied up 1-1, and here we go on the attack phase for Hollywood.
Looks like Useless wants to play a little bit more of a reactionary poke-ish kind of dive, so I'd expect to see them try and catch Altiora Sequoia out in rotation and then engage when anyone's low.
Oh my goodness! Okay, right as I said about that, they didn't even get a chance to set up on the high ground. They're just going to take it right in front of the choke point here. And Useless, on the other hand, is just like, no, we're going to play. We're gonna play aggressive. I was like, Sequoia's gonna say like, I'm gonna play aggressive. They're gonna get to this high ground, and not a lot of value is coming out, but they do get 1 kill. But it worked for a little bit, but they might reset, or they might just say, you know what, no, we'll screw this. We're just gonna drop right on top of this point and see if we can get some more value off of it. And they do. The Winston gets nanoed. You hate to see it, but you have the face of the Winston that's nanoed in front of you. You better duck, right? So it looks like Altiora did come on top of this fight, and they will capture this first point and move into the street space in Hollywood with plenty in the time bank with 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
It was after Lijiang Tower where I questioned if there were any good sniper players in the lobby, and I'd just like to apologize to Keo because that doubt is now completely erased. Both the Ash and the Widowmaker have been absolutely stellar and really fun to watch. That being said, Yukino was actually the first one to build up to the Bob, likely due to the dynamite damage that's a bit more prevalent on the defense, as well as Aether doing a great job of just eating everything from Keo.
Absolutely. So Useless, on the other hand, is is just standing on the high ground here to try to get some value here, and of course, yeah, hate to see it. You get shot in the back by Keo. I mean, if you can get a sniper and get a shotgun, it doesn't matter to me. So they're gonna go right to the top of this high ground here. Useless was trying to beat some down on top of here. It was not looking too good, and now Sequoia is looking like on top. And you get the sleeping Winston on the background. That's the and then pulls out the primal rage just to stay alive here. I mean, look, get some value off. Yes, they do. Oh, no. Did he take him down? No, he didn't take him down. No, so the primal rage is still going, and Useless is still back on the top of this high ground. The cart is just stopped right in the middle of Point Alpha, and it's still breaking out. This fight is still going, Acronator, but just like there's some random stuff going off for a while, and the Diva Bomb is going to get on top of the point as well. Gets one, and 2 more comes in as well, and it's still not exactly a stalemate, but it looks like Sequoia, I should say, is going to have to back up and try again.
You gotta love when one team just knows who the threat is, right? Tactical slept, nanoed, booped around everything, and then still decided to commit the Primal Rage just to killing Keo. That's how much he's rattled the rest of Useless at this point. That they know where the win condition is, and at this point it's just shutting down Keo, which is fair, to be honest. The performance has been ridiculous thus far. Coming into this next fight, I'd probably like to see both Bobs come out rather early. Those are great contention tools. There you go, there's one from Yukino.
Oh, like, this is a rare sight. You see Bob on the high ground here, coming on the side of Useless, and it's just going to the fight's going to continue here. The Diva Bob's going to get thrown onto this high ground around, gets one off the top, and now it looks like Useless is backing up here, or at least they're going to go down to the ground, try to contest this on the low ground. But meanwhile, Roblox Lover is going to jump right back in with that Diva, and now the kills are coming in from Useless. 3 more are coming down, and now it's just a little bit, you know, let's go like, what's going on here? Okay. I was seeing like these signs, and I'm like, what? It's just Diva was low. That was what's going on. By the way, now we're gonna get back to the high ground. The cart is moving forward here. Sequoia, but wait, there's an E coming in from Roblox Lover. Okay, and again, it just like every time we think like the fight is over, it seems like Useless is just gonna jump back in and recontest, and I'm sure Sequoia is not like looking for that, and just like fights are just scattered all across free space here. We're not seeing all the action because we can't keep track of all the action. It's just crazy madness that's going on.
Oh, absolutely. These fights are so incredibly split, and I have to give a lot of credit to Roblox Lover for being on all fronts as a Diva. That's not easy to do, but it is a symbol of a really good Diva, as I say that.
And the Diva ate the Pulse Bomb as well. Aether is coming in clutch for Sequoia, ladies and gentlemen, and the fight is still in the high ground for Useless. They're just like to come and get it. Yeah, we've seen 2 Bobs, ladies and gentlemen, 2 Bobs on the high ground. The Power Rights is also going to come out. Sequoia is invested into this fight. All their ultimates. They're just going to clear players off, and yes, they're going to come out on top here. There's 3 kills coming down, and also the tank goes down from Tactical as well. So it looks like this cart will get to the Point Alpha and try to finish off Hollywood in the second phase.
Definitely a little bit scrappy there, but thankfully for, I guess, our sake, is that the fights are going to be forced into a little bit close quarters combat into this third point. There's not so much spreading out as second point Hollywood, where it's just the Wild West, pun intended, I suppose.
Yes. Pun intended. I love it. Bring in all the puns. So this card is moving forward. There's 3 minutes on the clock here for Sequoia to finish off Hollywood. And now Keo lurking on that high ground with the Ash, and just 50%, and like this is just gonna poke and tickle and get right back into this card. Meanwhile, Luxar is also on the Tracer and has that pulse bomb on the ready. Now, if he has a little bit of deja vu here, they got eaten last time, so maybe we can get some more value off it. Also, Roblox Lover has switched over to the Zarya. My personal favorite one trick. The pulse lock comes out and it just whiffs. It gets nothing, and this fight is still going. But now the kills coming in from Sequoia, and the Pyro Rage from Decay on the other hand is going to get 2. It's still trying just dueling Pyro Rages, I should say, between Decay and Tactical, and they're going to see if we can get some value off of it. Tactical gets 2 in return, and just I guess just an even out for Pyro Rages and more efficiency, and also the nano goes away as well. So now. It looks like Sequoia is just going to have to back up here. Unless they're going to try to cuss this cart in the last second here. They're just going to have to back up and try again.
I was fully expecting Tactical to die there, especially mid-Primal Rage getting down to like, what, 200 HP? Somehow getting the Mega Health Pack right as it got off of cooldown, running back to the rest of their team, and then actually turning around and killing Decay. That's not exactly how I thought that disengage would go, but now that you have Apotheosis using the rally, this is probably going to be a fight win for Useless.
It probably will be. Useless is still gonna push them back. They did they were just like surrounding this cart and just used kind of a pincer movement to kind of close in a Sequoia and make sure that they push back. And now some of their members are just getting separated here and backing up. And they can't back up. They have to play forward. A minute 20 on the clock here, and they have to find some kind of value here if they want to finish this out. And also, the Winston is just going to stand up front here and try to. And Decay is just getting melted down. He almost gets taken away. And now the high noon from Yuki comes out and gets one. And the Winston bubble saved the rest of their team, but they got one and lose the value. And they're just going to roll forward here and just takes down Kyo. And again, I think that's personal at this point. And now it's just got Sequoia, or I'm sorry, for Useless. They're just going to push forward here. The Power Race is going to get popped out to save Decay's life and to see if they can get some value off. But then the Gravitas Surge comes out as well, and the Pulse Block combo gets 2 from Muse, and that is going to be Useless winning this fight and pushing them back. You love to see it. The combination comes to play. We forgot about this. You forgot about that Zarya and that combination coming back, and Muse is going to come out clutch and get 2 more kills. That's the fight you want to see. 35 seconds left for the clock, and Sequoia has to find an answer here, there and now, if they want to finish this out.
This is going to be a little bit difficult for Useless, however, because really the only ultimate they have online is going to be the High Noon within, the next few seconds once Yukino takes a singular shot. But Sequoia has basically 3 ultimates online. That's going to be a lot more resources to pump into Decay or whoever else.
All right, the Deadeye got some value last time, and the bubble is right in front of it. And now the window is the Winston is nanoed again, and it's still going to roll forward here. Oh, that was also fan. The Hammer gets the kill down, and now we're down to overtime here. It is the kills are coming in from the side of Useless. This looks like the cart will stop here, just short of .2. And now it looks like Useless has the win condition on the board, 62.87 meters on the side of Sequoia, and now Useless has a win condition on the board. If they can push the cart a little bit further, they have to get the first capture and push it a little bit further. But in the face of Sequoia, though, it looks like a tall task, Acronator.
Yeah, definitely. I've seen many great games of Hollywood stop right at that spot, and I'm fully hoping this will be another one that comes straight down to the wire. But that's just personally me. Of course, Useless and Altier or Sequoia would love to either stop the cart much sooner or get it there with plenty of time left. You could see there at the very end, Sequoia had a lot of difficulty giving Kyo enough space to work with on the Ashe. Eventually, he swapped over to the McCree just because at a certain point, the sniper starts to feel claustrophobic, right? There's not enough room to work with. And even with the Ashe, it's difficult to find the angles you want. You just had constant harassment from Yukino, flashbanging from the flank, and then just fanning the hammer, and Kyo's back to spawn. Eventually had to go over back to the McCree, but that put him so far behind on the High Noon charge that Yukino is still kind of playing a few steps ahead in that regard, and Useless really did well in that final fight. I mean, again, they only had 1 ultimate in the High Noon, didn't really find anything, but who needs ultimates when you can just find the kills, right? Sequoia was definitely fighting an uphill battle, and it kind of showed with their inability to push the car any further.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we're going to see what Useless can do in their attack. Once again, they do have a win condition on the board. There is not going to be a draw here unless Sequoia decides that this is the time that they want to hold their team here and now, and then see if Useless can go up 2-1. And oh my goodness, just right out the top, Kyo is just going to take down the support and Apiotis, I should say. So I can get Sequoia, but I can't get Apiotis. Well, yes, yeah, I can't say it. Anyway, the fight is going to break out of the high ground here for Useless, and it looks like that they're just going to see if nope, the Dynamite, they're just going to hold firm until they get that last player set ready to go through for this choke. And now the Winston is going to jump into your face onto the high ground. You'll love to see it. Just had the protection from the Zarya as well, just to get up and into their face. And now they're going to try to go to the high ground and flank around. And Sequoia is backing up.
Yeah, this is a lot of space given up, so now you have Useless running it onto the point, and you're going to give Yukino a lot of space to work with, and now he has the High Noon out, and that's going to be a large zoning tool to work with.
Yeah, the Deadeye gets a little bit of space here, and Useless is going to come out on top here with a couple of kills coming in. The tank line is going to go down here. The Gravitas Surge is available for Roblox Lover, but it's not going to matter. The tracking on this player is amazing. They're going to get 2 more kills down. Who needs an ultimate when you've got that high charge Zarya putting in work? And it looks like they will capture this first point and move into Street Space with plenty in the time bank, just like Sequoia did on their attack. Yeah, 5 minutes and 2 seconds, just as close on their time bank as well. But again, they have a long way to go to get to the end of Hollywood.
Might make it difficult to deal with Kyo's dynamites, but good Zarya play is a thing of beauty, and as we see there, a giant Graviton Surge doesn't yield any kills, at least not in the way they wanted.
No, but Decay again pop out in the bomb and the pulse. Oh my god! All the ults was coming from Sequoia. I was just gonna talk about Decay on the Primal Raise getting some 2 kills, but like Sequoia just decides to follow up and get all the kills as well. It's kind of revenge for that huge Graviton Surge, as you mentioned. But this card is still okay. Now the card is moving. They at least know what a card is. And now they're gonna move it forward in the street space. And now Useless. I mean, with just a little bit of value here, with Sequoia just kind of panic, ulting into that fight. Now the Useless is just gonna be on top here and we can push forward. They nanoed the Winston again. Oh my goodness! But he gets slept for his troubles from Useless. That's gonna go.
The bomb getting delivered via express elevator. Not sure if it's really gonna matter though, because the kills are coming in from Useless, and the card's gonna keep on moving.
Absolutely, absolutely. So here we go again. The card is moving. Useless, on the other hand, is getting all the value in the world. And Decay, just happened. And Yuki finishes off the tank. There we go. So now Sequoia looks like they're going to have to reset once again, ladies and gentlemen. And now it's just barreling towards this point alpha here. 3 minutes and 37 seconds left on the clock here. And Sequoia, again, has to find an answer here and now if they want to stop this rampant assault coming in from Useless.
Roblox Lover is doing such a great job of getting into Sequoia's faces that Aether is actually swapped off of the D.Va, so now both teams are running double bubble. Yukino getting a quick stun onto Luckstar, and actually will finish out the kill. I don't know how that happened, but it was impressive nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, just using that Tracer, though, is just getting all the value in the world for their team. And Yuki is just going to play forward here, but gets taken out. But it doesn't matter. Right? It gets some revenge here. The cart does get into point alpha, and Useless with the follow-up kills on the backline here. And they're just going to play forward here and seeking some more value off of Sequoia. And now, Sequoia has to reset again. It is not looking good for Sequoia here. Every fight that they've tried to take to Useless on the high ground or low ground or whatever, Useless comes out on top, and with all the value in the world, they still have a huge ultimate bank coming into this next fight.
Useless has done a great job of conserving their resources and only using the ones they absolutely need to clear out fights, whereas Sequoia has kind of been lacking.
The Graviton Surge, the Pulse Bomb combo comes in yet again. I mean, Luckstar comes out with the Pulse Bomb of their own and gets 1 kill, but that's not a little too late here. It's looking like Useless is going to capture this last point on Hollywood and finish this out. If Sequoia can find a way to contest, it's looking like it's not going to happen. That's going to be the game, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, they did touch the last second. Oh, 0.5 to go, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness. But either way, okay, the fight's going to break out on top here. And Sequoia antied. The Dead comes out from Yuki as well as looking to clear off some space here. And they're still touching the point even though the Dead is clearing out. Nano Zarya is going to get in your face here and try to get to the Graviton Surge as well. But they're going to rotate around and see if they can get some more kills. It's just a long fight on top of this point here. I mean, just at the last second with the Winston play. That Deadeye is going to come out from Kyo as well. And he switched over to McCree while we were thinking about that. And now Sequoia's going to defend. They're going to push. Well, no. I was going to say, every time I think that. Oh, no, he almost got the Tracer in the backline. And this, Useless is still here. They're not falling back. They're pressing forward here. The cart is just shy of finishing this first point. And yes, the pulse bomb whiffs. Okay, not a lot of value off that, but all 6 members of Useless are still alive here. Now they have to back up just a little bit, but they're still lurking here to try to finish off Hollywood.
Useless is still in a really good situation. They have 2.5 minutes plus a few seconds to get it, like, what, 5 meters, something like that. They can take their time, they can take a dry fight, granted they don't need to right now, and build up the resources they want to then clear everything out.
Absolutely. So the Nano Winston again, and like, are they going to use the Nano and the Primal Rage? No, they get stunned out on the backline. But Decay, on the other hand, is going to use the Primal Rage and just try. Now there it is. Like that towards the end of the Nano, the Primal Rage does come out, but it's getting melted down, and rightfully so by the members of Sequoia here. It's still a 1-for-1 trade though, so they're still fighting on top of this point. And Useless is still coming out top. Yuki on that McCree coming out in the background and still getting kills down. I was gonna say that he on the other hand tried to activate their Deadeye as well to try to get some value. Graviton Surge just gets thrown into the backline here. Not a lot of value, but this fight is still breaking out here. It's still a little bit of a stalemate. This cart is just stopped meters shy of finishing this out. And again, Useless. It looks like they're just gonna back up and try again. But they can only do it for so long here. They got 1 minute and 40 on the clock just to get this last point here. And it looks like a little bit of revenge from Havana for Useless.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like Useless are just getting a little bit too trigger happy. They need to calm down a little bit, wait for the right opportunity like this to push in. and take their win conditions to the max.
Okay, the Deadeye and the Pulse Bomb combines for 2 kills, and Useless is still okay. All right, like
Oh, no.
like now they're getting the value, and now the card has moved forward here. It just needs some some clean plays and some picks, and Useless is now going to go up 2-1 in this best of 5 matchup.
Yeah, that's basically all it takes. Like I said, it just needed to wait until they had enough resources, whether that be ultimates or picks or what have you, to work into it. Here's the revenge for the 3-man grab. Decay just running in. Nano Primal unfortunately couldn't stall it out the very end of that map, but I mean, that one play was impressive. It did really well while it lasted, but Useless getting ahead in the series for the first time. So I'm sure
absolutely.
they're starting to feel really good.
Yeah, it's just like momentum is definitely a factor in Overwatch here. And it looks like the momentum is definitely benefiting Useless. They're not useless after all. I'm sorry, I'm going to make that pun as much as I possibly can. I'm sorry, guys. You named your team Useless. But either way, here we go. So they're up 2-1 in this series here. And looking really strong on Hollywood. I mean, like, it was definitely a good, very just straight-on push here. It was not, they weren't stalled out by Sequoia at all. So now you have to question Sequoia's mental state at this point right here. Because, like, if they're showing a little cracks in the armor here if they just think just gonna let Useless walk onto the point here for Hollywood.
Yeah, it's worth noting that Hollywood was Sequoia's map pick, right? That's the map that they were expecting to win. Up until this point, Useless had only looked the most comfortable on the Brawl. They looked a little bit uncomfortable on the dive, specifically on Lijiang Tower, and then they come out on Hollywood and just put on a clinic of how to play double bubble. So now you have to worry a little bit if you're Sequoia, right? Do you start second guessing what maps you want to go to? Do you start second guessing if anyone's boomed, right? Ideally, a mentality wouldn't play a factor into this, but of course it does, especially at this level of play, right? We're talking about higher level teams. We're getting up there in the losers bracket of Open Division, so this is a high stakes game, and these teams want to go all the way.
They do want to go all the way. And yeah, I mean, and like, as you imagine, this is not just some casual tournament. This is not some like tier 4, tournament. This is Open Division, ladies and gentlemen. So the further you go in, the higher the mountain gets, right? So it's not just like, okay, we're going to take this easy match and put this in our pockets here. You got to play to win, ladies and gentlemen. And again, it's win or go home on the loser side. And we're seeing the clutch come in, including the clutch factor come in. And Useless, like I said, and both teams have shown that, right? But Useless more than Sequoia in this particular case, when then they get to these last second plays, and that's when they clutch up and start getting the picks that they need to pull forward here. So now, if I had to guess, right, I'm not sure if the next match is going to be Assault or not, but if it is, now if it's going to be Sequoia's pick, like what would they pick just to counter what they've seen so far from Useless?
I don't even know anymore. I would have said something like a dive heavy map, but now that Useless just looked extremely comfortable, more comfortable than they have all series on the double bubble, I don't know if you necessarily want to go to a dive heavy 2CP, right? Do you want to go to like the more stereotypical maps like Anubis or Volskaya, or do you want to try and actually there aren't that many assaults anymore because Paris and Horizon aren't in the map pool anymore, but like, what do you choose at this point? I think that is a serious point of discussion within Sequoia. At the very least, their support staff, if not their players, going to want to be discussing that and being like, okay, what are we feeling? How do we bring this back? How do we allow ourselves to just take our time and play to the win conditions, not worry too much about what Useless is doing, because it felt like they were playing a lot sloppier on Hollywood than they were on, say, like Lijiang.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if I'm going to pick an assault map, I mean, I'm a bigger fan of like Temple of Anubis, but again, that's just me. And I know for some people will give me crap about like being 2CP. 2CP is life, ladies and gentlemen. 2CP is life. I know. I'm just trolling the chat at this point. But either way, we'll see what Sequoia is going to pick for their next map here, and potentially for Useless match point here, they can win this out if they can still pull out there for this next map here. But again, talking about the mental for a couple seconds, again, like the pressure has to be on. If you have to know now, you have to win out right, and you have to win against Sequoia's map pick for the final control map if you pull this off, right? So the pressure is definitely on, and it changes your mindset just a little bit if you're playing from behind now. So it seemed to benefit Useless just to play from behind, because they were down 1-0 to start off with, and now they just 2 maps in a row. So there's momentum on the one side, but there's also the clutch factor in the last second plays on the other side. So man, like Sequoia's in a tough position here, but I mean, if what we've seen so far, I'm sure that they're going to step up to the challenge here to see if they can fend off this relentless assault coming in from Useless.
Yeah, definitely. And just I was curious because I remember both of these teams had posted in their team sheets that they have previous experience at other community tournaments. Looking at Altiora Sequoia, sorry, it has won a few community tournaments. They've gotten second place in the past, but Useless has been the most recent winners of GGU in the expert division, right? So dare I say that GGU is a little bit bigger of a tournament, larger scale, right? You're versing
Yeah.
a lot more teams, generally a higher level of competition at like the final few rounds of the playoffs for them. So dare I say that Useless is a little bit more comfortable in this like higher stakes situation, whereas I'm not sure how high stakes the tournaments that Sequoia has been involved with have been at. But at the very least, they have been at that top level in tournaments in the past, so maybe they're going to be able to bring this back. You know, it's really just going to depend on if their coaches, if their players can give each other the pep talk necessary to keep it all together, right? I've seen great comebacks, I've seen complete flops, I've seen it all at this point, so it's really hard to say. It's going to be on Sequoia in this next assault map to really determine the rest of their fate for this open division run.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and also we can talk about the DPS play so far. I mean, Hio and Yuki, the tracking on these players, and and Decay as well. Like some of the tank players as well. Like I was seeing like the Zarya play coming in, and Decay on the Winston. Just like the tracking on both of these players is just like, man, I just like when I see that, I'm just like I wish I could play like that. Like I imagine myself at the keyboard, like, okay, I can track like that, can't I? And like, no, I'm too slow, man. I used to have those kind of reaction times and speeds, but I am not that kind of player. And this is a former quick 3 player myself, so yes, and I usually choose the rail. But anyway, either way, it's just like I just like enjoy seeing it. And Keo seems to be very versatile because he has a deep hero pool. You know, they can play the Widow, they can play the McCree, they can play the Ashe, they can play the McCree. It doesn't matter, just long as it's hit scan, as long as long range, and you know, just precision plays. And also Muse on the other side, also as well, just like a lot of heads up play coming from Muse as well on the Tracer, just being the flank specialist and just making, you know, just making all the plays in the world. Like the pulse bombs were clutch for the most part. I mean, it's just so amazing to see kind of this high level play in open division.
Yeah, definitely. It does sound like Anubis is going to be the next map, so I guess no real shocker there.
Bought a lottery ticket, ladies and gentlemen, because we've called it all. Like I said, man, Holloway would be my favorite map, and then Temple of Anubis for Assault, and here we are. We're on Temple of Anubis now. Again, I know people don't like 2CP, but this is where I think, you know, you can make a name for yourself here on this map. It's going to be totally amazing here to see what these teams pull out in Temple of Anubis. Now, also too, like, I would also say for some of these maps are stall heavy as well. With Temple of Anubis, like especially if you take that first fight at the choke, right, you can stall out a lot of teams at that first point. Or some teams just say, you know what, we're going to have a better defense on point 2 and just give up point 1 early on and just fend for our lives on the second point. What do you think, Acronator?
Honestly, I have no clue in terms of what compositions these teams are going to run, because that's going to kind of determine whether they want to front load or back load their defense, right? But on the offense in particular, I think it's really going to come down to, like, first point Anubis on the offense, you kind of have to expect that you're going to take it, right? If you can't take it, then you're probably just going to lose, period.
Yeah.
But second point offense is really going to test these teams' target focus, and I'm curious to see who's going to inch ahead. At times, it's been Sequoia that's been better, like on Lijiang, a little bit on Havana, on their offense, right? But then you have Useless on Hollywood that seem to have significantly better target focus just in general. Everyone was shooting the exact same target. They were dying so incredibly fast. They're putting so much pressure onto Sequoia's front line. So if Useless can keep up that specific kind of momentum, that exact kind of synergy within their team, I think they're going to do good here on Temple of Anubis. Otherwise, Sequoia might inch it back, right? They've shown us that the series is going to be really close. It's going to be on Useless to make it less close and try and win everything and move on.
So just for the record, ladies and gentlemen, Useless is up 2-1. They are on match point, and this time Sequoia will be attacking first, and Useless will be defending. And so Useless is on match point. If they can pull this out here on Temple of Anubis, they will win and move forward into the losers bracket on the open division. And Sequoia will go out at the losers round 7. But either way, man, I'm excited to see this, and the comps are already coming out. We've got the Echo, we've got the Ashe, and it's almost a mirror composition from both teams, except the Mercy is on the side of Useless. And so let's see here what they can come up with. I mean, it also looks like Useless is just going to take up post on the choke right up front. They're not even going to play the high ground point. The tactical is just going to be all knowing and bubble on top of the point here. On top of the choke, I should say.
Yeah, I think they just want to give a little bit of free poke to their DPS tactical, setting that up so you don't have to worry about Kyo possibly on a Widowmaker, bringing that back and doming Yukino before they get the chance to breathe.
Absolutely. So we will see what Sequoia can do on their attack here. They've got a long way to go, and they have to take it to Useless if they want their tournament life to continue. And it looks like that Useless, maybe the latter strategy, not the former strategy, of just backing up and giving up space to Useless, or to Sequoia, I should say, and like maybe giving up this first point and defending for a second, I'm not sure. But they do try to stop them here, as Sequoia is going to go up on the high ground and try to flank on the right-hand side to get into this point.
Tactical taking a lot of damage there, and while that is going to be feeding up Cobra's Nano Boost, that's also giving a lot of ult charge to Luckstar as well.
And Keel's making it personal. Luckstar on the other hand going to combine for 2 kills. But it looks like Useless, wait a minute, gets the revival right on top, and the Nano goes over to Yuki, and they're going to see if they can just put some damage here, and yes they do. There's 1 more kill comes down, there's 2 more kills. There we go. And now there's a hold coming in from Useless. They are not out of this fight yet.
I saw someone through the wall. It's hard to see because of the red outline on the Anubis background, but I saw that. I was like, who's there? Now, Kyo just got unfortunately staggered out, so that's going to be a little bit more time killed off the clock. But when you're looking at Sequoia's ult bank coming into this next fight, they're definitely going to have the Nano. It's probably going to go on to Decay. He's definitely going to build up his Primal Rage within the next few seconds of the early fight. Whereas if Yukino with the Bob, I'd expect that to come out to contest the point whenever that comes in.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we have to find a name for the Echo Mercy combo. Oh, that was personal. Yuki is going to get 2 more kills. The bomb comes out. It's just get all the value in the world for Useless. And more kills are coming in. And Sequoia's offense just gets shut down once again on the Bob from Yuki. All the value in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Sequoia's going to have to reset again. But this time, they'll have the ultimate advantage going to this next fight. I was going to say, Acronator, we need to find a name for the Echo Mercy combo. Because we have the Pharmacy combo. What is the Echo Mercy or Mercy Echo? I don't know. But
their names don't really work as well together, unfortunately. Decay in the previous fight wasn't even allowed to exist long enough to get the Nano Boost, so now they at least have that this fight, but they might not even want to use it now that they invested 3 other ultimates.
Yeah, absolutely. So Muse is going to use the duplicate on the Winston and try to get a Primal Rage off him, but gets slept for the troubles. And meanwhile, also Tactical is going to play, so you have the dueling Primal Rages on the dueling Winstons. Oh, and the Beaver Bob gets launched in the air, gets 2 kills for the side of Luckstar, but not a lot of follow-up going on as well, as Useless is still going to keep their members up and play to contest the win. And now another Beaver Bomb comes in from Ether to try to get some value off it. It does not. It just whips, but they're still not on this point here. A minute on the clock here, and Ether's just going to walk on the point and try to be brave here, along with the Sombra, and the Primal Rage is going to come as well. Okay, they are invested into this fight, ladies and gentlemen. Decay is trying to be a hero for their team, and they're getting the kills, but it's still, like, members of Useless are still like Hero, on the other hand, has switched over to Tracer before that fight, and now the kills coming in. There, it looks like they're going to capture this point. If they can clear out this last Diva kill, yes they do, and you hate to see it to get the Diva staggered out, and now Sequoia is going to capture this first point, and now they're going to see if they can get the 2 out of the 2 CP with 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
Not entirely sure how Cobra found that sleep, but I guess it opened something up. Tactical actually getting a little bit hyper-aggressive, looking for the Mercy pick, but ended up paying for it with his life. But losing Luckstar so early might not be too good for Sequoia on their offense.
But look at this, like Useless is just taking the fight to Sequoia here. They get 2 kills off. They committed the Bob and the Pulse Bob as well. Oh yeah, they're committing all of it to the fight here. They figured like just get some early percentage here as they go. But man, Useless. It's just the defense is coming in strong here. 2 minutes and 57 seconds left on the clock. All they're trying to do is waste time here, ladies and gentlemen. If Sequoia can cap, it's better for Useless if they can hold them here. But either way, I mean, they might cap it just on a random fight. Oh my God, sleep in the face. Winston and the Primal Raise to save, like that. That was to save his life. He didn't want to go down there to be staggered out. Primal Rage is still going here, and they're going to decide to see, and they melt them down, and they do. The duplicate comes out on the side of Luckstar for the Winston as well. It seems to be a popular target, and the Nano came out as well somewhere. I saw that too. Now, it's still this fight coming in the front of this choke here, and it's not okay. Now the kill's coming in from Luca, but the pulse bomb yet again. Oh my god! And Decay is also in the primal rage because that the pulse bomb is going to come on top of the point, gets nothing, but Decay is still in this primal rage, getting all the value in the world, and still clear players off, and they're capturing this point here. I don't know if anybody from Useless can be on to contest this at all, but it's just going to be a desperation point. The Wrecking Ball comes out as well to try to get the team up, and it's oh my goodness. It's still a little bit even, but no, the Dynamite puts in work, and Sequoia backing up. Yes, they are. Useless, the kills are coming in as well, and now they're just going to stagger out the D.Va. I hate to see it.
They're not allowed to exist in this plane or the next. Probably going to be yeeted back to spawn. Yep, there you go.
All right,
Yeah.
so they got so Sequoia did get some good percentage and value off of that ultimate fight. I think they got about 80% here, but now they're a minute and 30 on the clock with no ultimates in sight, ready to go here, and they need to pull out some rabbit out of the hat here if they're going to capture the second point.
Yeah, in the previous fight, they got what is essentially a textbook 2CP, where the defense spawn advantages became too much. Too many attackers had fallen, and they just didn't have enough damage nor the focus to be able to clear everything out. Now they're coming back, getting a little bit caught out in the rotation, but they should be fine, especially with the nano boost ready.
I love how brave the Power Rage is against Nano as well. It's just going to dive into this point here to see if they can get some value off of it. Yuki, on the other hand, is trying to find a target along with Muse, and yes, they get one down. Again, a trade for trade comes out, and again, Sequoia, wait a minute, they get the second kill. Now there was a tank line down for Useless, and it looks like, okay, now the high news is going to come out from Yukino, and it gets nothing off of it. Kyo is going to come out as well. So all the ultimates are getting involved. They got it in mid-fight as well. The percentage is climbing with 30 seconds left on the clock, and they just have to kill out these last little pesky kills. But more, as you mentioned, the spawn advantage is coming into play for Useless. They're still trying to kill out this last point. They do clear out the Tracer, and that's going to be it. Now, they do cap on Temple of Anubis, but they only have 20 seconds on the clock here. Just, and so now it depends on Useless to see what they can do on their attack, and they'll get some time bank back if they do. But the real answer here for Sequoia here is they're gonna have to hold them off as much as they possibly can.
The saving grace here for Sequoia is that they did capture with time. Not over a minute, but at the very least they captured with time. So they're guaranteed another attempt if we go into extra rounds. Of course, I'm sure they would love to stop Useless and bring this to a map 5 for another attempt to win out the series. But at the very least, if Useless full cap, regardless of their time bank, Sequoia have another chance. And that's really all they need, right?
Yeah.
Useless teasing currently the what I like to call the modified shadow dive, but this is more colloquially known as 6-man rush nowadays, whereas Sequoia more or less sticking with the same stuff, right? Luckstar back on the Echo for first point. Kyo actually onto the Tracer. That's something that we haven't really seen of him in previous maps. Usually it's been Luckstar on the Tracer.
Yeah, for sure. So now Useless has a win condition on. Well, they don't have a win condition on the board. They would have to full cap and then go have another set of attack and defense phase. But there is a win condition for Sequoia if they can hold them and not let them cap the second point. But either way, Useless will be on their attack. It is match point for Useless, ladies and gentlemen. They're looking to cap both of these points here in Temple of Anubis and push this into another set of rounds of attack and defense.
And they are sticking with this 6-man rush composition. I'm going to be watching very carefully on Yukino's EMP charge and how he decides to use it when it comes down to it, because that could be a fight winner by itself.
Yeah, that's can be, but not too much for Sequoia. On the other hand, they're gonna get two kills and take out that pesky Sombra from Yuki, and it's looking a little bit even on the fight here. Useless is still standing here. They have not walked back yet, but now they will after the blue shield goes down, along with Roblox Lover on the D.Va. So it looks like there's gonna be a retreat from Useless. They're gonna try again.
A bit of a quick re-engage as well, but with tactical falling. I think they're going to want to back up and just go again, as it were. And yeah, it's going to be Sequoia stabilizing from what could have been a little bit of a messy re-engagement from Useless. But, okay, well, yeah, now losing Yukino as well. I'm not sure where that was, but losing that Sombra, you really need to just get out now.
Yeah, like throughout all conventions, ladies and gentlemen, and you would think that the Useless would back up in this situation, but like they've done some re-engagement before. The Diva is going to get thrown off over the choke, but not a lot of value. But Muse, on the other hand, is going to get the pulse bomb in the back line here, and it gets revived right away. Yeah, that is definitely a play. The EMP comes out, it gets 4 at the very least, and now Useless is pushing on top of this point here. They're just going to try to see if they can clear off more members of Sequoia as the time goes on. The duplicate comes out from Luckstar. They're going to duplicate the Diva and try to see if we can get another Diva bomb, but they get hacked again from the Sombra from Yuki. Okay, Yuki showing a little bit of different sign here with the Sombra on the hacks and everything, but now more kills coming in front of side of Useless. It was looking good so far, and Decay is also on the primal range as well to try to get another kill, but this fight is still just so scrappy and going back and forth here, but no one seems to be tipping on top of this point here. They're just going to keep trading kills back and forth, but does it look like Useless comes out on top? If they can clear out the Diva, yes they do.
Probably, possibly.
Yeah. Okay, now we're playing Overwatch, ladies and gentlemen, because now they're going to tap this first point here and move into point Bravo, but they did take up a lot of the time because they're still contesting. My goodness. Okay, all right. So they're just stalling for time here. 1:30 on the clock here. They'll probably get another 2 minutes to get to this next point here. Sorry, get another 2 minutes to get out here. And now 4 minutes and 25 seconds left on the clock for Useless to try to capture point 2 and move us to another set of attack and defense.
Really scrappy offense and defense there from both teams, realistically. But Useless looks a little bit similar to their third point Hollywood. Really early engagement here as well. They're just hungry for kills.
Yeah, I mean, Muse like whiffs on the pulse bomb, but does get a follow-up kill right behind it. And now this fight is just being taken on the side here. But now it looks like Useless is already on the point here. The Demon Bomb is going to get 2 kills as well. It looks just like, man, Useless is just taking the fight to Sequoia. They want to end this here and now. They don't care about spawn advantage. They want to finish Temple of Anubis and to force Sequoia to defend their honor and try to on their attack base. But man, look at this. Just chasing them down. Tactical is going to prop the power range. It's going to get some value off of it now. And it is moving. All 5 members, or all 6 members, I should say, are still here. Oh no, and the Diva Bomb gets on top of as well. The Diva Bomb is going to control right on top of this point here. Clear members off, but it doesn't matter. They're still here. No one died inside of Useless here. They're still here to attack. Muse, Pulse Bomb again, and now, let's see, Pulse Bomb for the mech. And okay, now, like I say, okay, the Decay is also popped to primary range at this point. They're still invested into this fight. Sequoia is fighting for their lives here, ladies and gentlemen. They're trying to stall this as long as possible, but it looks like Useless is going to have to reset here. They do not have the numbers to continue, but it was a good attempt from Useless. They almost captured this point here, but it just came up a little bit short.
Theo, once again, expanding his known hero pool to the Sombra. I don't think we've seen that from him thus far.
No, we did not.
But it's been really good, obviously. It's been good on literally everything. Yukino, ironically, onto the McCree, really early EMP. I'm not sure what value they're going to get. Okay, they do engage. Okay, so
Yeah,
they dive in rather aggressively.
Yeah, it was a little bit aggressive, but they were looking for the initiation for the EMP. It does get 3, and now, but unfortunately, Sequoia's going to punish that right away from being out of position and just keep they're still playing aggressive. They're playing way too forward here.
Yeah, the one nice thing is that Decay is very obviously going to be back before Useless could have ever rushed in, especially with the swap over to this Orisa Diva composition. A little bit of a more niche composition. A Diva allows for a bit more versatility and survivability as opposed to like a Sigma, right? Especially when you're getting into these close quarter combat. Could also just be because they already have the Diva Bomb. They don't want to swap either way.
Not at all. But now here they are on the right side, on the flank, trying to finish Temple of Anubis here. The kills are coming in front of side of Useless. The beat was invested into this fight here, and now they're just going to take advantage of it and push forward here and take down members of Sequoia here and try to finish out Anubis. They just need to clear out some of these last kills, and now there's one more. The Brigitte and one more person is on top of this point here. They just need to clear them off, and the Torbjorn comes out from Muse. Okay, I think there's a little bit of a troll pick here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, but also he was trying to counter. I guess he tried to counter the other Torbjorn and Luxar on the other side, and now this is captured away. Well, that was switched to Torbjorn. That's a troll pick. I'm just gonna call it a troll pick. Either way, so now Useless is captured Temple of Anubis set point 2 with more in the time bank. So now Sequoia will get a minute on the clock, but now, again, they're trying to force Sequoia to defend their honor here. So now they're going to be in an attack with a lower time bank here. And if we've seen anything on Temple of Anubis, you can get dicey and hairy at the last second. They also will not get any additional time bank if they capture. So we're going to see the desperation comes out and see how far Sequoia can get into Temple of Anubis.
The difference between these time banks is actually quite significant because it comes down to like 2 or 3 extra fights depending on how fast Useless wants to take it, right? And they've been playing rather fast, so Sequoia is really only going to have like 1 or 2 fights at most, whereas Useless is going to have like 3 or 4, maybe 5 for that extra stall if they really wanted to. That being said, the time bank almost doesn't matter if they give up first point, right? They need to hold it on first point, otherwise it's hard to get anything on second point Anubis with
No
normal
time
time bank, let alone like overtime rules. So it's going to be rather difficult.
Yep.
Nothing too shocking in terms of compositions. It's being teased. Kyo once again on the Sombra. If he can build up a quick EMP, might be a fight determining ultimate, but I'm not sure if they'll be having the time to do that.
All right, so now we are in extra innings, ladies and gentlemen, to use a baseball analogy. Sequoia is on their attack, and they only have a minute on the clock to try to find just as a percentage here. I don't think they can full cap Anubis again, but they're just looking for enough percentage, and then they're going to have to hold for their lives for Useless for their attack phase once we get to it. And meanwhile, I mean, the Brights are breaking out here. There's no percentage at all. It looks like Sequoia, or at least it looks like Useless, I should say, is trying to keep them outside of this choke here. But all the players splitting onto the point. The Nano comes in right away for Decay. Oh my goodness, gets shot in the face. And Muse, on the other hand, is going to try to follow up in the other Echo. But the kills are coming in for Sequoia. I'm not sure if they're standing on top of this point here. They have 15 seconds left on the clock here. It's not looking good for Sequoia if they can get any percentage off of this as well. But now they do have a person on top of this point. And it looks like, again, the trades were coming in, but now Sequoia comes out on top, and they're going to have to stay on top of this point here. I'm not sure. Yep.
Might actually be seeing an entire first capture from Sequoia, which, like I said, isn't going to be great for Useless, because then the 2-minute time bank that they have is almost for naught, right? I mean, you have one more fight into second point, but Sequoia now have some actual ultimates to work with. They're going to have the copy, they're going to have the EMP, and yeah, Useless have to engage really early here and aggressively.
Yeah, that's just like they give up the first point, but they got to engage really early here, and they're going to have the ultimate advantage as well. The numbers are not there for Sequoia. They're going down one by one, and it looks like this is where they will stop here, ladies and gentlemen. And no, there's Keo standing on top of this point. As I say that, because he's going to use the EMP to try to keep them alive, but it goes down right away. It was a great idea, Keo. It was a great idea, but this is where it will end, ladies and gentlemen. So now Useless can win this out. The win condition is on the board. They just need to get past point alpha here if they can finish this out and move on in this open division bracket. But Sequoia has their tournament life is on the line. They have to defend for the life against the onslaught of Useless for 2 minutes if they want to keep their tournament dreams alive.
Also notable that this could very well turn into the Temple of Draw Anubis if Useless take first point and can't get anything of note on second, which be a little bit funny, also a little bit poetic to say how close this series is, but I'm sure Useless would just love to roll through and get that one tick onto second point that they need. It doesn't look like any major changes coming in from really either side. Kyo instead of the Sombra now onto the Ashe. Not really a shocker considering the sightlines that the defense is afforded here. Otherwise, same old. Apotheosis and Muse not choosing their heroes quite yet. They're probably deciding exactly how they want to run this composition and then kind of slotting their hero choices into whatever niche is needed from the team. It looks like just standard dive, right? We're going to see same old. Useless going to want to take that high ground and then rotate to point from there. Yep, stereotypical Sombra Tracer dive. 6-man rush as it's called, and it's really going to be on Sequoia to stall out, take these fights early, find picks, and bring the clock down to 0.
All right, so we've seen some clutch plays in his previous maps here, but this is where the rubber meets the road, ladies and gentlemen. Sequoia has to put it all out in the game here if they can finish this out. They just need to hold Useless for another 2 minutes, and it's extremely difficult. And there's already somebody on the top of this point here. They're gonna have to push back and fight for their lives here. Kyo is gonna step up and be clutch. Here we go. Sequoia is just fighting for their lives. and there's still okay. The kills are coming in for Sequoia. There might be a chance for them yet here. A minute and 20 on the clock here, and it looks like Useless is going to back up and try again, or maybe they'll re-engage. I mean, it's just like they've defied all expectations at this point here. Yuki on the Sombra is going to try to flank out as well. It does not get anything. They have to relocate back to spawn.
With the extra time bank that Useless was afforded, they're going to have a few extra attempts, but they can't keep squandering them like this. They're losing people too early on, but Yukino is stabilizing, so who knows if they'll be able to make anything of it. It looks like they want to soft disengage.
Yeah, they do. Look, the Nano's going to come out for the Winston again, the popular target for Decay, see if we can get some value off of it. Cobra, in that fight, got 2 kills, but again, Sequoia is looking up, they're clutching up here. It's a 39 seconds left of the clock here. If they can't, okay, wait a minute. We had 1 kill coming in. That's an opening. We're still fighting here. It's 30 seconds left of the clock here, and no percentage whatsoever. And Keel, the other hand, the Tracer is getting 3 kills, is forcing Useless to reset yet again. The clutch coming in from Keel is amazing, ladies and gentlemen. It is do or die. 15 seconds left of the clock. There is no one here for Useless. They have to do something here. It's 10 seconds left of the clock, and there's no one here to touch the plate. If they don't touch the plate in the next 6 seconds, it's going to be all but over. We're going to go to a map 5. It's still, no, it's just we're close enough, and there it goes. Okay, they're on the point now. It's now in overtime, but now it's a fight for the life for Sequoia here. If they can just take down the Mothers, the duplicate comes out from Luckstar, and they're going to try to get the Primal Rage to get some value off of it. But 2 more kills comes in. A Tactical is going to do the Primal Rage as well. Going to get 3, and now the Primal Rage is still going on behind the Bomber. Comes in with 2 kills on the Diva Bomb. Tactical still has the Primal Rage. They're going to trace down this Echo, and now Useless has clutched up, and they're going to capture this first point. But now it's desperation time, ladies and gentlemen. They have the 30 seconds just to touch. You get the 1 tick off the next point, and they're going to have to move quick. It is getting down to the wire for Useless.
The one saving grace here for Useless as well, that they had to use 5 ultimates to take first point in what had to be the most losable fight I've ever seen. Apotheosis died very early, so they didn't get the chance to use their beat, which is a great engagement tool, especially when you have very little time like this. So right when they get to the choke point, expect to see that beat come out, and I'm not sure if Sequoia is going to have an answer.
All right, so here we go again. This is the last fight, ladies and gentlemen. Sequoia is just looking to draw at this point. They just have to keep Useless off. 2 kills do come in, and we're now in overtime. It is the last second, ladies and gentlemen. Decay is on the Primal Rage as well. It's just taking down players. There's 1 more player left. They have to take down the Diva. It's going to go down and get staggered out, and that is going to be the game, ladies and gentlemen. It's overtime. We get to a draw. Useless. They were so close. They were so close, but Sequoia was just a little bit closer. My goodness. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we go into control. Man, what
It's got
a
to
game.
kind of sting when the last, 10 minutes or so of your entire match has been utterly useless in the score line. For both of these teams, I'm sure Sequoia would have loved to take this to a map 5, and Useless would have loved to close it out, but doesn't matter, because now Useless is going to have yet another chance. A little bit of a revenge story on Control in particular. In Sequoia, if Control is their map type, then this is probably going to be their saving grace, because this is their chance to bring it to a 2-2 scenario, and then bring it to a map 6 in this case, but well, extremely close series so far.
Yeah, it's extremely close. If we're going by records here, ladies and gentlemen, right? Like Control was the one map that Sequoia did win, right? So if you imagine their Control specialist, I mean, just going off raw numbers here. We're not going off of skill or gameplay at all. We're just saying like, hey, they won the first Control map, so maybe they just need to get back into their comfort zone. So now we're in a draw phase here. So now again, Useless will be on match point again. So if they win this fifth map, they'll take it out. But if Sequoia wins now, I think we add another Control map at the end. We're gonna have to do this all over again. And I feel sorry for production, ladies and gentlemen, because I think they've been up since like 4 o'clock this morning in Chicago time. So I mean, sorry, man. We have 1 more map to go. I'm totally sorry about that. But this is such good gameplay coming in, and man, like. You have to think, right, for Useless, they had it in their heads. They knew what was on the line here. They did the first job by capturing the first point, but like they also knew, like, if they were in overtime, they only had 30 seconds to capture the second, and you could see it in their play. They're like, no, we don't have a choice here. The best we can do is draw. The worst we can do is win. So we have to go for it, and they get shut down by Sequoia. But man, why couldn't they have done this in regulation? You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to see this from Sequoia, like in regulation, not at the last second. Just my goodness.
Yeah, just a nail biter of a series. I said it during the first break to the rest of production that we were gonna see a barn burner. And speaking of breaks, we're gonna go to another one to give our producer a little bit of a time to breathe. So we'll be back in just a few moments with map 5 for potential match point.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Open Division lower bracket action. We have Useless up 2-1 after a draw on Temple of Anubis. And I have Acronator with me, and man, you would think that this would have been a 3-0 match, or sorry, it would have been to map 5, but we're in map 5 with 1 to go, ladies and gentlemen. So it looks like Useless will be a match point again, but Sequoia, on the other hand, has another opportunity if history repeats itself to finish off control here and bring us to a 6th map, but it'll be for match point the first of 3. How you doing, Acronator, this afternoon, or this morning, I should say, or wherever you are in the world?
Yeah, I'm East Coast, so despite getting up somewhat early, not as early as some of our producers, I'm feeling okay. You know, I'm really enjoying this game. I was hoping for a close game, I always do, and these teams are absolutely delivering. It kind of sucks that we have to send one of them home after this game, right? You almost wish that this was an upper bracket. But either way, we're going to Nepal for the next map, and dare I say that we might see our first showcase of Brawl since Lijiang Tower. And Useless won that round, Control Center, rather handily, so I'm curious to see if what happened, what feels like 2 hours ago now, I think it almost literally was, kind of rings true now, where Useless is still the better Brawl team, or maybe Sequoia needed to change something up and they're going to opt for the Brawl. Yeah, sure enough, I don't know which round of Nepal this is, looking at a caution sign, but we'll figure it out eventually, as looks like Shrine?
Yeah.
No, Sanctum. Sanctum, I got
okay, yeah.
debated. So this is the one with the Death Pit on the point. A lot of great Lucio play potential, and Brawl aplenty.
Absolutely, but a Yuki is, I think it's going to be a troll pick for the semester, but that's not sure. So either way, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on control for map 5, but now Useless is still a match point here. They can win this match and move forward into the bracket if they can win this out. But Sequoia is fighting for their lives if they can take on the control here. And the wall just right in front here. And Yuki on the semester. Now it's not a troll pick. They are committed to this, ladies and gentlemen. And there's the first move of the month. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. You love to see it. You love to see it in Sanctum on Nepal. And now it looks like Useless will capture this first point here if they can keep their numbers up.
We haven't really gotten to see too much Mei play this series because neither team has really wanted to throw it out there, but if Muse can keep getting Mei walls like that, this map could go rather quickly in favor of Useless, because that is the sign of a great Mei player.
Woo! Look at that. Right in the middle of the point, keeping players off. And yeah, you know, I'm not stuck in here with you, ladies and gentlemen. You are stuck in here with me, and they're going to take down players of Sequoia, and they're going to have to try again, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man, like, that was a clean fight coming in from Useless.
Both fights have gone the exact same way as if it was scripted. First, Muse gets a Mei wall up, then Tactical charges Luckstar and kills them, and then Useless wins the fight. We're only 2 fights into it, and we're only like 32% of the way in. It's happening so quickly that the point hasn't been able to tick up very far.
All right, the Earth Shatter, like, just try, I think it was just for the Mei wall at that point, but it's gonna get the pin and the follow up as well. Try to see if we can get some more kills. Yes, they do. And Useless is gonna get, you know, a 1 kill onto the K, and now, but it's looking like Sequoia is just standing strong here. They're still trying to contest for this point. And now, oh wait, no, I get frozen from behind. Yeah, okay, so now Muse switched over to Mei. No, sorry, Luckstar switched over to Mei as well to try to counter this Mei wall coming in, and the kills are coming in for Sequoia, and now it looks like Useless is on the back foot here, and they're going to capture the point and flip it back. But now, again, they're at 65%, so they did a good job on their first phase of this, but now Sequoia is going to have to do even a better job to see if they can hold on to their tournament hopes.
You know what the funny part is? That Luckstar has actually been on Mei from the beginning, but you wouldn't know it because he died first in the first 2 fights. Okay. However, he is building up to that Blizzard. Muse gets canceled out of the Blizzard, so that's going to be gone and dusted for this fight. And it looks like Sequoia is going to hold on to it, maybe?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like Sequoia, I mean, tried to find some value with the Deadeye and gets nothing off of it, but it doesn't matter. They still clear off Useless, and now they got 2 fights down, and then you just need to get a couple more in and see if they can capture this first point.
Yeah, now that you do have Sequoia holding on to the point, they have a slight ultimate advantage, nothing too crazy, but they do have Luckstar's Blizzard. Hopefully that won't get eaten or stunned out of this time, so they can get some value out of it.
Yeah, that's happened a couple of times to them, haven't it? They almost have PTSD from it. But Sequoia is still going to decide to fight the low ground and still try to take out Useless off the high ground, but they're just stalling out for the point here. Meanwhile, the D.Va is on the flank, and let's see if they can drop them from behind and see if they can just push some players off. But it's not looking too likely here. So now the fight's going to go right back to the high ground now, and it looks like a couple of kills come in, and Luxark is going to pop out the Blizzard, and the window gets invested as well, and it's just going to take players down. And also the Beat is trying to is been invested from Useless as well, keep the team alive. Now Sequoia is at 75% here, and so they're doing a good job, but it looks like Useless is going to have to clear out some more kills, and maybe they can get on top of this point, or not, as again, Useless just seems to want to recontest now. They did invest some ultimates into this fight, and now the Blizzard comes out as well. Roblox is going to get a kill, and it's still a little bit of stall, but okay, and Deadeye comes out in the back line and gets a kill as well. And so now Useless is still here, and Sequoia is still contesting. They're still going to try to stay on as long as they possibly can. Now it's an overtime at 99%, and then just doing a good job, but still stalking it. Okay, and Lucio gets killed as he tries to sacrifice himself off the side. So now the point is slipped. It's 70% here, and Sequoia does have a couple fights to get, but they at least got to 99%.
Yeah, they're in like 2, maybe 1.5 fight territory, Sequoia is. And neither team really has a large bank of ultimates to work off of. Cobra is going to have that window a lot sooner, so that's probably going to be the stop tactic. Or the bomb.
Oh yeah, we're going to initiate with the Deadeye and gets one at the very least. The immortality field keeps them alive, and the window gets invested as well from the side of Useless, and just like getting more. Oh my god! First of all, like he was already dead. Why did you have to track him down? But anyway, it's still the fight's going to break out, and it flips back over to Sequoia in the middle of all that. There's no one here from Useless if they can kick it out, but the Baptiste is going to try for the hero play. And it's going to get taken down for the trouble, so overtime slowly ticking away, and now Sequoia is going to be up 1-0 on this control map in Nepal.
Luckstar giving us a little bit of slow-mo action there. Not that it really mattered, because the round was already over, and Sequoia returning to their old form. They definitely look more comfortable on control just in general, regardless of the composition. I would be utterly shocked if anyone tried to run a Wrecking Ball on Village, because it is extremely claustrophobic, unless you're going to fight outside of the point and then send your DPS and the off-tank to contest the point. But I've never seen this composition work on this map, I'll say that much. And I watch an unhealthy amount of Overwatch.
Yes.
So,
yes.
So I would be
what definition of unhealthy in a sentence, please? But anyway,
Pio, though...
Pio, though, that kill on the way down, man, I was just, why? He was already dead. Anyway, so now we're going to go on Village here for Nepal, and it looks like the Pharmacy combo is going to come out from both sides here, and Syoko is also on the Zen as a kind of the only difference here between their support lines for both teams. But we'll see what kind of value they can get off of this. Is 1-0 for Sequoia, and they have all the momentum going in their favor here if they want to pull this out and roll us out to a map 6 to go to the map 5.
A little bit of poke back and forth, but it looks like Useless are going to hold on to the point for at least a few seconds, but Sequoia are getting the kills. Hard to say who has the advantage right now.
Yeah, I mean, the kills are starting to come in from Sequoia. They get 3 at the very least, and even though Useless has are spawning back up, they're just gonna flip point back. As you said, they only had it for like 17%, which is fine. And now Sequoia is marching toward victory here if they can finish this out.
Yeah, definitely. They're having quite a few ultimates slowly come up online. Should be up by the time the next fight starts to break out. The one I'm really looking at is Kyo's Barrage. That's going to be potentially a big damage output for them. Obviously, he's going to be building it up with a lot of free poke damage. There's not really anyone on the side of Useless who can deal with this far right now, outside of Roblox Lover flying up, but you don't really want to send your diva out, especially when they can do that.
Yeah, especially with that. I mean, a blue kill comes in from Useless as well. I mean, just as we say that, like Kyo does come out with 2 more kills, but Useless, on the other hand, does have the numbers advantage. Yuki is going to come out with the kill as well. It's just going to clear numbers one by one of Sequoia off, but Luckstar is just going to try to fight for their life. I love the heart from Sequoia. It doesn't matter if they're going to recontest. They're just going to recontest anyway. It does not matter if they have advantage or not. They just want to stall for time. So now the point flip sec for Useless, and they're at 22%, but it's got a long way to go if they want to pull this out.
Here's the trouble I see for Sequoia in the near future, is that Useless's composition is going to have an easier time bunkering down onto the point, as opposed to the Wrecking Ball. So as long as they contest, it's going to be very difficult to wrestle control away from Useless.
Oh my goodness, and so Minefield comes on top of the point, and now all the ultimates are coming in from Sequoia to see if they can get some value. Okay, Luckstar does get one with the Pulse Bomb. Oh, you got 2, incidentally. You got the mech as well. It's the pulse bomb from Muse. Oh, you love to see it. Diva Bomb eating everything. And hungry hippos. Here we go again. And now Sequoia is going to clear off more members of Useless. 2 more kills coming in from the side, and we may flip this point back. There's one more player still at the point here. Moira is going to try to play for Hero to install for time, but it's not going to be much. And now the player can flip back for Sequoia. They're at 52%, and it's still, this is getting close, ladies and gentlemen. It is getting close and down to the wire. Useless is not going to give up without a fight.
Absolutely not. However, Aether's been doing a really good job of peeling for Suyoku on the Zenyatta, and that's really a big win condition that most teams don't realize at the lower level of plays. You gotta keep your Zen alive in this Wrecking Ball comp.
Yeah, yes, you do. Yes, you do. Okay, the Diva Bomb comes out from Aether. It gets 1. Yes, they do. Muse is going to take out their rival Tracer as well, but the Prime Rage is going to fight. The kills are just getting traded back and forth here. Tactical is still in that Prime Rage and still trying to get some value off of it and get the Diva Mech for their troubles, but it's still no one on the point here for the side of Useless. And 86% going in for Sequoia. They're going to have to do something here very quickly. The number seems to benefit them as they flip the point back, but we'll see if they can hold on and get their first point on the floor here from Nepal.
Had a mini heart attack as Decay almost went off the map on stream. That's always a little bit of a bad feeling, because the player will see it after the fact and go, oh no. Either way, both teams honestly have a ton of ultimates to work with here, but Sequoia has a lot more.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Keo tried to initiate with the Rocket Barrage. He gets 1 before he gets taken down. Roblox Lover, on the other hand, is going to play forward here and get 2 more kills. They are trying to will their team to victory here. The Diva Bomb is going to get thrown right on the side of the point here. It gets 1 at the very least, but it doesn't even matter. They're just going to be playing forward here. And now it looks like that Sequoia is going to flip the point back. They're at 97% here, and they need to clear off the last 2 members of Useless. And if anybody can tell, we're now in overtime here, ladies and gentlemen, and it's just 1 last player here for Useless. And overtime is ticking away. It is just going to throw bodies onto the point for Useless to see if they can. The Winston is on the other side, along with the Moira to try to save their team. And it looks like Luxstar is going to try to go on the back line to get that kill. Yes, they do. Overtime is still in play here, and it looks like the numbers are going to benefit Sequoia. They're going to clear off the last Wrecking Ball here if they can. And overtime is going to take away, and it does. And we are going to a map 6, ladies and gentlemen. It is down to the wire. Sequoia will pull this out and tie us up 2-2.
I believe it was someone in chat that said Nepal is Useless's best map, but I don't think it matters when Sequoia is just a control type of team, you know? Thus far, they've only won control, and they're poised to win the series if we go to another one. They just came alive in a different way on this map, right? They didn't give up, I think is the best way to describe it. Their tenacity and their unwillingness to yield really yielded results in this case.
Yeah, not at all. Sequoia standing tall, standing strong, and now has pushed us to the final map in the series, which will be Control. It's map 6, ladies and gentlemen. So this is not a typo, ladies and gentlemen. It is map 6. There was a draw in Temple of Anubis, and Sequoia never say die, never say surrender. All the recontests, just they were in Useless's face the entire time, and just came up clutch in that last fight to pull this out. And so now we're at a map 6, and you know. Akronade, I have to tell you, I don't want this to come to an end, you know, like I really don't, because it has just been so amazing so far. That last fight was just so amazing for me as a caster, just to see it all put together. And now we have to say goodbye to one of these teams, man. You hate to see it, but somebody has to go home, and it's going to be in Control. There's no draws, there's no more ties, there's no more extra innings here. We have to finish, and somebody has to go home here. But it's been an amazing match so far to get this far into map 6.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It sounds like the final map is going to be Ilios, so in terms of compositions, probably a good amount of brawl and dive depending on the round. Ruins, generally, you could see more of like the Wrecking Ball variant of brawl. Whereas, like, well, sometimes you'll see the dive because the brawls just kind of run circles around the well without actually doing anything, which is kind of funny, but doesn't really get anywhere at the end of the day. Lighthouse is kind of anyone's best guess. That one, you can just kind of play whatever you want, as long as you're playing your win conditions right. I want to say that Useless still has a chance. Sequoia's looked really good on Control, though. Like, it's a different level of play on Control thus far, so I have my fears for Useless. It's really anyone's game at this point. Both teams have had their moments, both teams have had their flops, but it's down to the wire. Like I said, there are no more draws. If they found a way to do it, we should report that to Blizzard, because that shouldn't really happen.
But man, I mean, Ilios, I mean, like, Useless is going to bet their entire tournament life on Ilios. And again, going by raw numbers, not by skill or gameplay, they have lost both control maps so far. So to pick Ilios, I mean, I understand that. And if Well comes up first, I mean, my goodness, right? Like Boop Central, ladies and gentlemen, Boop City, Duff City, if you want to call it that, right? I mean, but man, what a match, what a thing. Thank you, Acronym, for hanging out with me all afternoon. And what a match to close out the EMEA stream for before we get into NA. And again, I know everybody in production wanted to get some sleep, but thank you all so much for sticking around with us towards the end. But man, we've got ourselves our map 6, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to go down to the wire. And if any of the both control maps have both, well, actually, the last control map was 2-0 for Sequoia, so it wasn't exactly down to the rubber, but it could go to the rubber for Ilios. And man, I can't wait to see it. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, we're just waiting on the teams to give the ready signal and then go in, and we'll be in the final stretch. You know, I'm sure, like we said, a lot of the production folks behind the scenes have been awake since like 4 a.m., 5 a.m. this morning, so I'm sure they're just waiting, counting down the seconds, hoping this is a 2-0. Personally, I'm hoping for a close game, but in favor of our... Okay, wait. Is it escort or control? I believe it's control, yeah.
Yes, it has to be control. Like, it has to be control. You can't, like, we can't have a map that's going to change. It's rolling control maps, and so, yeah, it has to be control. But either way, I mean, man... Either way, no matter what happens, I mean, both teams should be proud for sticking this out, getting it all the way down to the end. This was not a domination. This was not a stop. This was definitely not something where one team is better than the other. It is just endurance, playing all day, getting down to the wire, and just, again, the mental fortitude. You know, you imagine Sequoia had to recover. They had to watch Useless take them down in 3 maps in a row, and then they had to play the Useless had to play for their lives just for the Temple of Anubis just to get here. And now Sequoia, again, momentum, control maps, plays on top of it, can win this out if they can finish out this last map control. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for sticking with us all afternoon long in the open division. But this will be our final map for the EMEA stream. It is Useless versus Sequoia. It is tied up 2 apiece, and we're going to settle it on Ilios. Sequoia's map pick, for Useless's map pick, betting their tournament life on Ilios. Man, here we go. We're already at Lighthouse, so here we go.
Yeah, Lighthouse, like I said, it's really anyone's best guess as to what these teams want to play. You can kind of get away with whatever you want. And these teams are playing completely different compositions. Useless on the more stereotypical May McCree brawl, whereas Altori are sticking with a little bit of a dive variant. Keo on McCree possibly expecting like an Echo or a Pharah, but either way, it does do a good amount of poke damage, so a little bit of focus fire from Keo. Otherwise, you have Useless onto the point very early. Wants to establish their dominance, make it difficult to be uprooted.
All right, so here we go. Fight's going to break out on top of this point here, and Useless is going to bring out Muse on that May. It was getting a lot of value in the last controlled map. You're not going to see a May on the other side. They're just going to try to keep members of Sequoia off of this point here. They have captured it, and now it's just going to have to defend and hold for their lives here. And Keo, on the other hand, is just trying to getting warmed up here. It's going to take down the lamp, and also, okay, the kills are not coming in, but he gets 2 boop kills from Apotheosis. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. You usually get the boops on the well, and now you're going to get it on Lighthouse. You love to see it. And now it looks like Useless is going to stand strong here, unless Decay has anything to say about it, and it gets the Primal Rage and the Nano just trying to stay alive here if they can, and it's just going to, they're still top of this point, just tanking all the damage. There we go. Now there's the Primal Rage. I'm sorry. You're still going. They cannot take this monkey down. Here we go. Now it gets him frozen. Oh, I guess. Oh no! Oh, Lucio almost got pooped off himself. Still stays alive, but he stalled long enough. He did his job. He stalled long enough for Keo to come back and get 2 more kills. And they still. Okay, Lucio. Yes. Oh, he's just playing Ring Around the Rosie, but he's still down here. Oh my god. I hope he doesn't fall. I really hope he doesn't fall. We're not going to see him, but I hope he doesn't fall. Anyway, continuing on. Useless is still on top of this point here, and Sequoia has not found an answer yet. It is 55% on the side of Useless, and their fight is still going, ladies and gentlemen.
This has been extremely back and forth. Decay in particular just been this... I don't know, gum on the sidewalk that you can't get rid of. It's unreal the amount of stickiness and like resources that Sequoia was just pumping into him, but it kind of stinks for them because they invested all that time and effort and they didn't even win a fight officially. No. They're now a fight and a half away. By the time they fully recontest, it's probably going to be about 1 fight territory, and Muse has the Blizzard. That's going to be devastating to hold on to this point. Useless
Oh, the Rocket Barrage gets nothing.
Oh.
Okay, they get taken down right away. But, well, it at least got the mech.
Oh.
But here we go again. And so now it looks like, yeah, more kills coming in the side from Useless as well. 2 more kills comes in and gets a boop for a Decay off of the side. And it's still, there's no one here. Going to send the Deep Bomb right on top of the point to try to hold on for overtime. And he gets 3! Yes, he does! He gets all the value in the world. And now it looks like Sequoia can take this point back. If they can clear off this Roblox lover off the Demon Bomb. What a Demon Bomb. It was clutch. It was the last second. It kept the overtime hopes alive. And now it looks like the Sequoia will stay on top of this point. My goodness, what, wow. What a clutch. What a clutch. That was amazing. If that's not play of the game, I don't know what Blizzard's doing with their AI.
That EMP single-handedly saved Sequoia's round. Like, that was going to be 100-0, and that EMP brought it back. Now, the downside being that they really don't have too much. They're going to have Suyoku's Nano Boost coming in early into the fight. Decay might be able to build up the Primal Rage from that. Useless, on the other hand, doesn't have too much either, but they are getting very close to both support ultimates, whereas Sam on Sequoia isn't particularly close to the beat. They just used that, so Sequoia's going to have to play this very carefully and very focused. That's a good start, though.
I mean, but they've been in this position before. Play like you've been here before. The Primal Rage doesn't come off for Decay as well. Hopefully he doesn't have to work as hard as he did last time. And yes, he gets boop kills are coming in from both sides. Now just Useless just jumps off the side of the well. And now Sequoia is in a commanding position here. They got to defend it for a couple more fights. I mean, again, they have to stay perfect, as you mentioned. They cannot lose this next fight at all. The Rocket Barrage is going to be available for Keo, so maybe they can initiate with it, but they got nothing else in the bank. Useless, on the other hand, will have 3 ultimates coming into this next fight, and maybe the Earth Shatter if they can get it in time in this next fight.
They're almost certainly going to have to hack Roblox Lover if they want to do anything with this barrage. Otherwise, Keo's just going to be completely forfeit once again, like the last time he tried to use it. Oh, okay.
Or the EMP can come out for the Lux Star, or they can just hold on to it and just get more kills and value on the back line. I mean, just flanking them and taking them down, as a Sombra should do. And they're not going to they're going to chase down the rest of these kills. They're not going to let Muse stay alive. Muse, on the other hand, is going to try to get back to the point to solve for their team, but it's just this pesky Tracer, just the blinks, the peskiness, just the rascal. Okay, they're almost. There he goes. Now they're down. Now they're down. But now, as we say that Useless is going to invest everything in the fight, the EMP comes out and gets 5 members of Useless, and they're going to try to see if they can get some value behind it. The Demon Bomb is on top as well, and they're going to see if they can get some more down. Overtime is now ticking away, and it's looking like Useless's fight, but it's still Decay is now going to try to hero again with the Primal Rage. He's done it before, and can he do it again? Can he get this last play off? Yes, he does. But Lucio is booped off on the other side, and the boss block comes out as well. There's still someone here at the top of this point. Overtime is still ticking away. It is still 99-99, and Useless, it looks like he's going to flip it back, and then can they do that? No, Decay is back. He's back, and he's still trying to stand strong for his team. It's Moira is the last player here to try to contest. The overtime is ticking away. Now Reinhardt is back as well, but it's just throwing buys up for the point and right point. And Sequoia,
holy moly,
Sequoia pulls it out. It was 99 and the hold for their lives. It didn't look good for Sequoia. And now, after all this time, in map 6, Sequoia can pull this out. They can clutch this up and win this on the strength of control maps alone. My goodness. What a game. What a game.
Yeah, that's really the only 3 words to describe this at this point. What a game. These teams are fighting tooth and nail, and you have to hope that Useless isn't boomed after that round, right? Because they can absolutely bring this back. They've made Lijiang close. They were a little bit less close on the previous control map, Nepal, but it looks like they're going back to old reliable with the double bubble. Sequoia, on the other hand, going with the Wrecking Ball compositions that have definitely become more meta over time, especially as Owl has determined it to be so.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Sequoia is on match point, round point, map point, whatever you want to call it. This is their tournament to win. There's their match to win if they can pull this off, and what a story it would be for this matchup. But if Useless have anything to say about this, it was tied 99-99. It's going to go down to the wire, and Useless is going to start off strong by getting 3 kills and just bringing it to Sequoia as they're going to capture this first point.
Yeah, Aether are going to have to jump off. There you go. It's a reset because they're not really going to bother staggering the Diva in that case. And it's a good first fight for Useless, but we've seen this same song and dance before, aka last round, so they're going to need to hold on to it as well. They need to make sure that they have the resources to prevent any kind of comeback from Sequoia, but they're not quite there yet. Right now, they're still looking good.
Absolutely, absolutely. So here we go again. It is now Sequoia's turn for their attack here. They're gonna get one more kill down on the side for Cobra, one of the supports, and now just keep going here. And I think the EMP came out, or maybe I saw it, but I'm not sure. But like the Deadeye's gonna come out from Yuki, and it's just gonna hold on to it. Gets one. Oh my goodness, he held on to it to the last second. But now it just seems that there's no one here from. Well, the Sequoia is trying to capture this point, but they're trying to finish off one of the last players on top, and I think they do. And yes, they flip it back over. So now the tournament is looking good for Sequoia. Their percentage is climbing, and they are just against 45%. It's still a long way to go, but it's looking good for Sequoia right now.
The focus fire from Sequoia has been ridiculous this round. Like, if you've been watching Tactical's health bar when he tries to dive in, the DPS on him has to be like almost literally 200 damage per second or more. It's just, he's not allowed to exist in any area that's in the sight line of Sequoia, and the Deadeye taking out Muse is a great start for them.
Yes, the Deadeye gets one, the Demon Bomb gets one as well. The ultimates are being invested for Sequoia, and this Primal Rage, oh my goodness, once again, KO, he was already dead, he jumped off the point, what are you doing? But Decay is still on the Primal Rage, is still jumping around, and now they're going to keep pushing back, because now they win this next fight, now they got to win 2 more, and they can move on in open division in the tournament on the lower bracket side. It's going to be down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen, I can almost guarantee it. Useless is not going to give up without a fight. They do have 3 ultimates not going in, but it's not, do not count them out. They know how to play Overwatch, and it's just going down to the wire. And yes, as we mentioned, Useless does invest into this fight, and now they're going to try and drop on the point. The full spawn in the backline gets nothing, and it goes away. But now Yuki has the dead, close to the Deadeye, but he gets taken down, and now Kyo's going to return the Deadeye and see if they can just get some space. And all they were looking for is space. They had a potential kill, but didn't get it. And now,
you gotta hit those.
oh no, it was right in front of you, stunned right in front of you, didn't get it. But now the Trace is just going to blink away, and this fight is still going on. There was a point, somebody on top of the point for Useless, but it doesn't work out. 79% of the side of Sequoia, it is getting down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. Useless is looking at their tournament life going away at the top of this point, and Sequoia is looking to do the comeback kid story and finish this out. The Deadeye's going to come out from Yuki as well. They're going to see if they can get some value. They get at least one. They take down the tank and Decay, the hero as well, and they're going to get to try to take some presence on this point here. At 96%, it's a little too late, but it's gonna have to be due. We are now in overtime here, and this is where Useless needs to take a stand, and they do. And they're gonna down, and they're gonna flip it back to the point, and now Sequoia is on the back foot, and they're gonna have to reset. My goodness, oh my god, I'm running out of breath. No.
Well,
isn't working.
You might need a little bit more breath as well, because Useless has what I would consider the stronger ult economy for the time being, as long as the Graviton Surge isn't eaten or stunned out or whatever. The nano boost into the Graviton Surge onto Tactical might yield quite a lot of damage.
Oh my god, come on. The Nano comes up to the Graviton Surge as well. He gets all the kills. Look at this. Decay is trying to do the same thing with the Primal Rage to beat a hero once again. He has to back up. He gets taken down. And oh my goodness, look at this. Useless is going to pull this out at the last second. They're at 81%. Now it's a last fight territory for Sequoia. They came so far and they came so close. But Useless, it looks like it's going to stay on top here. It's 88%. Let's go. Go.
Useless has 4 ultimates, a slight advantage, but Sequoia investing everything they had really early on. They want this. They might actually get it.
Look at this! The Deadeye gets 2! Luxstar is going to get to top as well. They're staying on top of this point. They're going to try and flip it back. We are in overtime. This is it. This is the last chance, the last opportunity. Useless is still here trying to contest, but overtime is taking away. It goes away and Sequoia pulls it off. They pull off the offset. They pull it all the way back. The strength and control. And Sequoia is going to move on in your open bracket division. My goodness. Control. Control, ladies and gentlemen. It's all about control.
The single most important map type in Overwatch, if I do say so myself, as displayed here. Apotheosis has got to be, at least double boop? I think there might have been a third somewhere in there. Yep, there we go. There's probably 2 people. Yep, sure enough. Good old environmentals, as Doa would say, more boops for the boop god. That'd be Toby, but that was a series, if I ever saw one.
What a match. What a game. What a story. And now Sequoia has to do it again. The thing about it is, if this was their match just to continue on the losers bracket, they have to do it again and potentially against stiffer competition. But congratulations to Sequoia for pulling us out 3-2 in all the dramatic fashion, 99.99, 99.99, and just pulling it out at the last second. But do not count out useless at all. They definitely played their hearts out, and they were definitely in position to pull this out in the last second, just steal defeat from the jaws of victory here. But they did not come. They come up just a little bit short, and their tournament life ends here in round number 7 for the lower bracket. But my goodness, what a match! I would not hang my head low at all. You had a good run, but you ran into the big tall tree that is Sequoia.
Yep, definitely is. Chat is excitedly exclaiming the tree team won, and they will be moving on. But like we said at the very, very beginning of the series, a little bit over 2.5 hours ago now, that this was round 7. Losers finals is round 12 of the losers bracket. So Sequoia are not out of the woods quite yet. They have quite a way to climb to make it to that contender's trial spot if they really want it.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a long way to go, ladies and gentlemen. We still have the North American division to go. We still have another weekend of action to play. But again, if this is what we have to look forward to on the lower bracket side when the tournament is on the line, man, what a game. I can't even imagine the players' mental state right now, because like that was exhausting to go all the way to the end. It wasn't 2-1 for the last control map, but it was definitely a nail biter towards the end. We just had like 1 or 2 key picks could have made the difference in that last fight. But my goodness, but man, what a game, what a match. And I hate to ask this at this moment, Acronator, but who do you have as the player of the match here for this? There are so many different, like you can pick from both sides, but who do you have?
I think if you were looking at just the earlier part of the series, you'd have to say Kyo for Sequoia. But I think as the series went on, a name that really started to stand out to me was Decay, the main tank on Sequoia, especially on Ilios, where he just would not give up whatsoever. And I think that was a big reason as to how they won Ilios.
Yeah, I mean, I think Decay literally saved their tournament life. Like that one play on Lighthouse, like saved their team. If they didn't stay on that point, it would have been all but over for Sequoia, or at least they would have had to play down a map to play for the rest of the tournament. But yeah, I agree with you. I would have had like Decay or Kyo. Multiple members of Sequoia stepped up and played clutch. And again, maybe Control is their map type. Maybe they just need to hold on tight and be specialists in Control. But that's what got them the game, ladies and gentlemen. So that will do it for us, ladies and gentlemen. And what a game to close out on EMEA. And in 3 hours, I guess we got to do North America as well. So you might see this again a little bit soon here. But either way, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you to MI Blizzard, who's been all production since 4 o'clock this morning, like clutching up and playing. I hope you get some sleep, buddy, because you definitely deserve it. And thank you to Reflash and Monkey Bubble for giving us this opportunity to kind of cast this match. But what a game. But once again, Sequoia wins 3-2. They're going to move on into the lower bracket, and we have to say goodbye to Useless. And again, they were definitely useful in this particular match. They weren't 100% useless, but they just came up a little bit short. We will see you probably in a couple hours here. Acronator, do you have any final thoughts before we go?
No, I'm gonna go eat lunch and maybe fall asleep again. That's about all I got now.
Yeah, that's all you can do. And for myself, once again, thank you all so much. We will see you probably in a couple hours here for the North American division of Open Division. But that's gonna do it for us. For William Lynch, for Acronator, see you. Have a good afternoon, and we'll see you next time.